Welcome to Deus Votes, episode 5. And there's no one watching, but I'm still going to try to keep it as good and hopeful and fun as best I can. We got 2 new players today. We'll be starting everything and whatnot, just just talk whatever and whatnot until we get things going. I'm just waiting for the token for Far's character.
Sent it. Very generic token until I get him a little bit more fleshed out.
You've
What?
had an hour. How do you not? No, I'm joking. I know it takes a long time to make a character.
Yeah. You're like, you have, like, we're going to be doing it at 6. Like, hold on a second, sir.
Damn it, we need your character 2 hours ago.
I got so good at making characters. I can get them done in 20 minutes. That's because I made so many characters.
Come on, where's those pictures of Spider-Man?
I'm still super new at D&D stuff.
It's fine. So what games have you been playing?
Who's you?
Anyone? Answer. I need to fill the darkness with void and whatnot with words and the funny doohickeys things or something. I gotta give something to my
Angel,
viewers.
why don't you do a reasonable thing and fucking recap of what happened?
Yeah.
I was supposed to do that. I'll recap when everyone's ready.
Well, since you asked, I've been playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV.
How is that?
It's pretty good. The new expansion came out.
Did you just meme me?
Maybe a little.
Yeah, because his ass is still sitting in queue.
His ass is still sitting in queue.
I am currently in game. I have been this whole time.
How did you? I mean, I'm glad you can do both. Goddamn, give me your PC for a bit. Jesus.
Roll20 is literally just a web page. It's not resource intensive.
Yeah, well, I'm having a little bit of difficulty and whatnot. But anywho, what about you, Liz? What game have you been playing?
I've been doing lots of stuff. I've been trying to get a Minecraft server going, and I've been
playing Dark Souls 3.
Oh, okay. Well, Ruby, you literally just walked right into Liz's thing.
It's okay. And I've been doing D&D.
Yes, D&D. Okay, so... And Ruby's been playing Dark Souls 3. How's that?
Really exciting.
Really fun.
Did you
I got blood sword.
Wait, what's a blood sword?
It's a
sword that's bloody.
It's essentially a katana cup bloodlust that uses your own blood to enhance its attack.
Yeah, that sounds like Dark Souls.
What? Okay.
Uses your blood to enhance its attack, so you have to like stab yourself with it.
Is that why you made your vampire character?
Sort of.
Okay.
I had some inspiration from Inuyasha.
Oh no.
The dog.
Yes, the dog.
How?
Because Inuyasha has a technique called Blades of Blood, where he literally stabs his own hand with his claws and throws blades of blood.
That sounds painful and unpleasant, and I want no part of it. Thank you.
And since my character can create weapons with blood...
I see.
Sounds like hemoglobin.
Are you familiar with an anime by the name of Blood Blockade Battlefront?
I'm not.
It's if I remember correctly, it's by the same person who created Trigun. I could be remembering wrong on that part, but it's a really cool anime about a supernatural kind of collision between New York City and like the underworld, sort of like extra dimensional stuff.
It's not the underworld. It's literally Cthulhu stuff.
Yeah, Cthulian kind of extra dimensional collision. So New York like becomes basically a brand new city after this catastrophe. And a lot of the main protagonists use blood-based abilities to fight against vampires and other horror style entities.
Well, shit. I sure hope these guys can keep their erections. Goddamn.
Uh,
I'm gonna
Anywho,
add more to the backstory later.
all right. Tater, what game have you been
Damn
playing?
it.
What game
So
have you?
throwing into Dead Man's Wonderland at it, don't you?
There's a game called Dead Man's Wonderland on it, and I don't
no,
know
that's
about it.
also
No.
anime.
No, it's not a
Anime.
game, it's an anime.
Oh, okay.
Salvo.
I was commenting on the last bit there.
Oh, okay.
As far as what I've been doing, I've been just juggling games, really. Between playing on my phone, playing on my computer,
yeah,
helping,
you introduced
getting
me.
Liz to make the Minecraft server. Sheesh.
Shh. They stop hacking the Minecraft.
Playing in
That would be
Liz's D&D game, playing in your D&D game, playing in Id's D&D game. Holy shit.
How do
I'm
you
a
even
busy
keep your
person.
characters straight with so many games?
Which one of us is the funner one?
I
And
have
please
two
say it's
accounts.
me.
What?
Which one is the funner one? And please say it's me.
I didn't know.
It's probably it's.
It's the problem. I don't know anymore.
Really? I guess that means I'm kind of good. I hope.
Yours is the more chill kind of game.
Chilled.
Chill. Because
Yeah, mine's the
it
thunder.
doesn't,
Mine,
it
people
doesn't
go
ramp
first
up
and
like
swear.
fucking... Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't ramp up like Liz's game where you literally just take one step and it's like, oh shit, I'm off the edge.
Oh well,
Oh my god, I'm on fire.
I mean, I thought
Yeah, they
I thought I was
try.
giving off the feeling of dread and it's consensual or whatnot, but okay. I'm glad I'm the more chilled and fun one.
Oh yeah. You at least
Dread.
fucking give consent. She goes, hey, guess what? Surprise! Fucking throws confetti while she's fucking just raping your...
Well, to be fair, you are in the Feywild.
Exactly.
I'm waiting until they complain when they're in the abysmal. I'm waiting for it.
You're
I'm just
waiting.
waiting. I'm waiting.
You- I just
I'm
imagine.
waiting.
I just
I'm waiting.
I just imagine your Raven character, pretty much waiting in the shadows with a big club and just repeating the words, "I wish a motherfucker would."
I wish you would.
I wish it would. I wish a motherfucker would.
And then you just get my character stepping back towards them. That's a paddling.
Yeah, but you know what? That's not so fun is when Tay in most of our games, as you know, probably, has horseshoes up his ass.
Oh yeah,
5,000 of them.
he has been naturally running nat 20s a little too much. It's starting to
I
piss me
don't
off.
know why. It's D&D Beyond. I don't know. We like...
No, you weighted your dice. We already talked about it.
It's crystal dice. What do you mean?
Yeah, you went in, you hacked it. Yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. For sure.
What they did is they went in, they found the code, and they just slipped the word weighted into it, and it understood.
Hack the planets!
They use the Konami code.
Up,
Yeah.
down, left, right, A, B, A, B. Or was it up,
Up,
down,
up,
left, right?
down,
No, it's up, down,
down,
down.
down, left,
Left,
right,
right,
left, right,
left,
B,
right.
A, start.
Yeah.
Oh damn! I don't even know the Konami code. What's wrong with me?
I know that one a lot because I
You're
played a
still
lot
a
of that one game where you need it.
gamer.
Wasn't
Yeah,
you talking about Contra or something like that?
Yeah.
Contra.
Yeah, it's Contra.
Was the
Yeah.
game that was just insanely, punishingly difficult.
Contra and any Konami product had that code in it.
Well, up to a certain point. I don't think you can find it in Metal Gear Solid 5, but
Anyway,
maybe you can. I don't know. I haven't tried it.
All right, Far. How far have you gone?
Characters basically ready.
Was it-
Art wise, that's not really gonna be happening right now. It's gonna be a bit. I take my time with that, but I know how to describe him.
Can
I mean,
just-
do you have a rough sketch of them?
are you drawing your Are you drawing your portrait right now?
No, I'm using Hero Forge to design him.
Oh, you're doing what I did. Okay.
I'm taking my time with him. I like making my character look good.
Yeah. We good. We good here.
We good. We understand you. We understand you. So that means your character is done in D&D campaign, Beyond, right?
Yeah. Holland.
Let me make his character sheet. That way we can actually get that going.
I think I got the thing running. Can't I just use? Oh wait. Yeah. You need
I'll use the character's name.
work. Yeah, I sent it to you. I told you that earlier. Right
Oh,
above the token I sent to you.
oh, you sent
You
me.
even answered that question.
All right, then I guess I'll be using that token. Oh,
And
Yeah,
like
just a
usual, we
temporary
are a fucking
token.
mess.
You answered whether or not I could have the prosthetic arm, and then you're like, "Oh, yeah, no, I'll send you the name for the character too."
you named your character Gotcha?
No, read the IMs I've sent you.
I'm reading him. I don't see what you named your
Right
character.
above the name, right above the token
Oh,
is well.
that looks. You know I got text wall blindness.
Next wall blindness. You gotta break it up into small, bite-sized chunks.
Sorry, what?
Text wall
All I heard
blindness.
was dyslexia.
Basically, it's just a lack of reading comprehension. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I understand. I lack the ability to read. I cannot read.
You do terribly in Yu-Gi-Oh! Holy shit.
What? I do a terrible Yu-Gi-Oh. What?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
you have
supposed
to.
read cards.
Isn't it like a paragraph in each goddamn card?
Some of them, yeah.
Some
Oh yeah, no.
cards-
Recently, they've gotten way too complicated.
Oh yeah.
And they expect you to play that game on motorcycles, I swear.
Did you? I look up. I look down. I look up at my screen just get my token ready. I look down. The motherfucker put arrows on his goddamn name just to make sure I don't goddamn miss it a second time. I was like, motherfucker. But at the same time, I can't be mad. It works. It works.
It's this one.
It worked. It worked.
So you guys can all see exactly what I did. I'll post
And there's
it.
Foster.
I'll post it where Kit also put their token thing. This is what I typed. I put it in the Gamergate IC.
Foster, this is
Not bad.
Angel's campaign currently.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to
Oh,
throw a character into that or not.
I don't mind if he wants to.
He can bring in the paladin that he has.
Oh God, not the bro
Yeah.
paladin.
Yeah. The Broladin.
The Broladin.
Broladin.
your character had tabaxi.
No.
No?
No,
Oh, okay.
that's if you're talking about my 3,000 feet a turn build. No,
The
it's
last
not.
name made me think of that build.
No, it's for that character. It's called Quick Win.
Right.
She's powerful as is, so I'll bow out instead.
All
Have
right.
fun, guys.
Oh,
Wait, who's bowing out?
Forge.
It was Foster.
Oh God
Around
damn it! I
Foster's
did.
home for imaginary friends?
Yeah.
Yes. I did it again. I got to delete everything, start everything from scratch all over again. Because the goddamn app is so goddamn fickle and gentle. I have to be so damn gentle. If I don't follow the steps by doing this, it all fucks up.
Yeah, I mean,
well, that's computers for you. They can only respond to things in certain, ways. And if
You put a 1, it's gonna fuck up and say 0.
If I put a 1 in the wrong spot, it's gonna have a fucking aneurysm and fucking die.
basically, yeah. I mean, computers are, limited compared to people. They can't adapt like we can. Yet.
I mean, I don't know if we can adapt. I mean, it seems like Cthulhu to us is like the one we're dealing with. Apparently, every time we look at him, we go buck wild.
Oh my god, your picture is like creeping me out.
which picture?
Kit's picture.
Why?
Why is it freaking
I don't
you?
know. I don't know. It's just like.
Are you like
Oh
the
my
people when they
gosh.
first saw us and whatnot? They just don't know what the fuck to deal with.
It's just. I can tell what he did because I'm a Photoshop person. And it's just like, oh my god.
I'm sorry, my picture is terrible.
No, it's okay. It's just like, oh,
How's the
it gives
pictures
me the
terrible?
heebie-jeebies.
All right.
I tried to put like an art filter on it to make it look more drawn. Is all.
Yeah, I know. Like I do a lot of Photoshop, so I could tell like what filters.
All right. Fur, can you make Holland take at least 2 points of damage, and then I'll let you know if you're okay. Now give him back 2 points. 2 points. All right, he's back at full health. All right, what's his armor class?
14.
Thank you. And his movement speed is 30, I'm guessing.
Yeah, 30.
Sweet.
But don't forget the bonus action. You may as well double.
Yeah, because he's a rogue, he's gonna keep doing it.
No, he's probably going to be doing a lot of hiding.
Ah,
Well, when
He'll
you're
do
a
it to reposition and wait for somebody else to also get in close, because I'm not going to be the only melee person, I hope.
you probably are. No, I'm joking.
no, I'm gonna be in
Okay.
there.
Once I get better armor, but I'm gonna have to
No.
stick to range for now.
No.
All right, your token's ready and ready to go. By that logic, we are ready to start. And by that, I'm going to do pretty much a Dragon Ball Z of what happened last time. Last time on Dea's Vaults, Lord Swift demanded that they repay their debt or favor to him by saving their asses from the purple worm nest. The village is being rebuilt slowly and greatly by the Agent Blue Rose. Oh, not Blue Rose. Blue Feather. Sorry. Let me try that again. Actually, hold on. I was expecting
It's
to
too
start.
late. You already screwed it.
Look, I'm trying my damn best here. All right. Damn Huckleberry. It's not like It's not like I'm damn hush over there. Anywho, well, like I was trying to say before I got all knackered. Last time on Dea's Vaults, Lord Swift demanded they pay their favor to him, and they did. Well, they're going to, anyways, by going to the Manargey Manor. The Manargey Manor was so famous and so powerful at one point they had named a whole coast after them. This favor he asked is that he asked for a orb of Moonstra, an orb that is known to pretty much promote or excavate a growth of crops in a nearby area. Was this people can already tell that he wants to become Port Lord of Port de la Mela. However, on their way there, they seem to have bumped into a spectral celestial being known as an abyssal cath catcher. This abyssal was just minding its own business until essentially, I guess it was the Fae or elf character, just walked up and punched him, or tried to, anyways. Unfortunately, this promoted this celestial being to attack. Although, thanks to quick swiftness and thinking abilities to an elf, banishing him really quickly, they opened the net of his captured souls out in the ocean, only to re-grant them all life. But as they do this, life in the ground in the nearby area seems to die rapidly. Greens, flowers, even nearby fruit and plants decay rapidly. After the banishment spell has worn off, there's a celestial being that was doing its job before it was stopped. Looked like it was starting for hundreds of years. It slowly turned to dust. The heroes, of course, looted this creature and may have found some items of great worth, but at what cost? They send these new survivors, renewal survivors, back to Palmaflora, only to have pretty much a bad ill fate await them. They arrived. They were stopped by a Big John looking motherfucker from Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's pretty much told that they cannot pass through unless they had a certain requirements and words. They show that they were there for Lord Swift's sake, and he allowed them to pass, but with words of warning ringing in the distance as he shouts to them to be careful.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I had to get my boyfriend soup
It's
because
okay.
he was too dizzy to do it.
It's okay. Anywho, I'm going to read something off as the museum they reached at looked green and healthy. Fresh new paint was already coated on the building. The grass was green and fresh as the sound of children and ladies and noblemen play in a new-found area. Women sing, noblemen dance. Sunrise, the sunlight danced across their face. Glee and cheer can be heard in every direction. A voice speaks, "Howard, my good man, you've done unbelievably well. A new home, a new wife, an even bigger trade contract was Sorco's. Fancy that. How do you do it? Also, my good man, is it true that the port lords gave you an orb of..." Suddenly the music grinds to a halt, and a woman's scream can be heard bellowing from the distance. When the people looked to turn their heads, she was clearly stabbed, holding onto her torso as blood pours out. Before anyone could react, a man that was right next to Howard taken an arrow to the neck. He jolts at first for a moment, only to be surprised that his life fades away from him. Suddenly, everyone turns to a screaming, as
Did you say wife or life?
life.
Okay.
The noble woman still screams bloody murder before she collapses. People turn their heads once again. You see a large horde of goblins and hobgoblins attacking, swinging their swords, bellowing their horns. Screams that day filled the air. And slowly the camera pans back to current times. As our heroes stand in front of a patch of large, disgusting, dirty dirt. Grass long dead. Trees long lost their luster of life. Bones still on the ground. Some reaching towards the salvation that never came. The mansion itself seemed both sad, angry, and alone. Chipped, painted, cracked, faded. Its former glory no longer there. One small shadow can be seen in the corner of someone's eye. And that's where we pick up today. All right. And I'm going to show where we are at right now. Let me get the music going. May not be the right music, but oh yeah, this will work. Go ahead and place your characters where you believe they're at. You should have that ability.
I don't know how to place my character.
Tater, I believe you discovered that accidentally, didn't you?
That's what happened whenever I dragged mine out.
In that case, I'll just simply do this. Hang on. I know how to fix this scenario right quick.
And I accidentally lost my little portrait down at the bottom because I was trying to drag that on.
Okay, hold on. I just don't know who's here and who's
There it
not.
is.
Alright. There we go. I'll put
Scroll
her.
towards the bottom.
Sorry. I'll take care of that. As you guys get off the caravan,
Marriage.
Wagon, whatever.
carriage, wagon, whatever. You know it's your mode of transport after your metal bowl of made of steel and whatnot carrying itself. You find yourself in this position. If it gets too chaotic, I'll make everyone roll a initiative. But until then, I think we can actually get going. By the way, for those who have normal sense of smell or a good one, you can actually smell what seems like to be the scent of not blood, but very dried out blood. But also a mixture of fresh new one. And that's all I'm gonna say. You're free.
Can I get a description of the characters I see?
Yeah, why don't you describe yourselves? Let's start with Alexander first. The big Loton character. Or Loxodon character, should I say. Tater?
Yes.
We're describing you first.
Oh, sorry. uh, Alexander is a male. Hello? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, we
We
hear
can hear you.
you said male. You stopped at the word male.
Yeah, he's a male Luxodon cleric that is standing mostly in his normal clothing. He does have a set of scale mail, but he doesn't really wear it. Doesn't need to.
Let's
He's
go.
a cleric of the Ford domain.
Yes, let's go with Liz's character
Sorry,
next.
go on.
Let's go with Liz's characters next. Character, Liz?
Yeah,
How would you
I'm
describe
terrible. I'm terrible at describing myself.
Yeah, but try not to, dear. Liz, how would you describe your character to your friends?
Here's
They're
mic is
they're
muted.
currently muted.
All right. In that case, we'll move on to Momon, the Ruby's character, the one over here.
Sorry, what?
Ruby, how would you describe your character?
Memon is a small, young-looking halfling that wears a frilly red and white dress with a sort of lavenderish hair, and she has slits in her eyes that show her nature as a vampire, and her as well as fangs whenever she opens her mouth.
All right. Far, how would you describe your character the moment we look at you?
Oh, you'll see. I'm guessing we're getting out of the carriage currently, correct?
Indeed
I was
you
gonna
are.
say her dress looks very old fashioned.
He will be walking out, looking around the area, trying to see what there is to expect here. Doesn't really seem particularly wary at the time, but as you look over him, he seems to be fashioning a few different sets of, or it looks like a set of tools maybe on his belt, or maybe just a pocket that would hold. A backpack, some pretty standard leather armor, as most other people seem to be wearing as well. Maybe a
How
few.
is my character being introduced?
They're just watching you for now. You were in the carriage the entire time, just being quiet. I'll explain that after they're done explaining themselves.
Okay.
Go on, Far.
He seems to wear a little bit of some standard clothing across his leather armor. But the one thing that he seems to be fiddling around with as currently is what looks like a mechanical arm, it looks mostly wooden, but also little bits and pieces of metal here and there.
Ooh.
Yeah, at one point in time, he tries to fiddle with it a little bit, and one of the fingers pop off. He quickly pushes it back on, make sure that it works still. Uh,
Just be glad.
but he,
Just be glad it was his finger and not his eye.
but whenever he is looking around at people, it's very hard for him to avoid other people noticing this, but he seems to purposely not look into anybody's eye in general. He seems to get around toward your face, but he stops right at the nose. Like,
Oh my god, that's just like me.
Oh, yeah, we got two of them.
No, that's
um,
literally how I am in real life. I cannot.
but he seems mostly human until you look towards his uh, eyes that are mostly pitch black. Seems like a Kalishtar.
All right. Kit,
Oh,
how you describe yourself the moment people look at your direction?
well, I'm. You'd see a very kind of thin, very uh, light build human, with like purple dyed hair and very feminine features. This, though he's easily be mistaken for perhaps a a young kind of woman, or very effeminate male,
Very well.
depending on how you look at it, and wearing kind of leather coat, uh, white kind of uh, heeled boots to offset their fairly short height,
Very well.
and just kind of looking around, kind of not sure what's going on, looking very lost.
You would remember that a man, very noble clothing, while holding a shot of rum in his hand, with a very large house, much larger than the one you see in front of you, asked you that he would ask you that he would like the orb of Munadrea, and your friends explained that the Munadrea orb was actually used to essentially a ritual of crops and whatnot around here. People seem to celebrate the moon quite often, every now and then.
Still busy.
Hmm? I'm sorry, what?
I have
Hello?
no idea.
Did you not hear me? Hello?
I
Yeah, do
I've
you?
been hearing you.
Someone else said something.
Anywho, we must move on. Liz, if you're not there, we're gonna have to skip you. Very well, Liz. As you pretty much find yourself in front of this mansion of old decrepit and very not welcome already. Jesus Christ. That scared the hell out of me. I thought it was the area that did that.
No,
You
it
would
was my actual bell.
you would actually feel the uncomfortable feeling of being watched. Unfortunately, that becomes more and more true as more time goes on. What do you guys want to do now?
I guess I will come up and kind of go around a little bit.
Alright. Roll perception.
Quick thing. I have observant. I have a passive of 19 perception and a 23 passive investigation. I don't.
Unfortunately, in this game, passive doesn't really do a thing for us. Um, it's actively looking for something is when your rolls do count. But I will let you know for something that actually will be how Observant will be used for you later down the road if you play that long. But passive right now it doesn't really matter. Your perception does not fail you in this instance. You definitely see fresh blood in front of you, a mixture of the old blood that's on the balcony in front of you. The fence that pretty much is between from you and the balcony is about a little about 2 feet over your head, but you think you can jump over it no easy. But it doesn't look like you can hold your weight. It seems like you're gonna have to either crawl right through it or jump it entirely in order to avoid it collapsing on your under your weight. The door, however, does seem locked shut. The only way you can tell that because the door seems to be the only thing in greater health than everything else. You see no cracks, no nothing. But other than that, you do see more bones and cloth on the floor of people what seem to look like they at one point were celebrating. You can tell because of the fancy garbs that you can see every now and then. But at the same time, they look like they died horribly, either climbing over each other or being stabbed in the back by something. And that's what your observantness gives you. You can tell that these people were killed running.
Oh, right. Well, we can either go one of two ways. We can definitely. Climbing this over here doesn't seem like a good idea. I look towards the Luxodon. Again, still avoiding major eye contact, but uh, if you wanted, you could probably just put your hand on it and just kind of lean on it, and it'd probably fall over.
You could just lean over and just, collapse it and let people climb on your back if you want to. Luxodon.
Nothing.
Or, I could just pick you up and put you on it.
I do really like step.
Yeah, the Luxodon kind of towers a little bit over the fence. While the fence is over your head by 2 feet, the Luxodon's over the fence by 2 feet himself.
Um, we could either do that, or I can be honest. We probably could just use leverage and pull these things right out of here. Move that. Either way, but what is everyone else's opinion? There does seem to be some blood on the other side of this, and the people did die running away from here or towards one of the two.
Oh, God.
Can I tell if the bones are more recent or...
I'm getting harassed today.
It's
Hmm.
if you want to roll how long these bones have been dead, you need to roll survival or history.
Angel.
What?
Could you tell me what I missed?
Okay, I will tell you what you miss.
Dirty 20?
You can tell that these bones have been here for a good time. A little longer than 10 years, a little longer than 20, a little longer than 30. You think around 50 or 40 years. Which does add up to around the time that Lord Swift told you when the mansion went quiet. He did say it was 50 years when it suddenly went quiet.
Hmm. And you sure you don't want to try the front door first?
I mean, we can. That's up to you. I'm asking the group what we think we should.
Um,
I don't even know why my character's here.
Oh, we were going to say that your character is here because you're with the adventurers group and whatnot. You technically arrived from Sword Coast with us, but
You did not read the backstory.
I did read the backstory. It was a noble and whatnot. Okay. Well, I'm just telling you, that's the only way it makes sense. Because you went to Neverwinter expecting to never come back here, but then arriving at Neverwinter was actually very bad situation as the plague, frost plague and whatnot, and the burning of the Neverwinter itself was really bad. You kind of were shoved onto the boat, and you hated the fact that you pretty much were taking another 14-month trip back from where you escaped from.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter is in the Sword Coast. We're in the Wild Mountains now, or been for a while. Anywho, back
Okay,
to
do you know my noble family's name?
you asked me several times, and the question I asked was like, "Do you mean the mansions that you're going to?"
No, I
Because
mean,
I
just,
thought we agreed that you're going to say that your character is from this mansion. Did we not?
yeah.
Oh, great. So I'm telling
Okay,
you, the mansion's family's name here is Marigerson. Marigerson. Mangrayson.
okay, so
Is
what am I escaping from?
this family? You pretty much. I'm pretty much already giving away too much because you can't remember Ruby, but I really can't give it to you anymore because we're actually playing.
Okay.
If you just can't remember, I'm sorry, Ruby. I really can't I really can't spoon feed you while we're actually playing.
That's very rude, but okay.
I'm sorry. I did apologize. I explained that I can't do this while we're actually playing. I
No,
explained
I
to
mean,
you.
like, what the way you're phrasing things is very rude.
I'm sorry. I can't give it to you again, which is the same thing. All
They'd
right.
give up too much information, is what they're saying. We don't want to spoil your story.
Okay.
You're literally asking me on the worst possible time when I already gave it to you twice, or 3 times
It's
actually.
because I'm lost.
Because you don't listen, Ruby.
No, they mean their character's lost.
I think I'm just gonna sit this out.
That's fine, Ruby. Go ahead.
Because,
I've asked this
I'm,
question several times, and
I'm
you
trying.
I know you are, but you also said you're on your medication, so that's probably a thing. So maybe it's not a good time for you to play right now. Because you said you'll be out of it when you're on your medication. And so far, I explained to you a good 3 or 4 times.
Because I've been. Never mind. Just forget it.
All right,
Damn it.
all right. Go ahead, and bow out, Ruby. We'll see us. We'll get you up to date, okay?
Sure.
All right. You were hopeful. You were helpful today, so don't feel too bad. And I hope she heard that. He did say that he was going to be out of it while he's on his new medication.
Yep.
And I did. You heard me, Tater, that I explained to his backstory what it was 3 times. So I'm sorry. I just can't keep telling him over and over, especially when we already start playing. Anywho, let us try again. I'm not upset. I'm just
Disappointed.
disappointed. But I'm not that mad either because he said his medicine was going to get in his way, and I am not going to hold it against him. Back to what we were doing. What were you guys talking about? I'm sorry. Because
I don't
now
know.
I was
Don't
lost.
go get a wall.
Door.
It's
Alright.
either I'm trying to figure out exactly how we are wanting to approach the situation.
You're a rogue, right?
Yes, I have multitudes of ways of approaching the situation.
Roll me a history.
History?
Yes. For some strange reason, you can't remember a plethora of tricks that you normally do to get in. You think maybe the front door might be the best idea. Or the worst.
There's a lot of different ways of going into a building. One would be a sewer way. One would be going through this here wall, grate or like little fence, and or front door. There's probably a few different ways.
Well, the fence is not. The fence is literally just for the porch or whatever this thing is called, a dock. You know, what people actually go out and stand in and have a barbecue in.
Deck.
A
It's a
deck.
deck.
It's a deck.
My main thing is just trying to figure out what I'm trying to
Oh,
figure out what everyone else.
All right.
Well, is the front door even locked? Like, has anyone tried the
No one has
Liz
not
is
tried the front door.
IRL, by the way.
Huh?
Liz is dealing with someone IRL, by the way. They messaged me.
Oh, they're not here?
They're dealing with somebody.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna.
They'll be here in a couple minutes.
Alright, I'll put them over there. That way they're safe. For now.
Oh.
Alright. These things happen. Don't worry. No one has tried the front door. Yes, you are correct on this one. The only reason why it looks locked or gives you the feeling that it's locked because it looks like the best condition out of everything else.
Well, then I guess I'll. Anybody here have a form of magical detection? I don't know whether or not this door is the thing that killed them. Maybe, possibility.
Normally I'd be able to cast Identify, but I don't have the materials for that.
No. It was a long carriage ride and whatnot, but the last time you saw civilization other than the Port de la Mela was in Fortress Gwendamere, which is actually all those native horny elves were at.
But if we have 10 minutes, I could cast Unseen Servant on the other side of the door and ask it to open the door for us.
Can you click Unseen Servant for me? See if you actually can cast it at a place you have not seen.
Yeah, it just says within range. It doesn't say you have to see it.
Yeah, it's one of the more fun functions of it.
Huh.
You'll also do find familiar that way as well.
I'm gonna have fun with this.
Uh-oh.
All right. Do you want to? Okay. Do you want to give him the 10 minutes to cast this on ritual cast this?
Sure.
It'd be a way for us to be able to, if there is a trap on the door, let's back away. You tell your servant to open the door whenever from the other side.
Alright, so 60 feet is the range. How do I... Measurements. What's the measurement?
There's a ruler. Yeah.
Oh wow, I could be like on the other side of the fence and cast.
Yeah.
All right. So out of nowhere, Kate starts pulling out maracas and whatnot and shaking her booties left and right. And an unseen servant slowly materialized on the other side of the door. And what is the unseen servant's dex? Oh, it doesn't have a dex. Too bad.
It doesn't.
There's an AC of 10, 1 hit point, and strength of 2.
Oh, fuck. So
I mean, you can give them a base dex roll.
Well, if there's a trap on the other side, it's going to be triggered, and we'll hear it. And if anything, it goes poof, and then we just summon another.
you didn't lose, and nothing of value was lost.
Yep.
In your mind, Kate, you hear the servant say, "I am here to." What the fuck was? Ah! As the doors blow open, it's essentially a pressure of flamethrower goes right off, and pretty much like a weird, odd sucking sound. It's like everything around the area, like the air being pretty much sucked in. The doors are left wide open. and you can actually see in. And when you see in, all you see is pretty much a pile of ash that you have no idea where it came from.
Well then,
Well, good thing that Kit A thought of doing that particular aspect, and B, I was smart to
Uh,
further.
Kate, you would get a Kate. You get a telepathic message from the other outer planes saying, yes, Kate. This is the Summoner's Rift and whatnot. Your unseen servant named Kevin has a message for you, and it's Dick. Don't know what it means, but you're welcome.
wow. Anyways, yeah, this place is creepy. Anyone wanna like just bail and get something to eat? Anyone? No. Okay.
Sadly, I need money to investigate a few things, so this is one thing that I need to do. All right. Well, So we are to walk into a place that there was
Very
a
much true.
flame. Wait, there was a flame thrower. I'm gonna slowly kind of creep up. Can I see what looked like the trigger that actually?
When the moment you went to the I guess the Galleria, I guess or the four-way, whatever the hell do you explain what this thing is? There's another door, also locked, but it's also been covered in soot from the essential explosion of fire. The moment, however, you look around to see where it came from, you can't see it. At least not from there, anyways.
Maybe it
Oh,
was a magical
I am.
trap.
I look at the stone path. Okay, that seems like a good idea. Um, we need to figure out whether or not that trap is a multiple set off or a single set off. I can look around pretty well for traps.
The door is wide
But
open. The doors are have been blasted wide open.
oh no, the doors are not what I'm concerned with, sir. Of an internal, external communication of the world around me.
I can
I
say
know I am more concerned with where the trap and how the trap was set off, and does it rearm?
I can say you can stand here and actually get a closer look and be safe.
No, I'm not going to stand anywhere near. And that was a fucking flamethrower, sir. Looks it up, sir. Do you want to take some of these rocks and kind of just chuck them into the room, like 5 feet apart? See where the fuck that trigger is, if it's on the floor, or if it was a string, it's probably disarmed. But more concerned about that than anything else right now.
Sure.
Kate. I said
Good.
Kate instead of Kit. Kit, go ahead and roll an Arcanum.
Arcana check.
Yes. It was a one-time thing. You can tell from how it blasted. It was a ruin spell that actually was carved onto the carpet itself. You can tell by how pretty much the carpet itself has been left alone from the flames.
So, yeah, I'll relay that. It was like a rune magic spell on the carpet that set off the flame thing. Yes.
Oh, it was.
Anything that you could
Apparently.
salvage?
Other than the carpet,
Uh,
you have to get a closer
mean-
look.
Yeah, I mean, it might not have been the only trap in the room, but that trap was from what I can tell, a one-time deal. That particular one.
Anybody have detect magic? Very handy for avoiding those.
I did
Unfortunately,
not prepare detect magic. I'm sorry.
unfortunately, as the players are really scared by the first wave entry and whatnot. Nothing happens for a while.
Yeah. I could be fearful for my life, God of an eternal land
Well,
thing up there.
why did you take a closer look and use perception to find out?
Perception to look for traps, sir.
Would investigation help?
Investigation as well.
Investigation is how you find traps.
All right.
Perception is how you detect people.
I will at least come up to here and see if my investigation will help?
Yeah, I will. Do you want to aid me in it?
Could I hit you with guidance as well?
You can give me, and basically, you do the help action, which gives me advantage, and then guidance gives me.
Okay, like if you have a higher
I'm back.
investigation.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Liz.
Welcome
I
back.
have expertise in it.
Okay, so yeah, I will hit you with the guidance and then
And then
help
that'd be.
you. And then I still.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hey.
You are sure as hell there are no other traps here. But because
Hold
you
on.
rolled, because
Dang it.
you are sure as hell there are no traps in this room. But you are sure as hell there's a trap on this room. On this door, anyways.
I like how I rolled a 1 and a 20 with the advantage.
Well, thank you. Well, thank your artificer then.
Thank you. I was about to sneeze. Then I noticed a thing. Over there. I feel like I almost peered in the realm of the gods for a second. Alright.
So there's a trap on the
I'm
next.
gonna let you two handle this.
Well, sir, you're big.
There is indeed a trap on this. How you wish to trigger is your choice. Luxodon or Alexander and Liz's character. You guys want to wait around for them to keep going, or you actually want to do your own thing for a bit?
I'm waiting on them, mostly.
I mean, if we have another 10 minutes.
I'm gonna go.
Oh
over
no!
here.
There she goes! There she goes!
Skeletons.
Yeah,
Yes.
There's indeed skeletons here.
Yeah. So
I do have things on them if you wish.
nah, survival.
All right, you want to get survival? All right. Which paraskeletons are you gonna roll survival on?
I'm not. I'm gonna try to find a big stick. Nice thick one.
All right, you got. I'll give you that. You don't have to roll for that. You got a big stick.
Okay, thank you.
Big
I'm
stick.
gonna wave them off. Just wave. I can't
But
talk,
like
so
toss
I
them
wave.
back off.
Yes, you see the Raven character that rarely spoke just waves with you with a big stick.
Okay. So back off, I guess, assuming that's what you're.
The Raven.
Oh, you
I
want to
will
roll?
warn you that last explosive seemed quite large.
Yeah.
You're-
It's scary.
A message from the summoning rift, from the unseen servant Steve or Calvin. No shit. Message at end.
Oh.
So what do you guys want to do? You guys are not making no headway whatsoever.
Well, I mean, fireball level explosions in a trapped room is scary. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just gonna go. Stealthily. Can I do that?
Yes, you can. Roll stealth.
Beautiful, thank you.
Alright.
I shall do it on the nimbleness of yes, crow's feet. Oh yes.
All right, I'm going to roll something.
Huh?
That's a +2, 4. No worries. He doesn't see you coming.
Huh?
The second you start rolling this way, you see a goblin just taking a piss.
I'm gonna do the two eyes thing. And then point at the goblin, like at my party
In
member.
your head, you hear, yeah, I see him.
I'm gonna nod. I'm gonna make an arrow motion. Bow and
and
arrow.
I hold up a knife.
I do thumbs up. Sneak attack.
All right, he doesn't see you coming, so you can get closer.
Wait,
Oh
in
no,
your
I
head.
don't have sneak.
No, you don't. You're not. Are you a rogue?
No, that's
You
not
don't have
that.
sneak.
Aren't you a rogue?
I am a rogue. I'm purely
Yeah.
rogue.
Sneak
So
attack.
I'm gonna look at you. I'll be like, okay, hold on.
Let me know when you get back.
In your head, you're
Yeah.
gonna hear. I am going to sneak up behind him and bap him in the back of the head. And here's what I'm gonna
Big-
do. you have a way to make sounds behind him?
The Kenku rubs their hands together and does thumbs up.
All right, I'm gonna trust you. You just need to make it where it sounds behind him, and then I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna bap him in the back of the head.
I'm gonna kind of nod and laugh a bit, kind of make a laughing noise, kind of thing.
I'm
Eh.
gonna massage my temple for a minute. Be like, okay,
He didn't hear.
and then and then
That piss is good. He doesn't hear you.
all right. So I'll wait for them to make the distraction in a different direction. Then I'm gonna run at him and bap him.
All right, Liz.
Yes.
How are you gonna throw your voice, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. I'm actually gonna use mimicry and stuff. Get that going and
How
throw
far
my
can you
voice.
click on mimicry for me so I can actually see what it does on roll 20?
Uh, where did all my spells go?
It should be still there.
No, everything's out of my what?
Pardon. I need to run to the restroom. I'll be
You
right
have to
back.
say, are you on the right character sheet?
I get.
Yeah.
I'll take a look. Hang on.
Oh,
I'm taking
well
forever to
then.
load.
That's weird. Hmm.
All right, let me look at your spells.
Yeah, they're all gone.
I think you can reattach them or add spells again.
Yeah, I can. I just don't remember what I put in.
Well, then you better think of it quick, sweetie.
Look around. Gonna grab a nice rock, considering. Great. And, 5, 10. Well, no, actually. Don't. See, I know I had the arrows. That's what's confusing me. I had those fire arrows too. That would make a big boom behind them. And that would be a great distraction.
Oh, yeah, you just don't know if there's any more around.
Ah, it's a little explosions between friends. No. Okay, so you're gonna have to give me a minute, apparently. My apologies. We're going to take some of the ball bearings, apparently, that I
Cat
have 2 of.
Ballcasters, spellcasters. I said ballcasters. Spellcasters. Go ahead and check your spells just to make sure we don't run into this again.
Yeah, that's weird. Shit.
If you have spells, make sure you check on them.
I have a whole bunch of stuff. You know what? I'm gonna take, for Pete's sake.
Piss.
Yeah, we're gonna take the oil flask in a bottle and do the whole Molotov cocktail thing. Then I guess right now is that's all I have at the moment.
All right. Are you gonna toss
Light
it?
her up.
You're gonna toss it at him?
Uh, do you want to set up and kind of stealthily get yourself ready? Because he's gonna be on fire soon. Because that's about all I can do right now, apparently.
Just to let you know. How do you like the Molotov?
Well, I have the equipment and I have a tinderbox.
Okay, never mind then. You're good.
Yeah. That's a piss off, actually. So, can I put the oil on the arrow and then fire it?
Do you have a bow and arrow?
Yeah,
Yes, you
that
can.
seems to not be
Tell you
effective.
what. Roll a history for me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You think you can actually figure
Oh
out a
my
way to actually tie a Molotov to an arrow and actually hit him with it?
I'm at dual welding. Why am I in dual welding? What was that? I'm sorry. I
You
was
were,
checking my
you're able to
sheet.
remember a way to actually tie a Molotov to an arrow and hit him with it after you light the
Awesome.
Molotov up on him.
Okay, well, I'm unsure how to use the racial traits because there's mimicry here. You can mimic a sound you have heard a creature and tell those sounds apart, and that's about all you can do with that one.
Um,
And you don't let feats, apparently.
um, I think you can click on it and let me read it and whatnot.
No, it's right underneath racial traits.
Okay, cool.
You should be able to see it.
I do. I just,
Just
Yeah.
copy paste.
Wada-wada. Wada-wada-wada. Yeah, pretty much smart thinking.
Sometimes the solution is that simple.
Yee, I can take that.
Because maybe you're not reading something that I can help you with.
No, I'm going through each part and just kind of like, wait, even, because as my ranger, I have two, I have two, cantrips and stuff, and they aren't even showing.
This is taking way
Ranger
too
doesn't
long.
have cantrips.
This is taking way too long.
No, like I said, I shoot it and go for it.
Alright. 1 second.
Favorite enemy.
Do you have, what is your favorite enemy is
No. I'm going through each one and just making sure. See, spellcasting. I know 2 spells, wisdom, spellcasting modifier. I can cast 2 spells using wisdom, and I picked 2 spells from that, and they're not showing.
Okay, so as for mimicry, I can give you about 30 feet only. Jesus Christ. What are you doing spellcasting for?
No, I clicked it. I didn't mean to. I was trying to click the spellcasting per me.
Anywho, I can give you 30 feet of it, but I require performance.
It's alright, I'll just use Molotov cocktail and bow and arrow. We'll do it the simple way.
Alright, roll a normal arrow shot then. The hit.
Yeah. Because that's just...
Just so we can see what mimicry does.
Nice nat 20.
Yeah, that hits him.
Wait, you're hitting him?
Yep, with fire and oil.
Alright.
It's very dead.
It's very dead.
Thumbs up.
He's on fire.
I will look at you, and you'll hear in your head, I was going to question him because maybe he knew what the fuck happened here.
Oh,
I'm gonna look around and go, I just kind of make a whistling sound and back up slowly.
I gotta see if anybody hears that now. You got
I'm a
lucky.
Kenku. That's what Kenkus do.
Anywho, there's a goblin who's slowly roasting himself in his own piss of vinegar.
Piss and vinegar. Pepper. Next would be whoever wishes for it.
Alexander, what do you want to do? Anything? You haven't done anything in a while. You're just watching this madness.
Yeah. Sorry. Alright. I'm gonna go around the other side of the house.
And I'll go ahead and do this to make it easier to communicate with the Kanku. Let me make sure. You are now able to speak freely to me, telepathic.
How come you have that ability?
Kalishtar.
Okay.
You don't have to mimic sounds here in my mind. You can speak freely. No Kenkus have a particular issue.
I think she just likes talking like that. It's because it's more
Pause. No, pause. There's a big question here. Would you be defying my god by doing that?
No, because it's only temporary.
Oh, right. Because member because of the wings being removed. I just was wondering if I could do that.
No, you would not be.
Yeah.
This has been stated before about this from Jeremy Crawford
Awesome.
himself. No, it does
Awesome.
not. It does not actually counteract that. It's only temporary and it's telepathic. Technically, you can basically put the middle finger to him if you were just a warlock.
Nice. Well, there's some DMs that are like you can't even do mimicry of a sentence using different words. So
Yeah, this is one way you can speak freely to me, but anywhere outside of that, you still are restricted by the how
All
you
right.
have to mimic.
think cool.
All right, Alexander, what do you want to do? You walked all the way out there.
Try and perceive anything ahead.
Roll perception.
What's with the natural 20s? Fuck.
Today is a good day to play. All right. You notice two things. There's not a single thing out here, but you also notice that there's a, I guess the best way to explain that leads to the basement from here. The only thing that seems to hold it is a crowbar, but the crowbar's not even locked down.
I could gesture towards the others to come over.
The big elephant dude just waved to everyone to come over there.
All right.
I walk over.
It's free movement. You can just walk.
You can just walk
I know,
over here.
but
Okay.
that's what I did. That was my walking speed.
Zip.
Boop, boop. Look at that. Bonus. We set that guy on fire. That was pretty awesome.
Donka!
Smelled like chicken.
I'm eating chicken tonight. I'm eating chicken tonight. That's the other thing the bird says.
Technically, it's not cannibalism because they're not of my species.
Anywho.
That's literally what you're hearing in your head, by the way. I wonder if that's good with sweet and sour sauce.
Jesus Christ. Anywho.
Check for traps first before we mess with this one.
There's a crowbar, so it's something holding something in.
Yeah.
The bird gets the arrow ready and the stick. Are we gonna pick up a random rock and name it something and make it a poisonous rock today?
We're gonna get Kevin.
Kevin! Where's Kevin?
I'm back.
Get Kevin ready.
Apologies.
Welcome back.
You're
Sorry.
fine. So let's see. Who here is spellcasters? Kit, you clearly are. What is your spells that you have prepared?
Fuck it. I'll do
What's the
detect magic.
situation?
Are you going to ritual cast it, or just cast it?
I'll ritual cast it.
What are you ritual casting?
Detect magic.
Alright, takes you 10 minutes. Suddenly the big elephant dude pulls out a couple of maracas and shakes his thing. And
Doesn't cause too much noise. Don't even.
hey, it's my world, it's my imagination. I'll do whatever the hell I want. Anywho,
It's my character. I can describe what the hell he's doing.
what is he? All right, what is he doing?
No, go ahead.
Oh, you like the maracas? Then shut the fuck up. Anywho, you sense no magic. How far does that go?
It's 30 feet.
Magic is 30 feet.
3 feet of wood. Okay. Good news and bad news. Good news is you sense no magic on the door. Bad news is you can't sense past it.
It's a 3-foot thick thing of wood.
It's rich people's wood.
Okay.
Mahogany.
That is a 10-foot wide door that is 3 foot. That's a heavy as fuck. I can't open that.
Who says the lord of the house has to open it?
Apparently, he has fucking bodybuilders.
Apparently he had bodybuilders.
I'm sorry,
No,
are you more into D&D?
No, but I know I cannot lift that with my strength score, sir.
So, sorry, I missed a bunch. It seems. What's going on?
Well, we were going to ambush and knock out a goblin, and then they decided to natural 20 shoot him with a fire arrow.
Oof.
Yeah, but now he's
I
cooked in your head.
No, I asked, like, my character will remember the fact that he asked you to distract him behind him
Okay,
so I can knock him out.
Well, now he's distracted.
question,
No,
does ritual casting actually cause you to use a spell slot?
No, ritual
No.
casting
no, it does not.
No,
Okay.
it does not.
And I can check.
And you hold
Okay.
on to it for a good while too, about like an hour, I think.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10
Okay.
minutes. That's
Concentration. So if you get hit or stub your toe,
Yes.
it's a roll of con save.
Yeah.
Yeah, to keep it going.
All right. So
Is
what do you
it-
want? So what do you want to do with the door?
Kenku puts oil on the door.
There's not oil now on
That
the
will
door.
take so long to burn.
Kenku gets.
Maybe there's something that opens it from the inside.
You don't need to open it from the inside. There's a crowbar on the handles, but the crowbar's not locked down.
It's a 3 foot thick by
You know
10
what?
Hold on.
foot
Hold on.
long.
There's a crowbar on the handles on the outside.
Yeah.
So it's
Takes
trying to
the
keep
crowbar
something
off.
inside.
Yes,
Maybe.
but also the door is apparently 3 foot thick, 10 foot long, 5 foot wide.
Yeah, they still needed to. So whoever felt they needed to barricade it still from the outside to keep something from getting out.
That's about
Oh.
almost a 300-pound block of wood. Both doors.
You know, someone thought it wasn't enough to keep whatever inside from getting out, so they added the crowbar.
And weight. Whatever the fuck weight.
Whenever you two nerds are done
I'm
talking,
going to look for windows.
You're going to do what?
Look for windows.
All right. You look for both these windows. You see the outside. Oh, you want to look for that window? All right. Roll perception check.
by the way, I'm tying a rope to the crowbar.
Oh no.
Aw, take away my phone.
What?
We could take off the crowbar.
This is all you see.
No, I'm tying a rope to it. Whatever trap you want to be set up right here, go for it.
Okay, so.
I'm just pulling the trigger.
Okay, ready? Did you want me to get distracted here, or do you want to go in the back door?
Whichever way you want to go.
Who wants to go where?
I'm more so confused on how our characters know our subjective plans.
I'm
I don't even know what's
telepathically
going on.
linked to you.
Yes, to me, specifically, only me. How does the Luxodon know what you're doing?
I don't know.
Elephant intuition.
I don't know. All I saw was rope. I went to window. I'm gonna make big noise.
Why are we?
Sorry, what
Yeah,
happened?
whatever's
What
gonna
happened to
happen.
you pouring oil on this door?
Well, the oil's on the door, but they stopped me from lighting the flint.
It's gonna take so long to burn.
There.
Whatever.
I mean, you can burn it if you want.
Okay, well, fine. We'll go burn the door then.
I never said. I'm just saying it's going to take freaking forever.
Okay, anyway. Rope's on the crowbar, fucking standing back. Let's see. How far here?
What are you gonna do?
Okay.
I think that's good enough.
Apparently, there's telephones in D&D now, by the way.
There might be.
Kind of. There's been that since Acquisition Incorporated.
Yeah, Acquisitions Incorporated. That's why I said the telephone.
It's a sending stone
You have
that
a-
is in the shape.
You have an arrow. You have a crowbar with a bow with with a rope on it. What are you going to do?
Yoink.
All right, you yoink it. Nothing happens.
Not even with a strength check.
No, he just pulls it out, no problem.
Oh, it just pulls out the crowbar.
Alright. Well, at least that wasn't a trigger for something.
Nope. It was just a crowbar.
I'm gonna wait. Peek around
I'll
the corner.
reel the rope in, send the crowbar off to somebody. Anyone?
The crowbar is pretty old, but it's actually still usable, you think.
I'll
Bird
take the
waves.
crowbar.
The bird
Bird
leaves.
Rogue has the crowbar. Oh no, we're doomed.
Bird leaves. Where's Bird going?
I was peeking around. Oh, I was peeking around the corner and waiting for them to go down there. Because
Okay.
There's a window here, right?
Yes.
Is it open?
It's locked.
What's that tapping noise?
Sorry, that's me actually. It's me being nervous because you guys.
Bird holds out a hand for crowbar.
Are you going to just break the window?
I know you have one.
Bird nods. I might. In your head, you hear, "I might have one, but yours is also one, and yours might be a better crowbar than my crowbar."
I look at the crowbar. I walk over here. And then I just fucking chuck it through the window.
Claps
Oh, no.
happily.
Oh, wait, what did you do?
Up.
I know what she was gonna do with the crowbar. I don't even have to have her mentally tell me that. I figured out her character pretty quick.
So did you just toss? Roll a strength check or an athletics check.
Watch it be plexiglass and just bounces off and smacks you in the face.
If it hits the bird, I'm gonna die.
Oh no! It bounces.
It's not a 1, and I don't have to try. And mind you,
10.
it's
10.
an object
10.
that does not move.
10. 10 is the object that does not move.
Burb,
10
pick-
is the hit.
Burb.
No, it's 5.
Burb, pick a number between 1 and 4.
4?
Kate, pick a number between 1 and 4 that's not 4.
Me?
Is it 5 for Windows or 10?
It's 5 for any object that is unmoving.
I thought it was 10 for a door.
No,
Yeah.
that is equivalent to leather armor.
Kit, Kit, pick the number, please.
2, I said. Sorry.
Okay, here you go. The crowbar bounces off the window and hits the bird.
No.
Bird is now dead.
Burb takes
Bird
4
is
points.
not
Burb
bad.
takes 4 points of damage of bonk damage.
Bird gets bonked all the time. Come on now.
Now, just a quick aside though, if you look at the trajectory and the angle of the window, there's no possible way it could have hit me, unless he completely biffed the throw and didn't even hit the window to begin with.
Yeah.
Fucking
Well,
crowbar just boomerangs and hits you upside the head.
What's up, crowbar? Uses
Alright.
crowbar properly to wench open the window.
roll athletics with advantage.
Yay. Can I do it finessibly with tiny, delicate fingers? Because I have no strength. I'm a bird.
I'm just gonna walk over and help her.
I said with advantage with advantage
Yeah,
because you're using
I'm
a
a
crowbar.
bird. Yeah, I know.
Uh,
But I'm a bird. And I have 0 strength.
You actually get it open with 12 actually.
Awesome.
The moment you get it open, his hand comes out of nowhere and closes it.
Oh no, they didn't.
Is that a
You
mage
got 10
hand?
minutes.
Huh?
But do we have 10 minutes?
Yeah, you do. Nothing's happening right now. You got plenty of time.
Was that detect
I-
magic or?
No,
You
I
just-
will walk up
You
and I'll look at the mage hand.
you can't see it.
It's an invisible, unseen hand.
I'm gonna.
I would
open
like
up the
to
window.
ritual cast
and-
Unseen Servant into this space here.
Hmm.
Okay.
Luckily, it's a lower class elemental that has no mental telepathy or help.
Also, I'm moving back over here.
Also, I'm getting out of the way. Go ahead, bird. Go. Go in there. I
Unseen
go to the
servant.
window, I open up the window, and I use the crowbar to prop it open.
The moment you do that again, a mage hand, a ghostly hand does come out and closes again.
I
It,
look
it
very angry.
he does it every time before he gives you a chance. And your unseen servant goes off, and he goes, "How can I be up? Oh God damn it, not again!" And you just hear fighting sounds inside the thing as several hands seem to come out of nowhere and seem to be like punching and fisting something
Wait,
that's not there.
hold on. I'm going to let you know that they have a negative score of 1 in strength. That means they do no damage.
What these hands
all we see is
If it's
Yeah.
mage hand,
Mm-hmm.
is
My train does do damage.
you
it
don't
Mage
can't
does
do
no
any
damage.
melee damage. It
hold
has to
on.
have a knife.
Hold
if it's
on.
mage
I
hand,
didn't say it was mage hand. I just say it was a ghostly hand. I kept saying the mage hand because my mind went to mage hand.
Okay, well, if it's actually got a strength score of +1, it would
So
do 1 damage.
I gotta see. Hold on.
Because unarmed strikes need to have a +1 in
Yep.
strength.
All right.
It's that dumb.
2 points of damage. It disappears after getting the shit kicked out of it.
It has a D4. It's a monk.
Well, it's actually -1, but still.
No, unarmed just don't have. It's just a modifier. That's all it is.
Maybe. You don't
It's
know.
No, it's how unarmed strikes work. The only time you get a dice is if you're a monk.
It's a
Or
yeah.
creature.
See, if I
What
were
do you
to do an
expect?
unarmed strike here, I get a +2 to hit, but the damage is just
2.
2. No, that's 2 hit. The damage is literally just 1. There's no roll for it.
There you go. Even the system itself knows that.
Yeah, see, I can hit this as many times as I want. The damage is just going to be 1.
So that
how much health does unseen servant has?
1.
One.
Basic.
That doesn't
So
matter. You're
if it
complaining about
has
nothing.
no. The main thing was just seeing like, okay, that's a way to know that it has a +1 strength. It's good
It
information.
does have an AC.
And
Yeah.
they rolled an 18.
You just don't know
Oh.
what's going on here. I accidentally
I
said.
don't
I
know.
will admit, I accidentally said mage hand, but it's not mage hand.
Okay. All right.
I believe I
So
corrected myself by saying it's a ghostly hand.
You know what? How tall is this? How tall is this window?
It's literally to your mid chest and below.
I'm just gonna pull it open and hold it open.
You're gonna hold it open. All right.
Yeah.
I
The second you do that, several hands come out in the shadows and start grabbing for grabbing for the window.
all right. I immediately stab one of them.
All right.
Are they able to actually pick me up?
No, they're not going for you. They're going for the window.
Oh.
But go ahead and roll the hit.
Has combat started in any shape or form?
I'm going to roll in the window.
You're gonna what? Go ahead, roll athletics.
Roll in.
Okay, roll into the window. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to.
Acrobatics.
Hold on.
Wow. Okay, sorry.
Okay,
I
we're
do
gonna
that
have to.
sometimes.
We're gonna have to do this for now.
I'm holding. DM told me to hold, so that roll doesn't count.
Are we rolling initiative now?
Yes, we are.
So don't forget to click your token and then roll.
Can,
All right,
can,
right.
can I roll in the window first?
Yes.
Beautiful. Ah!
I feel like any attempts at stealth are like pointless at this point. Maybe.
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, you did got a goblin. You just don't know what's going on in this scenario.
Yeah,
No
that's why I
idea.
was trying to get. That's why I was trying to knock
Why are
him
we
out.
even here again?
I'm gonna pull out my raping sword.
You're here to see if you can find the orb of Window XD, I guess.
Window X.
Orb of windows.
All right, hold on. Let me get this going properly. All right, first person is Kate or Kit.
It.
You're not in combat, but this is just to organize what the hell's going on.
I gotta roll.
Not in combat. Let's see. I guess I will just so I don't move too much. I'm gonna move over here so I can better see what's going on. I think that was 30. And I really don't know what else to do, so
Liz, how did you get in there?
You just said that they could roll in.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the roll, but it's fine, whatever. Okay, that's that's all you're gonna do, just to get a closer look in.
You said I could roll in.
like
Yeah, yes. I'm
initially
sorry. I'm
wasn't
sorry,
sure.
Kate. I mean, Liz.
Okay.
All right. Please understand, I'm just trying to keep this chaos organized. It's the hands. Is that it? That's all you're gonna do, Kit?
For now, I guess I don't know what else to do right now. So
You can roll a perception check to see if you actually can see deeper in.
perception is not my best, but I'll roll. Nope.
All right. Was unable to see through the chaos of what's going on as the Loxodon pretty much plays the game, keeps away of many stretching hands from the darkness. As you see, the bird pretty much jumps and rolls in from the thing. The Loxodon managed to actually pulls the whole window from the frame. It's the hands turns, and the hands are going to actually try to pull the Loxodon's window frame from away from the window. So 1 second. So it's going to be plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus 6. Uh, 7, 8. All right, Lexodon, you have a competing thing of athletics against them.
14.
Yeah, they're trying to pull it away from you, but they're having no chance with your size and weight. All right, that's all they're going to do for now. Alexander, you're up again.
Well, y'all two going in or not? I'm looking at the other two. And kind of offering a way to get the fuck in there at the same time.
Well, the Loxodon just says, "Are you guys are going in?" He says to Kate and to the other guy,
Holland.
Holland.
Just waiting for him right there.
All right, then I guess it's your turn then. Is the only thing you're gonna do, Alexander? Just gonna play keep away?
I'm gonna keep the window open, and with my other hand, I'm gonna help them get in there.
All right, they get advantage of trying to roll in with athletics. All right, Holland, you're in. Roll acrobatics to go in with advantage because you're having help. In you go. Swoosh!
I can't see much more than what's going on here.
Give me a second, dude. Any of you have dark vision?
Nope.
Nope.
That's all you're
Daytime.
getting.
Yes.
How much dark vision do you have?
60 feet if I'm not mistaken. Oh,
Where are you getting your dark vision from?
hold on a minute.
Kenkus do not have dark.
Just hold on.
I thought, yeah, that's what I thought so too.
Hold on a
I have.
second. Yeah, just hold on. My hunting expertise, and my expertise is actually in the Underdark things. So I have your hold on, sorry. Natural environment, and you are adapt in that, but is that only working because in the other game you allowed that in all, but is that only working in the Underdark now?
In the other game, I think I was like not planning for your character for to be here as long as it has. I'm gonna be honest in that
Okay.
territory.
Okay.
I think that's only gonna work in the Underdark for now.
Alrighty.
To tell you the truth, I thought there was gonna be like one-off characters. So, in all fairness, I gave more leeway that way. Kate, go ahead. You're up. Unless Memphis wants to pass her turn. Unless, what do you want to do, Liz?
I'm going to go over here then and stick to the wall.
Roll
Go about
stealth.
there then. Okay.
All right, you rolled stealth.
Yes.
All right, Kate, you're up.
I guess since everyone else is going in, I'll follow suit. I will hit guidance on myself, and then you said roll acrobatics with advantage.
Yes, because you're getting help from the Lexodon.
So I guess I'll roll acrobatics twice.
I don't think the Lexodon can fit through the window, considering how big he is.
Yep.
Then
In you go.
okay.
Basically, I'm hoping everyone else can, unlock the front door since they're in now.
That's not the problem with the front door. Unlocking it wasn't an issue. It's the bell trap or something
There's
on the
a
door.
definitely
Yeah.
trap on the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was a trap. Oh, yeah.
All right. They're gonna try to pull the window again. It's a +6. 7, 8, 18. You have Alexander.
Natural 20.
They're not getting. They're not. They're budging as hard as they can, but there's nothing. They're not attacking you in any shape or form. They just got no chance. It's kind of sad.
It's like an arm wrestling match with a child.
Elephant too strong.
Alexander, it's your turn again. What do you want to do?
Is there any undead around?
You don't know
You have
yet.
no idea. But I would guess with
With
these ghostly hands, probably.
with my primordial awareness, I should, within, if I'm not mistaken, 6 miles, understand if there's aberrations, undead.
Oh, you know for a fact
fiends.
this house is haunted.
Okay, so what do I feel? Do I feel aberrations? Do I feel fiends? Do I feel undead? What do I feel?
You feel apparitions and ghastly specters. And you probably think you feel something worse, but you're not 100% sure what the third one is. But you do.
You won't know the location in
No,
them.
no, there's no location. I won't know any location of any of them. I'll
But
just know
if you're trying to feel
how's.
the nature of those hands, they feel serviced. They feel like
Well, I
service
won't.
hands.
Okay. It's just a 6 mile radius, so and it's usually favored terrain, but yeah.
All right, Alexander, what are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna lower the window back to where it was
The moment you
at my own pace.
the moment you
Fucking
do,
with the hands.
the moment you do, the hands. Oh, god damn it! I have to delete all these hands just to.
It's a neat effect though.
Thank you. The moment you do, as the hands pull and whatnot, and eagerly coax you on to pull it, even though you're slowly doing it. The moment the hands actually feel that the window is back in its frame and whatnot, they actually use some kind of weird paste that they actually got from muds and whatnot, and seem to seal it. And the moment they were done with the windows, they actually float around and actually pick up the mess that you guys made on your way in. Like pick up the cups you may have dropped, pick up the table you may have flipped.
They're servants.
That's the feeling she's
Are
getting.
they repeating the same action over and over again?
Yes, they are.
And just one action and no other action?
Yes, they are. And it seems like the moment they stop repeating these actions, if something disturbs their routine.
I go up to one of the hands. Is there a hand that's picking up, let's say, an ashtray or something?
Yes, there is.
I take it away.
It tries to reach for their ashtray.
I walk over to the window.
Yes?
I look at my two compatriots, or the two. And wave the ashtray. And what's grabbing it and trying to hold on to the ashtray?
All right.
And and I'm going to mentally go. Yeah, it seems that they're set to repeat one action over and over again.
Mm.
If they were
So
set to repeat one action over and over again, that means they're also making the mess.
yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk around.
Huh.
All right. You walk
So they're
around.
making a mess
I
and then they're cleaning
can't
it up.
move my token for some reason.
Want to know how you would tell?
Try again.
We can either wait for them to clean up the mess and then see which one is actually making the mess.
I
I'll
throw
refresh
the
the page.
ashtray.
Even if you do wait for them to pick up the mess and whatnot, they just keep repeating it over and over again. Even if nothing seems to be done, it seems like they go throughout the whole room, or at least from where you can see, away from not from the darkness. Can you still not move your token, Alexander?
No, I can.
Okay.
I just hit the refresh.
Okay.
Isn't it daytime right now?
Yes, it is.
Hmm.
I did
And where the
speak.
hell's the natural lighting of the sun hitting the window?
That's as far as it can go, since none of them have dark vision.
That's
Hmm.
spooky.
So it's dark in here?
Yes, it is.
It's apparently pitch darkness past 5 feet in.
Does anyone have detect magic to see if this is a
I
magic?
point towards the guy who's outside.
I put my hand wing to my head and go. I look around.
You do. You
I
do.
look outside.
You do have a fire thing starting and whatnot on you.
They said no fire. I take out my torch.
Sorry.
I take out my torch.
All right. How far is your torch lights up?
10 feet bright light, 10 feet dim light.
That's 20
Okay.
foot bright, 20 foot dim.
Thank you. 20 foot bright, 20 foot dim. Oh. Huh. Now. And then all of a sudden, the hands go over, kill someone, spectral dies.
It is odd that they attacked the unseen servant and not, you guys.
I look towards one of the unseen, the hands.
All right.
Wait. I look back over to the Luxodon outside. I motion, could try to get his attention a little bit.
All right. You got his attention. I'm not gonna make you roll for that.
Could you come here? Like I try to wave him over.
The window is closed, so it's hard to hear her.
Wait, hold on. He was looking directly at him. Was there any magic on them? It would detect that, and it would also tell the school
Yeah,
of magic from it.
I still have detect magic up.
Yeah, you do, but I don't know if you have the ability to
It would-
sense cursed ghosts.
If there's, in fact, no magic on them, that's important. I look towards one of the hands, and I ask,
Yes.
could you motion us to, first off, would it be so nice of you to light the room up for us?
The moment you say that, every hand in the room lines up right in front of you, and they actually fought each other for a second, like literally some slap fight, and they pretty much give a motion of nodding, and they all immediately start lighting up the room.
Well, look at that. All you had to do was ask.
And they go right back to their positions. They did it so fast, so eagerly, that it's almost like they were hoping someone would give them orders.
Huh. I've got a thing.
I quickly hold a hand up to Kit, and it's like, in your head, or on the head of our Kenku, you're going to hear, do not mention the owner of the house. I have a bad feeling in my gut about that. And then I'm going to look, and I'm going to temporarily sever this connection for a second. Anytime I can move it to people, but I have to take an action to do it. And I can do that indefinitely. And I'm going to connect up to Kit. Do not mention the owner of the place. I have a bad feeling about it. Either he's dead, or they don't like the fact that he might be dead.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look towards Luxodon. I don't have to touch you to do this. I just have to see you. I'm gonna repeat the same thing to you, and then I'm gonna reestablish connection with Kenku. Okay. Well, we can. Oh, how about this?
I, uh,
Go ahead, Kit.
I wanted to ask the hands a command thing, see if it worked.
What do you mean?
How's it?
Sure.
Hello there. Would you kindly disarm the house traps, please?
They do look at the fact that when you try to interact with them, but unfortunately they seem to be. It seems like they stand there watching you for a moment, and went back to work. It seems like roll an insight on that.
Insight. Oof. All right. Can I,
It may not be in their skill ability to do so, or their orders to do so.
okay.
But while you were doing that, another hand does come up and actually hands you a lantern.
Oh, thank you. I'll take the lantern.
It's unlit
And-
now, but it can be lit.
All right. I'll light the lantern. See what happens. Why not?
All right. The lantern gives you pretty much a whole room to light up at the moment you enter it, or at least as much as a little more than a normal, lantern, a normal torch, anyways. It seems to be a bullseye torch, or lantern.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks.
Yeah, it seems to have a V cone of effect, so it's forward instead of around.
Right.
Oh, Burb, are you still hurt?
Yes.
One of the hands, literally waves in front of you, and is actually holding up a cloth with a little tin can in it.
Tin can?
When you open it, it smells like healing aloe.
Put healing aloe on. Yay. Hopefully I don't die.
Roll medicine.
Woohoo, 6.
+2, and you heal 8 points of damage from the aloe.
Oh. Shankar! Okay. Yeah. Yay. I thumbs up to the house and the hands, and I go over here. When I look at that thing,
Yeah, you see one of the hands trying to clean up the blood desperately, and it's fresh blood. Well, not fresh. It's clearly icky.
I'm gonna look at telepathic friend of mine and kind of mentally say, "Put your servant up again."
Oh, I look towards Kit, and seems our bird friend wants you to put up your servant.
Oh, and have it help clean.
No.
Um,
Do you want
alright.
it to clean? It doesn't
Where-
seem like the hands quite liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know they attacked it.
So it would make it do something to see if it goes for the unseen servant, because none of them went for us or helping us.
I can barely hear her.
None of them are going after us.
Right.
So they went after your unseen servant.
And so they might not like it if I bring it out again.
Here's a good question. Is there any paper? Wait, hold on. Don't I?
Yes, there is. It's very old. It's yellowed from the sun, but there is definitely paper.
I need some paper, and if I can find a I have an oil. Anybody have a pen?
I do
I wave
not.
my forgery kit.
All right. Well, if you can procure me a pen.
Pass you pen.
Okay. I walk up to one of the servants. Could you write why you attacked our servant? I am sorry that we had to pull him in. We couldn't quite figure out a way to safely end here. We're trying to figure out what happened.
He writes down the words, "The lady did not invite him."
Ah, there. So that's why. I'm guessing we are invited.
Do you ask him to write down an answer?
Yes.
Very much so.
Okay. Are the traps only active to an invited person?
What traps?
The traps on the front door. There was a rune carved into it.
What
The carpet.
traps?
I fold up the paper that
Okay.
way,
What traps?
and I'm just gonna look towards Kit, and I motion towards that way. That doesn't have a door. Let's kind of start moving that way.
Okay then.
Perfect timing on the creaking floor.
Uh, I all right. Well, as far as I can tell, we are invited here. Our Luxodon friend is. We still need to get him inside. Him in.
What do
Any
you ask?
ideas on how to get him inside?
Do you ask that out loud?
Yes. I didn't think of that.
One second. Let me pause you guys there for a moment. Alexander, while you're outside, you can hear something to your forward ahead of you. It's some grumbles and some chit chatter. And before you even realize what it was, you can actually see the shoulder and head of something that actually turned away from you, as if it did not see you. Over here. You want to roll a perception check to see what it is?
I think he's muted.
Alexander?
You said that I heard it.
Yeah, it sounded like idle talking of small people.
All right.
And it came from that direction, ahead of you.
18.
It sounds like goblins, two of them. And by how they're talking, or how slow they're moving, they might be archers on guard. Do you speak goblin?
Nope.
Then all you hear is Ratataska, Miedamisva, Miedavafof, Ematafe.
Hmm. I'm gonna start approaching them.
Alright, are you do it stealthily or do you just walk?
Gonna walk.
All right. The moment they turn to hear you walking, one of the goblins go, in there, Rrr! And they point their bows and arrows at you.
I just kind of lift up my hands.
Roll persuasion to see if you can see if they can understand that you're surrendering or not attacking. I'm going to roll 2 of this. Not bad. Okay.
How many horseshoes you want, Angel?
They don't attack you right away for some strange reason, even though they have no reason to listen to you. They do look at each other.
Either of you speak common?
Oh, Jackie boy.
Hello.
Hey, Jackie.
I don't know who Jackie is, I think.
He's our other friend that was. We're gonna see if he wanted to join.
Okay, cool.
We're currently in a session.
I'm going to see if there's a small chance of them knowing common. I'm going to roll high or low. You pick.
I'm gonna go high.
Alright, let's see what happens. Alright. Apparently one of them can speak common. They go, "Hey, intruder, interloper. Not welcome. Yaraska taska. Chop chop, leave. Or we chop you up. Sacrifice you to great Womasoga."
Huh. Exactly why do I need to leave?
You are not welcome. You are not great ownership of land. You are a strange creature. Strange no fun. Yaroska. We will sacrifice you to Rapatoska if you do not leave. This is
And who is Rapatoska?
Rapatoska. They look at each other for a moment. Rapatoska. It is. Oh shit. Where's my? Oh, there it is. Ignore that. It is common word for Alice. Malice. Yes, Malice. Leave. You're too big. We need average size. We need normal people. Human blood. Much better. Stay shiny for a long time.
Can I make a history check on this?
It's gonna be with disadvantage since the only word they know they seem to describe to you as the word malice. But yeah, you can roll a history check
At disadvantage?
with disadvantage. You just need to get above, I'm gonna say 10.
Should
What's going on here?
I don't know. I chose to roll with disadvantage, so I guess it didn't program it to do that.
No, I think it did. You just have to. You see that thing with the big, fuck me. How do I explain?
Oh no, I started it. Either way, it's a 5.
Yeah, the fact that the only clue you got is the word malice, and his broken English is not really helping you. You have no idea what it is, but it does seem like they are about to attack. Unless you can roll another persuasion to calm them the fuck down. Or you want to do something else entirely, or actually fight them.
Does it have to do anything with this house here? And I kind of like gesture over towards it, pointing to it.
Roll persuade. You still have not said anything to calm them down. Unless you want to use that as your persuasion to calm down the idle conversation.
That's what I'm doing, holding idle conversation currently.
The considering that it's common, it really bothers them. It may be better for them just to attack you. So, roll with disadvantage persuasion.
Dirty 20. Oh wait, disadvantage? Hold on.
Disadvantage, yeah.
I'll roll again then. Sad as crap.
Oh, they're attempting.
I knew that was gonna happen.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in a moment. All right, back inside the house. As you say the question out loud, you heard a voice says, "Well, there's always the back door. Such creaky incidentals, unjust for a lady ourselves."
So are you either a hand or are you around the corner?
Come in, come in. Do not hide in the darkness, my friend. You are
We are
welcome.
in as much light as we can because we can't see shit in here.
Such language, but do come in further. Come in further, I say.
Why not?
Alright, I'm gonna say you lit up the whole room and you see a woman in a purple dress. Oh, hold on. This thing is fighting me.
That's dark. That's dark, not
Darkness,
light.
it's coming in.
You see a woman in a purple dress. She seems to be smiling on you. Who has the specter sense and whatnot?
Well, actually, it is for. Well, no, even they're using the primal awareness ranger. They wouldn't see an aura or anything.
No,
They would
but
just know it's in an area.
okay, yeah.
And they're not here. Yeah.
Okay, well. Anywho, you can tell by the way how calm she is and how flowy her actions are. She's definitely a ghost. She asks, "Well, dearies, what brings you to the house of Managreson? Managresus? To the mansion? Hmm? We don't get many visitors here, especially after the accident. Or incident. Or an
In
interruption, whatever you want to call it."
Oh, Liz is back.
Sorry, my neighbors are going a bit crazy.
It's quite alright.
you investigation, as far as I remember, trying to figure out what happened here.
You're supposed to, if you're actually feigning ignorance, roll deception with disadvantage. But if
Quick
you actually,
reminder: exactly what are we here to do?
you're supposed to look for the orb of Mungresia.
We're looking for an orb, apparently.
Yeah, we're here to investigate whether or not that's here. Or
If it's here or not, still.
gotcha.
And you're doing it on behalf of Lord Swift, who claims to have connections to this house. Although
Do we
mentioning
know
Lord
the
Swift, if you on your aggression is your choice.
Well, I am here to investigate for the most part on what has happened here at this point, but also not only that, technically here to find something. Something from somebody else. They either lost it here, uh, or trying to find out where it's. Couldn't quite go through the front door that had a literal bomb in it.
She believes
And
everything you say to be true, at least to your knowledge. And she states, "Well, if that's true, anything of this value of this house is long gone. Before we rose up again, some looters definitely came through, and the boys who came through earlier definitely, well, should I say clean up the place? However, if you're here for someone else's behalf, you may want to let Lady Exandria know."
well, apparently we've been invited here. That's
Yes, Lady Exandria saw you from the window. She allows you in. And she allowed
okay.
me to wait for you down here.
Ooh, ooh. Do I see our Luxodon friend through the window here on my left?
The moment you actually look outside for the window, you actually see what it looks like, what actually sounds, the windows is very dirty. Very, very dirty. But the moment you actually try to look outside the looks of the Luxodon, you actually could have sworn you saw him for a moment, and it seemed like he had his weapon over his head.
Okay. All I have to do is see him. That's the important bit. in our Kenku's head, they're going to hear for a second. I'm cutting this connection because I need to know what the heck's going on out there. And then I will sever the mental connection between me and them and reconnect back up with their look.
All right, I'm gonna allow the fact that you'll sound for a freak second that you can reconnect with him.
Only takes 6 seconds. How are things going out there?
You hear that the moment as you see 2 arrows whiz by your head.
Wait, I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Sorry. I had to make sure I was unmuted. We have a bit of a situation as he ducks under the fucking arrows.
I look towards her lady. One of my friends is currently being attacked outside by
Oh,
something.
oh
So-
yes, those guard goblins. They always come around every 6 hours or so, quite consistently, mind you. They do follow that terrible man. What was his name? Yellow Scar or something like that.
Would it be fine if I open up this window for a second and tell them not to attack him?
He stares at you. She stares at you for a moment and thinks about it. It is a bad idea to let in a draft, but go ahead, dear.
We're here, really calm, and then I open up the window as quickly as I can, and then I look out the window and say, "Stop that! Stop that right now! Don't shoot him! You'll upset the lady. I think. Yes, you'll do it. Stop."
A few arrows have shot at you.
Did they shoot at me?
Yes, they did.
I am inside this building, sir, and I'm not being.
Oh,
I look back in towards the lady. They just shot arrows at me. I look back.
Hang on. The moment you did that, the moment you turn around, she was right behind you, and she was staring daggers at the goblins who actually put an arrow inside the house. And the moment the goblins saw her, they stopped and actually started backing away. I was like, Daska.
I look at them. Rude! I'm just. Very rude!
Rude indeed. Anywho, they're not allowed in any shape or form, but I believe your friend is not in danger anymore. Am I correct there, Mr. And by the way, you see no one or hear anyone, Alexander. The moment you turn around to see them, to look at them, you see no one. But the moment the camera goes back inside, and these two actually, they can hear her and see her for just fine. He doesn't seem to respond to me. I guess the arrows must have winged at him a little.
Did you not hear her? Upsidon, Fred? Could you hear me?
Tater?
I was gonna take my stick. Check her a little. With my stick.
You have your stick with you, a very large stick.
Yes. Well, no, it's a medium size. Well, yeah, it's a thick stick.
Alright, you have your big stick with you.
And I poke at the lady.
He doesn't poke her.
I look at them.
You felt the poke back, by the way.
I can feel the poke back.
You feel the poke back, yes.
Hmm.
Strange bird you have there.
They're very odd.
Yes, I remember when the Cancun first showed up, everyone considered them quite a delicacy.
Oh no.
At first.
Shoots her an evil glance.
I look at you, and I look back towards the Luxdon. 1 second. Reestablish connection. Don't forget what you just thought of the goblins a minute ago. So,
Open that up window. Rolls outside window. Get my rapier out. Look at the Lexodon.
Tater, are you there?
What is going on outside?
You can see some arrows in the ground for sure. They look like
Arrows?
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna give it to you. They look like goblin arrows for sure. More primal than normal. But that's all you know. You don't see the goblins anywhere though. The Loxodon just seems to be frozen in place.
Out of fear of tiny goblins with bows.
Mm-hmm.
Walk up, wave my hand in front of Lexodon's face. Poke Lexodon with stick.
Look, the Loxodon is poked a few times with a stick.
Alright.
How thick is this stick?
Pretty big.
Look at Lexodon knee. Look at Lexodon. Look at Lexodon toes. Decide Lexodon toes are too thick. Oh, someone went to get food. How horrible, Tay. I apologize. Tap Lexodon on head.
Anywho, do you mind closing those windows for me, dear? It lets in the bloody of a draft.
Yes.
Put my head out and go, ah! And I shake my head.
I will remind you in your head, I have re-established connection with you.
I go, no. Try leaving the window open. Open up the other window.
This window? Because she's demanding the windows be closed.
No, open up the one that's beside them and look at the Lexodon not moving.
I will remind you that the Loxodon couldn't climb through the windows before.
But the Lexodon's not moving right now.
But that
And you were shot with arrows.
no, I was not shot. I was shot at.
Okay, but you're shot at
Alright,
with
what's
arrows.
happening?
Hold on, pause. You're shot at with arrows from things that we can't see.
No. They were goblins. You just didn't see them.
Why is this one frozen?
He's not. He's just AFK.
Oh, I thought he was enchanted the way.
No, we were just making fun of it.
Oh. Whack
Alright,
Lexodon.
what's going on since I went off to get food?
You were being
Whack Lexodon.
You've been poked in the butt
I
and
know I
the
didn't.
side, and you've been poked a lot.
Walk back inside. They made it seem like you were charmed by.
No, we never did. I literally was trying to get his attention that we just found out he was AFK.
I literally typed in fucking Roll20 BRB food.
Yeah.
Well, no one can read.
No, I came back and I asked in character, and
Just
I took it at what Angel said as in character.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dear. I was just having some fun.
Yeah. Okay.
But I knew he was gone. I just let you get poking the hell out of him because it was like funny.
Is he charmed? What's going on here?
Anywho,
Why did you get?
To get Alexander up to date. Alexander, you were being shot at by goblin arrows for a moment until the goblin saw the ghost figure inside. However, the moment the ghost figure inside actually tried to speak to you and whatnot, you heard nothing and see nothing.
And then you froze and you weren't moving while I was hitting you with a stick, so I found it very confusing.
Yes.
I thought the ghost did something too.
Anywho, the ghost does demand the windows be closed, though.
I point at the elephant friend.
They are wanting to know if there's a safer way to get to our elephant friend inside.
The back door, if it's still not. In fact, one moment, please.
And I'm gonna my friend said, safe way. No monsters to feed us to, please.
If you have the ability to cut some wires, I said quad instead of cut some wires, I believe you should be able to have your friend in the back door. Though that's be his decision.
Wires?
I will go ahead and start closing the windows, and I will reestablish connection to him. Okay, so apparently there's some wires in the back door that you can maybe cut, get inside, but
No.
Is this way? This way? Okay.
could you show us the way as well so we can have a look at these wires from our side?
It's not.
I'm just gonna walk around.
It's not far from here, dearies. Although the sooner you meet Lady Exadia, the better. All right, here's the door.
Genku's gonna do this sticking out the side of my mouth and run towards the door. Shoulder first.
You run into the door.
Yeah, I'm trying to bust down the door. I want to be cool. No,
I'm gonna stay back here. Yes.
I've actually what I'm gonna do is open up the door nicely.
All right.
I'm
Isn't
trying
there
to
wires
figure
that
the
they had to
wires.
cut?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. That's why I was gonna kick it.
Oh.
Really? Yep. No, where are you going? You've already triggered the trap.
Roll a dex save. Roll dex
I'm a
save.
nimble. I'm nimble.
Dex save.
I did.
That hits you.
Ow. Oh, I didn't do save. Sorry. I'm gonna do save.
Oh,
That
yeah,
has
okay.
two
That would
added.
still be the same.
Yeah, no, 2 added to my deck save, actually. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll
Does it
allow.
Yeah.
I'll
have
allow
a-
it. I'll allow it. Go ahead and roll your dex
Okay.
save.
Unless I'm mistaken, I'm just gonna pause because I get confused with the page. I don't want to be rude.
Your dex save should be right below your. 1 second. It's a dexterity save, so hang on. Let me look at your character sheet. Although I think you really can't do any better than plus 5.
No.
It's
Okay.
it's
Okay. Keep going. I got a picture.
Hold on.
Unless I'm confused. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure this out.
Liz,
Yeah.
what?
can you not add 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or should I say
What?
add 3 because it's 7?
Thank you.
So what's your dexterity modifier?
Or
All right.
add 2.
All right. So, okay.
Thank you. That's what I meant. My
Okay.
page is all messed.
It's 16 for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's what I. Thank
Okay.
you.
So that
Okay,
beats.
so 16. Yeah, no, that would be
that
that
beats
would be
that beats a
plus-
15. So she's fine.
So your dex is 16, right? That mean plus 3
No,
and plus
my
2.
dexterity is 20.
Oh, your dexterity is 20. Okay, yeah, that would be plus 2.
You still take half of this.
But if you look at my page, I take half. Ah!
Yeah, you take half.
Ah.
The
Angel.
yeah. What's up, Ruby? You feeling better?
Yeah.
All right. I'll allow. If you can actually retain some information, I'll allow you in a bit. Okay.
Okay.
Let me just get past this part because I haven't gotten in properly yet. All right. All right. You take half of 11, which is, I guess, 5.
Always round up with damage.
So yeah, 5.
You round.
Yeah.
You see your friend after busting out the door, some arrows on her back, but she's fine.
Take out the arrows, put in my backpack.
You got 2 arrows.
Spit on my hand to put that on the wound.
Tater, are you there? Tater,
What? Me?
are you there?
Yes. I'm here.
Please
I'm
wake
gonna
up.
come back, and I'm gonna wait.
I'm eating, motherfucker.
Oh, I forgot.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
God damn, I said I was getting food. Fuck's sake.
Let me eat.
My bad.
How's it going, man?
Anywho,
I can hear everything that's going on. I just can't say shit whenever I have food in my mouth because I don't want to be rude.
all right. Let me expedite this. You're finally in. All right.
Okay, I'm in.
Awesome.
Awesome. So, the ghostly figure says, "Welcome, and welcome to House Manargey. For now, I'm going to have to ask you to all put away your weapons, and kindly walk upstairs with me. We're going to meet Lady Desagrea, or Isagrea.
Well, knowing the rest of this house, is it trapped?
Don't worry, the inside of the house is trapped. Only the outsides are, or the parts that lead outside.
All right. Y'all coming?
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right,
The
I'm going
the
to.
birds just kind of casually wave off every now and
Curiosity.
then. No, I'm staying in the room. I'm staying behind.
Are you staying
I
behind?
wanted because I wanted to search and pillage.
You want to search and pillage a ghost house?
These rogues being rogue.
She's
They're not a
already
rogue.
She's
I know
arranged.
she's not. Trust me. I know
I'm an
she's not.
assassin. I'm an
But Kinku's
assassin.
being Kinku.
All right,
Cuckoo.
since Tater's eating, I think it's gonna have to take a good 10-minute break here. All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
okie dokie.
Meanwhile, you set up whatever the hell is upstairs.
That's a good idea, actually.
Yay. Oh.
Um,
All right. Let me just get.
um,
Are you sure you still sound like you're a little out of it?
okay.
I know it's hard to ask if anyone's having fun, considering the fact that we hardly did anything. Due to the fact that you guys are actually so damn scared to move forward.
After a fireball trap and several traps, yeah, no, precaution is what you call dungeon crawling.
I hope.
I personally don't deal with horror situations very well, so.
Well,
Oh no,
I don't think I can
I'm just
jump
letting
scare
other
you in
people do.
D&D. I mean,
I
I
don't
don't.
know. Explosion trap was pretty jump scary. Just saying.
You need someone who has the bravery feat.
Oh boy.
Oh no, I have a lot of observant feet that I like to make sure I don't get traps.
Is there room for somebody?
Yeah, if you want to join, yes.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, and
You
then you
you
have
got a
to.
little question. Where I need a little context on what's going on because I need to figure out something with this.
You are sent into this mansion that's all the way in the ruins of Spexia from Port de la Malle from the Lord named Swift. Lord Swift managed to actually obtain a favor from Angel to the fact that he actually saved Angel and the refugees from a nest of purple worms. Lord Swift, however, also has a grip on Blue Feather's associates, and at least one of them, at least the druid, being that he's in a coma. Um, she's also trying to rebuild the town after her town after being attacked by purple worms and whatnot. And other things. The heroes that are in this scenario right now are actually continuously moving forward, and they are in a haunted house full of ghosts, specters, and apparently goblins and goblins as well.
Okay, can I just be a friendly skeleton that they find? Please, please let me do this.
All right,
Please let me do this.
I have an
I just want
idea.
to be a gentlemanly skeleton that they find.
Okay, if you allow me to do this to you,
Being an NPC.
if you allow me to do this to your character, I would have to make it that this character is Lady Swiss's not Lady Swift. God damn. How do I introduce you?
I can just walk out a door and be like, "The fuck? What are you doing in my house?"
It's not your house. It's the Managria's house. But I have an idea how to introduce you. I have an
Okay.
idea.
I don't know why, but you said the haunted house thing, and I was like, I've always wanted to play just like a skeleton character. I think that'd be fun. I don't even know if that's a playable thing, but I think that'd be fun.
We have animated armors and whatnot. Yes, it's a possible thing.
All right.
Go ahead. Do your best to make a token and whatnot, and I'm going to PM you and how I'm going to introduce you.
Okay. Do you just want me to like form kind of like a character out of it, or?
Can everyone leave for a second except him?
Why don't you just take him to a different room?
We can
So
just go
all of
back
us
into
leave.
swing
Yeah,
you both
we can
out.
go to lobby for.
1 second, fine. I'll go to fucking lobby because I have to adjust everything. God fucking damn it.
I also wanted to offer too because I wanted to kind of help move things along with it,
Yeah.
and like me being that character, I can help that.
I can make you that the fact that you're an entourage of Bluefeather and whatnot. Um, Bluefeather is a agent of the pretty much that makes things happen around Sword Coast, and she apparently pretty much has to do the same thing here. You know for a fact Bluefeather was actually trying to become a queen in the Wild Mounts, but it never happened. So she called in a favor, essentially asking for you to come in to help her adventures out to make sure they move things forward.
Yeah, like kind of make sure I keep an eye on them and make sure they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, at the same time, she tells you there's possibly one of the people that you're supposed to be keeping an eye on might be a spy. She doesn't know who, but she's pretty sure one of them is a spy. Or at least she
Okay.
has a hunches anyway.
Okay, I could work with that. Yeah.
All right. I'm thinking of either dropping you in by either a airship that you were literally dropped in a barrel for an airship right through the goddamn roof, or that you were actually stuffed into the backpacks and whatnot, and you're just not waking up. I don't know how.
I don't like the backpack one too. I like that. I just be like, okay, what? Where am I?
There is a suit of armor there, however.
Okay.
I can say the suit of armor was never there, and you're in it.
Okay.
You see that suit of armor? Actually, no. Are you in roll 20?
I am not actually.
All right. Do you have the app 20 Beyond 20 in your for D&D Beyond?
I do not. I don't believe.
Okay, I can get you. Do you have a D&D Beyond account?
Yeah, I can go on it. One
All
sec.
right. 1 second then. Let me get you the you probably need. You only need one extension, I think.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say like I don't have anything for D&D Beyond, so if there was something I need with that, I wouldn't be able to. But
Do you use Chrome?
I can use Chrome. I'm using Firefox currently, but
Firefox might have the same extension, so you might want to look into it. So hang on, let me just link you. God damn it, I did it again. Why am I having a hard time? It's slow moving because they're scared, and I understand they want to live, but they need to get moving one way or the other.
which is why I'm going to do the skeleton that's like, I'm brave, I'll move first and step in, just get shot, and then go, alright.
Well, now was that so painful? Technically, yes, but not the point.
I don't feel pain anymore, but it still rather sucks.
I was gonna hope you can do the whole talk.
I was thinking about that, but I might do like the kind of just more like,
Gentlemanly.
yeah,
How so?
I'm here in representation.
I'm here in representation of Bluefeather.
God. Alright, let's see. Okay.
And if anyone asks who's your creator, just say Jack is your creator.
Okay.
As to keep an eye on Bluefeather, or else help Bluefeather. Help keep an eye on Bluefeather, and help her as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Indeed, yes.
Check if Firefox has that, but let me know when you're done making your character on D&D Beyond, and I'll get you a link to the campaign.
Okay. Okay, Beyond 20.
I think I already have a skeleton warrior class race. Well, one way to find out.
Oh, open a D&D Beyond character okay, I see how it's doing this.
Skeleton. Oh, there's no skeleton.
Oh no. Okay, so it just wants me to literally open a character sheet. I see.
Oh, let me just make sure. Let me make sure I'm spelling this right. We may actually bumped into a race that no one actually bothered to make.
Wow.
Skeleton.
Okay.
Skeleton. Skeleton.
Why is nobody making a skeleton race? That's kind of rude.
That's how you spell skeleton.
Do a standard character, I guess, and then
Undead skeleton. Oh, no skeleton race.
okay.
Okay, I think I see what I did wrong. Hold on. It might actually be a skeleton race. Oh, there really are no skeletons on roll. Okay, let me try undead skeletons. Make sure.
That's unfortunate if there isn't.
Oh, there are no undead skeletons.
Oh, okay. Like, let me see. I'll look into seeing like if I can find something else that kind of would work. I was gonna ask, by the way, would it be possible, like, with this thing, is everybody just doing it like that, or could I make something in Roll20?
You could make some. Just make sure it's balanced, or at least close to balance as you can possibly get. But
Yeah,
at the time, let me try
I think
one last thing.
okay,
Race
because I think I
name.
might do it just like that because it might be easier for me. But
All right, I think I may have found a skeleton race. Hang on. Amalgamation skeleton, animated skeleton, animated skeleton sounds arcane skeleton, awakened undead, awakened skeleton. There's a lot of awakened skeletons. The best one right now,
apparently, yeah.
apparently, yeah. Apparently, the best one. Oh wait, there's another awakened skeleton here that's really good. Skeleton warrior. Milk. You do have dark vision.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And you do have arcane storage and arcane babbling. You know what? I'm gonna give you the. Oh, so there's different variants. You can either be an arcane soul, an armored soul, or a shadow soul, which means you can either be an arcane skeleton, an armored skeleton, or a shadow skeleton.
I think armor skeleton. I like that. I like the idea of that.
You know what? I'm gonna add it. Also gonna add the other variant skeleton, just in case you might
Yeah.
find that more fun.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
Alright, I'm adding it.
Also, if you have the link to the Roll20, I'll pop in too.
In 1 second, I'll give it the Roll20 link, no problem. Linkly split. Crap. I'm unbeatable! You're an armored skeleton! No shit, you are!
This is.
Alright. I'm going to get the link to the campaign and give that to you. That way you can create your character there.
Yeah.
1 second. Then I'm going to
What
give
level are we at, by the way, for this?
level 4.
Level 4. Oh, okay. Cool, cool.
Yes. Alright, also,
Alright.
there's a campaign, and now I'm going to get to you the, crap.
Oh, okay, I see how it works. So I'd have to. Oh, okay. So I do it here. And then I create a character.
1 second, I'm having difficulty finding the, Oh! That was a stupid mistake. Oh!
What happened?
I clicked myself out.
Oh.
It's okay. I can put myself back in.
Am I able to be a skeleton with this?
I already added.
Like,
Yes, you can. I already added the race.
oh, I see. You added it in the. I see what you did. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. It is the.
And here is this thing. There you go.
Okay, okay. Okay. Is there a way to hide the images for everybody? Because they're like kind of getting in the way of my screen.
What do you mean? Oh yeah. There is, go to the cogwheel on the top right, and go to name only. Or should I say God, how did I did it? Oh yeah. Chat avatars, players, video avatars, and avatar size. I put it to name only. That way I can see everything.
Oh, okay. Name only. Oh, that works so much better.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Anyway, well, you guys are. If you start again, I'll just keep making the character and kind of tell you when I'm ready, I guess.
You have 5 minutes. You can make it in 5 minutes.
I
Or-
can try.
No
What's the
one-
name of the race again? Is it.
Awakened Skeleton or Awakened Skeleton or something like that. Just keep looking for it. It should be in the
Armored Soul? I see, okay. Yeah. Armored Soul.
I'm gonna be down there, okay?
Okay, yeah. I'll pop in too, just kind of as I'm.
Yeah, and that's
27,
where
28,
that's
29,
beautiful.
30,
There.
31.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, there we go. I can't
Alright,
even
he's
go.
almost done making a character.
Okay.
Gotcha.
What's
And
he
then,
What do
then if you have, go ahead.
Once he's done making a character, we'll start. Are you guys having a little bit of fun at all? Stupid question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're having fun.
Okay, good.
I've been making a few, like, I always do this with new DMs, is I'll send them some stuff, especially if you're not quite certain on different aspects of how to DM and stuff, or you're just wanting feedback. I'll actually give you a feedback.
You guys should have been long past this point, but at the same time, it's not your fault. You guys are just playing carefully.
It's not even that. I'm playing within the concepts of my character.
Yeah.
And so just kind of dealing with that. This is a concept of a character I've been wanting to play for a while. Haven't got.
I'm just cooling down my room because it's boiling in here.
So, am I coming back in?
Yes, you are, if you want to.
Can you get my token in?
It's in. Are you sure you can play? You sound sleepy as fuck.
No, I'm just a little soft-spoken.
Well, I understand that. It's basically that as
Right now, it's kind of hard to talk, so I'm just like,
Alright.
yeah.
I'll do my best for you.
But with Caper here, his passive perception is 36.
I like to add into the fact that your passive is not really a thing in the game right now, at least in this game.
He's not talking about.
No, this is a different campaign, and we're going off the base rules of how passive perception, or
Okay.
just passive scores in general.
I just don't want you to like hype up your passive or have a build on your passive or whatnot when it's only to find out.
I'm going to probably change out observant, considering its main thing is the fact that it modifies your passive.
All right, that's fine by me actually.
But yeah, I'll probably be changing that out for something a little bit more.
Do you have
that.
the friend that wants to join? Does he have a token maker, or does he need help getting a token maker?
With Jackie?
Yeah, Jackie.
What's happening, Bubba?
You need a token maker, or do you have a token maker?
I do not have a token maker.
Tater, are you there?
That's a negative.
Yeah, I'm there.
Can you help? Can you pass him the token maker link if you don't mind?
Here, I'll send it. Got it right.
I'm just setting up a few things right now.
There you go.
No viewers yet, unfortunately. Oh well.
I can look over your stream and see, because there's a few different things that you, especially if you're trying to get D&D things going, I can see whether or not you've set up your stream in regards.
Yeah, I think I set it up the best of my ability, but at the same time,
there's tags and everything too. A lot of people tend to over.
I got no tags, probably.
Don't worry, I've done a lot. I may not be super great at it, and I still need to figure out fucking bit rating. But I know a few.
I just want some viewers just to actually make it fun, or I can actually get ideas from the people and whatnot while I'm playing and whatnot.
In terms of streaming, don't worry about. Try not to focus too much on the idea of somebody coming in. Don't worry about that. They'll either flock in or they won't. If you focus on it too much, you're going to hurt your own confidence.
Yeah, I know. I just want viewers.
Content is you got good content, and if you keep up good content, the viewers will come afterwards.
I know, dear.
Yeah, Far's kind of right that way.
I literally put myself into it long before I met Kid or anybody. I put myself into a pretty bad spot whenever I did that. I didn't. Yeah. Don't do that to yourself.
It's okay.
I had to tap out. of it too. Don't worry about it. It's actually far like it. Yeah.
Don't worry about it, guys. I got this. And Ruby, what you were going to say?
I forgot. I had it and then it was gone.
You sure you know the play?
Yes, I'm sure.
All right, I asked 3 times already, but just to make sure. All right. Oh my god. I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this.
Can't wait for what?
I can't wait for part 2. I'm actually excited. Because I'm going to do something stupid.
He's dying.
Slurping on his drink.
Dying as you slurp.
Oh, Jackie knows why I'm laughing, but at the same time, he can't say shit until he's done.
I should be done fairly soon, but I am still fairly new to it, so I kind of have to figure out what I'm actually doing.
If you need help, any help, please speak up. I'm willing to help you.
Yeah.
I want to see how you guys get out of this situation.
Backflip.
Because, ironically, I don't want to say too much, but you guys were right to be cautioned as first. But I just don't know why you just choose. Never mind.
Are we doing ability scores, by the way?
I think you're rolling for it. I think.
Are we
Roll
just doing
3.
okay roll? Okay.
Roll 3 groups. Anything that's below a 10,
And or
roll. Or 10 or below, re-roll them.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, you can keep it if you decide to. I always encourage that. I always encourage that because failures are always just as fun as winning.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I like to look at like scores, especially for certain characters. I like to look at scores as something you can give up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, please. You're one of those guys that probably cream himself once his character has 18 in a row.
No, I actually have actually purposely killed characters if they're too strong. I rolled a monk that had 3 18s once, 17, 12, a 10, and a 4.
I think the most I ever got 2 20s in a row was twice, but that was only for a throwaway character.
This was a long-running character, and I purposely killed him off. But I killed him off in such a way that it made sense for the character. I didn't just...
Hold on, I need to check this.
No, that character was fucking stupid strong, because I had 18 wisdom and 18 dexterity as a monk. I just didn't... And then I went open palm monk, and then they're like, oh, the DC. God, I can't hit you.
Tabaxi monk. Oh my god, you're on the roof, choking me. No. Yeah, beating you from the rooftop because you
No,
can't.
the best part about being an open palm monk, you have a permanent sanctuary spell on yourself that they have to even make a wisdom saving throw just to even hit you.
Good luck. Touch me now.
And
touch me now.
I had
touch
it.
me now.
I had an 18 dex and wisdom at level 1, and they're just like, I can't. You're too charming, but you have a 4 intelligence.
Okay. So story time a little bit. Okay, just a little, sorry, but a little. So we have 2 players in the campaign that I do. Anyways, one of them decides to go up and start a fist fight with the monk.
Oh, why the monk?
Out of all the characters.
They knew it was the monk?
Yeah, I informed them before. You know that's a bug, right? He goes, yeah, I'm just gonna thwap him upside the head a couple of times.
Oh
Swap,
no.
swap, swap.
You're gonna try to.
I failed to.
He's going to humble you.
What he's going to do is you're
I
gonna
straight up
miss,
wanted to punch him
wait.
back.
and then he's gonna hit you with a stunning strike, and then you're just gonna watch everything crumble.
Yes.
Boot
Tay,
to the head.
go ahead. It was Tay, actually.
Yeah.
I, I
I
actually,
came up and slapped an air rock with Monk.
I
Even
actually,
worse.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to name a monk that I made Boots, just so that every time he kicks a carrot in the head, he says "boot to the head," boots to the head.
That's such a
No,
funny
the
skill.
head. And the
Boot to the head.
claws.
Boot to the
Boot
head.
to the head. Boot to the head.
It was unarmed the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
Like
He's
they
like,
didn't say-
by the
because
way,
they were
you
still a
start.
new they were still like a new player. That's why.
It was
And
dumb.
they never branched from like another class other than fucking fighter.
I'm sorry, poking at the siege beast with a stick.
Isn't
Yep.
that
Let's
what?
go over to.
Uh,
Huh?
isn't that what? What's his name actually tried to do in one?
Yes!
Yeah, that's what lightning got.
He was like, why did that thing one shot me? And I was like, because it's a tree.
It's a
It's an
siege
angry
beast.
tree.
It's a siege beast.
You've heard of blights, right? Yeah, that's what that is, by the way. Have a good day.
Yep.
Fuck.
Drag him
It
under and never
wasn't
let him
doing
go.
anything. It wasn't doing anything to him. I don't. That's the characters that you need to sit there and go, okay, no. You poked a siege beast. Hey, you're ugly. Oh.
That's when you roll deception and try to convince a siege beast someone else.
Oh, he rolled. He tried to intimidate it.
Oh no.
How
Oh
did that
no,
go?
it doesn't.
He got drung under the earth deep of the roots of the tree.
Yeah, they come up from the
Earth
ground.
being the Feywild. So, yeah. He became one with the Feywild.
Because of
Quote
a deal
unquote.
he made. Yeah, he actually made a deal with Hag during that campaign too.
I
Two of
almost,
them did.
Yep.
You didn't.
I almost did.
You almost did. Oh, let's all hop on the bandwagon.
Hey, I needed some fucking string, and she had some.
Tay was a smart one. He got the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Crap. I couldn't believe that friggin' sword. What
It's
is
the
it?
one thing you can't pry away from me.
I hate it. I don't want it. Why did they put that in the storyline?
What's
Why? Wave the watchlight.
Fucking plus 16 fucking sword in my hand.
Sorry. The Wild Beyond Witchlight. Pardon me, I get confused.
Hey, Jack, how far are
I'm
you
running
going?
that one.
I'm pretty good. I'm almost there.
Okay, good. You got the token maker, by the way, from Tater?
Half of them just started eating
Yeah.
random things in the Feywild
Right.
as soon as they got there. Couldn't figure out why they weren't getting hungry or tired.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Spooky, scary skeletons.
Okay, that's all good there, I think.
I mean, as long as CC's character still doing good Barry, I think we're fine.
No, you guys are fine. Yeah. Little fairy comes up to you and says, "You want to be my friend forever and ever and ever and ever, and you can stay in this jar too and be with me for always."
It's a cum jar.
Oh no.
No.
That's not right. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
You
no.
went there, Angel.
I
Oh
mean,
no.
at least it's not one man, one jar.
Oh, there was a line, Tay, that you're not supposed to cross. You just jumped right over it. There you go.
Okay, wait. I
I'm
took
sorry, what do you mean? I just pulled you over.
No,
I took a foot over the line. You just Naruto run across it.
I'm sweet and innocent and all this perversion and everything. Golly,
Oh,
what's a
bullshit.
little mouse
Nah,
supposed to
like
do?
this.
Bullshit.
Yeah, duh. What's a mouse to do?
Bullshit.
Sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu.
Get the fuck over
I
here.
guess the only thing I can do is get cancelled on the internet. What shows you?
Oh my god, I've already had that happen. Thank you.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, yes, the mouse got cancelled. Yes. Oh, the mouse.
This
No.
Canadian government is not fair.
Yeah, what killed you? Cancel culture.
Yes. The guy literally, I'm a woman. I had no right to say anything about the subject, so I told him if I screwed him with a dildo, would that give me a right to speak? And that's what got me in trouble.
Oh no.
Bullshit.
Oh yeah. No, seriously, it was. Eh,
Alright, I think I'm good. I believe I'm good.
All right, let's
Are
take a
ya?
look.
you should.
Can he be
I don't
good?
know. Are you good?
Are you good? Are you a good character? I don't believe you're a good character.
Are you Brittle Bones, Nikki?
Am I? I don't know.
Are you
Okay,
crafty
wait.
and tricky?
So this should be with the extension. It should just link, right?
Yeah, once I make you a character sheet, yeah, just give me a second. I'm working
Oh,
on it
okay.
right now.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't mean to hurry. I don't know what I'm doing with this currently.
I'm hurrying because I want this to get going.
Yeah, fair.
Up the stairs. Fucking up the stairs.
All right, let's see.
And get your bird ass back here.
Bird ass is over there.
Oh fuck me.
I go upstairs.
Oh, I know you go upstairs. Give me a moment. Be patient.
I
Do
go
you have your token, by the way?
I am making one as of current.
All right, good.
You save it to your
Your
computer,
lack of
then you
feeling.
throw it at an angel really hard.
Yeah,
I hope
I've got.
it's
You're not gonna like this one, but I think I'm gonna use it.
Put it in Gamergate IC for me.
One sec, I'll just show you when I make the token.
Of that boss.
Do I just download it as a PNG, or like download the token as a PNG, or how do I do this?
I think everyone's downloaded as a PNG. Is that what everyone's been doing?
Yeah, I think. Well, I just used an old token I made.
I just hit the download button.
What download button?
The download button.
What the fuck download button?
The download button.
I pressed the down button. The
The
down
download
button.
token PNG. There's only
Yeah,
the
so
one download
see,
button.
that's the thing I was asking.
It's the
Well, I
only
look like a
download
person who knows
button.
what they're doing.
Fucking.
No, I don't.
Oh my god.
That's what I was asking you, bitch.
Download button. It's the only button there is.
You big bitch.
No, I'm a medium-sized bitch. Fuck you.
Okay, you medium. All right, I'll send it to. All right, I'm sending it out. I've made a token.
All right,
Works.
Put it in Gamergate AC for me.
Gamergate is okay. Boop.
It's my concern. You're both bitches.
Language.
Everybody's.
And you're the biggest
That's all
bitch at the moment.
Shh.
Mm-hmm.
Why is everyone so mean to each other?
Because being
Because
mean
the
is
angel's a
fun.
fucking little
By
dog.
the way, this
Oh,
is what
God.
I found, and I love it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
This
I don't
is
see it.
my.
God, no,
Oh, it's-
no,
I-
no.
I
That's
just posted it.
disgusting. That's disgusting.
Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it.
In Gamergate,
Gamergate IC.
is it not
right?
there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Oh, okay.
One of the
I may
first-
have made a little mistake there. Here, I'll. There we go.
See the ball.
What the fuck? Fuck. Fuckity fuck.
I kind of like it though.
Oh, I
I
was
kinda-
referring to the picture of this Yoda-looking creature vomiting.
That's gross.
No idea.
It's Jackie's little avatar for the profile picture thingy. Roll 20.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
sure it's literally just some. I just liked it because I was looking it up. I'm like, this is so dumb. It's It's fitting though for the character I'll be playing, so it's fine.
Just makes my gag reflex feel weird.
You could just hit the names only, you know? That's what I do. I don't have
I
all
like-
that stuff.
Oh yeah, sorry, my image. Yeah. Hey.
I like that he just remembered.
Sorry about that one. Yeah, I looked up goblin, and that was the first image that popped up. So I was like, all right, this is my goblin.
This is my gambling.
Here's my gambling.
Somebody
said
actually
names
made
only.
this so that they could serve rice with it. I don't know why, but they did. It's
That's
kind of fun.
amazing.
All right, can you do me a favor, Mr. Sir Ronald?
Roland, thank you.
So Roland, can you damage your character for 2 points for a second?
Like on the
On the-
D&D Beyond, yeah.
okay. So I'll just subtract 2. Okay.
All right, now heal him for 2 again.
Okay.
All right.
Is it working?
It's working perfectly. I just need your AC and your movement.
Oh, certainly. It is AC is 18, and movement is 30.
Thank you.
$18 AC. What kind of armor do you got on you?
I got the good armor, the skeleton armor.
Uh-huh.
Fancy.
The bad thing is he can't really upgrade. That's the
No,
trade-off.
I can't.
That's the trade-off. He can't upgrade.
you know, it is what it is. But hey,
I know what I was
It
doing.
is what it is.
it be what it do. But fuck.
What?
Technically, I could have added an extra AC on that too, but I wanted to get something else.
All right, you guys are ready to start?
Yeah.
I suppose.
I am ready to start.
All right. Okay, so as you guys go up the stairs and whatnot, you feel a cold shift enter throughout your body. You can actually start seeing your fog of your breath as you go up higher and higher. The woman in purple slowly turns to you and says, "Please, wait here." And she points right in front of her. You guys can see your characters, right?
Yeah, I can see my
Yes.
character.
Alright, so where's...
Wait over there by the armor.
Yes, wait right here in this room.
It's a very tight room. I don't think we can all
It's
over
fit
there.
as best you can. Not to worry, you won't be here for long. Of that I can assure you. Now, excuse me, as I introduce you to Lady Exandria. She literally faces through the door. And you can actually hear some voices for a moment. A much gruffer voice actually can be heard from the room. Definitely feminine. And she comes through the door once more and says, "Well, the lady is almost ready to meet you, except she has a bit of a problem." Actually,
And what's that?
let me move you guys a little better. Hold on. There. She says there's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person with you that she did not invite in, that actually managed to sneak in.
A 6th person? We don't know anyone else?
She slowly points over to the suit of armor that's in the room with you. Says, "That suit of armor was not ours."
It's not ours.
You're just gonna hear like a snoring noise coming from the armor.
I'm just gonna. You know what? Wait, I have an idea. I am going to use my action to connect mentally with this armor. Because I assume that there's somebody in it. They will not know who says this, but all they're going to hear is this in their head.
You see the armor just fall over on its face. Just like you're just gonna hear like a low ow just being emitted from it.
Ow. As you see a skeleton, armor skeleton, pretty much, well, technically use a suit of armor as his own suit of armor.
What?
Comes with funky music, apparently.
Eh,
Where's this music coming from?
who are you?
Who are you is the real question, yes.
I'll be asking the questions here. You! And I'm just gonna point. Be like, who are you?
You point to the lady in ghost, the lady in purple.
I'm just gonna in general be pointing around at like everyone. And at the roof occasionally. I've just woken up. I'm dazed. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Do you remember your mission?
Hey, yeah, I remember. I'm to join you. Yeah.
It is rather odd to have a skeleton that can speak so well. I'll suddenly say he can join you. Maybe questioning him for who he works for might be a good idea.
No, I think we should all just stay.
I will warn you. My armor is very strong. You see a little like quiver, but like I'm trying to hide it as best I can. If you wish to come at me, come at me.
Come at
Guess
me,
you
bro.
could say guess you could say it's bone chilling.
No. Everybody makes the damn jokes.
Are you with them? The lady asked.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Team Dracula there for a second, sir.
I'm stricken with fear to my bones.
Oh god damn.
Yes, I help. That's what I'm here for. I'm sorry, my memory is not very good.
As he kept on talking, a little blue feather comes out of his armor and lands in front of him.
I'm gonna grab it quickly, kind of just like shove it in my mouth.
You didn't see that. Oh,
Right.
the lady goes, very well then. Come in, everyone.
Okay, then.
I guess we're gonna go in to
Honestly,
the
all that tells me is that he ate a very particular kind of bird.
room.
Every now and then my feet just move on their own.
Ruby, are you trying to hide your character or?
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
All right. You see a woman standing next to a campfire, on the same very pose that Lord Swift would do, as a little melody plays over looks like an odd box with a strange screening. There's not a chain link fence, but pretty darn looking screening on front of it. It sounds like it's dying, but it keeps playing. She seems to, tilt her hips side to side as she's not looked at you. The woman in the other purple dress, less significant than hers, because hers actually has embroidery in it. She says, Lady Extrania, I extend to you the adventurers that would, I believe you say, take revenge for us? Lady Extrania slowly turns over to the woman and nods. The woman slowly backs away and fades through the door, or wall, actually. She asks, welcome to my home. She tried to reach up and shakes every last one of your hands. Even though she faces through the table, she does not face through your flesh and bones. I'm going to see if she notices Ruby's character. She does not.
5.
Whenever she goes to grab my hand, I will use
First
my
being a
metallic
halfling.
hand.
You will use what?
I will be using my metallic hand whenever she goes to grab, shake hand.
Oddly enough, the
Hmm.
moment she tried to shake your metallic hand, her hand goes right through.
Sorry.
It's quite
Used to
alright.
that hand.
It's quite alright. It's quite alright. I'm still happy to meet every last one of you. Now, while I have you here, gents, can I give you some wine, some pinacola? Actually, I would offer you all that, except we've been ransacked by Yellow Scar for quite some time.
Yellow Scar.
Yellow Scar is a hobgoblin that may or may not been hired to take care of my situation for me, and well, let's just say I need him dead. Wasn't there 4 of you earlier? Could have sworn.
I'm just gonna fiddle with like a little statue or something on the near me and just knock it over by accident.
I'm gonna see if she notices you leave. She does not.
She's not very observant.
She's
No,
too.
no one sees nothing.
All
I'm gonna
right.
roll my eyes like,
All right. I'm gonna give Liz her thing. Liz, what are you trying to do?
I'm going down here and checking it out.
You
I'm gonna avoid the blood.
You see blood once again on the piano, just constantly dripping. You sure you want to get
Here.
closer to the piano?
Well, I'm poking this with a stick. I have stick.
All right.
Oh
The-
my god.
The moment you poke the ivory, tickle the ivory with the stick, the ivories literally turn to fangs and grab onto the stick and actually starts pulling you.
I let go of stick.
You let go of the stick?
The stick go by.
Okay, the stick just goes straight into its mouth, and as he cuts it in half.
I'm gonna leave that. Well, we know what happened to the piano player. I'm gonna go to the store. Can I peek in?
Okay, where are you gonna peek in at?
This store here.
Can you ping it? Okay.
I think that's a door, unless it's
No,
like,
it's not. It's not a door. It's a hallway that leads to the
I
attic.
think this one's a door.
Hold on.
Oh,
Or wait, I see a staircase right
The
there.
moment you actually look up the staircase, you actually see a floating head staring right back at you, but it doesn't seem to notice you. In fact, you notice there's something strange. It seems to mouth the words, "I'm great. I'm happy to have you here." Actually, no. Roll insight.
do I want to? You're talking to the bird that puts towels over things.
All right. It seems to be talking to someone, but you don't know who. Meanwhile, back in the room, she says, "I'm happy to have you here. Grateful, even, I dare say." Wah! You went for the door. I went for the wall. You might back up.
I'm trying to sit in the stair. I'm just sitting on the stairs.
Just go here. If you go any further, you're actually be in danger. You'll try to trigger something.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna peek my head around and go with stealth.
You see stairs with a black stairs with a black attic that you really don't want to go in.
Okay.
In fact, the moment you actually look in, you could have sworn you see black hands crawling inside the attic. And the skeleton next to you just keeps on talking. It seems like it's whispering something. "I'm grateful to have you here. I could definitely use your opportunity to have revenge." And back in the room, "I'm grateful to have you here. I could definitely use your chance to have revenge."
Telepathic link to my friend.
Are you?
Am I
Are they?
telepathic? Am
Yeah,
I?
I could have reestablished the connection.
All right.
Do I know that she's talking in that room at the same time?
Yes.
I'm gonna send a little. Hey, there's a floating head out here that's talking at the same time as I brought in there.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll keep that
We
note.
are Legion.
Mm,
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Not back in the room. I'll come back to you, Liz.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit down at the have some tea.
The moment you sit down, the chair starts
Oh.
galloping, and you. No joke. The chair starts galloping, and you start like going. Whoop. Oh shit! I lost you. Whoop. Whoop. You start going all over the place. We'll come back to you in a bit.
Oh. Okay.
All right, back in the room. As I stated before that weird sound happened, I need you for an opportunity of revenge. In fact, hold on. Let me stop this. Oh, back to what I was trying to do. Now, any of you have heard of the hobgoblin named Yellow Scar?
Have I heard of a hobgoblin named Yellow Scar?
Roll history. Was disadvantaged because none of you are from here.
I guess I'll just roll.
Didn't the druid warn us about it?
Wait, none of us?
Except for you, Ruby.
I am too, technically.
Actually, Ruby, you have the roll with advantage because you're part of this.
Oh, right.
Mine's a 19, apparently.
You know from when you were back in Port de la Mela that Yellow Scar was a hobgoblin that worshipped dark deities, and sometimes people will hire him to kill out whole families. They had to stop hiring him because he was actually either too good or too ruthless. At least that's what the stories say. Alexander, you know that hobgoblins with names like that tend to be zealots of some nature.
Angel?
Yes?
My role didn't appear in the chat.
Why didn't it? Did you change characters?
No.
Just roll normally. And roll twice was a normal advantage.
It was 21 on advantage.
Alright. You remember that you know who he is. He's the guy that took your whole family away from you from here. 50 years ago. I mean, you just can't remember whether he's the one that actually did this to you or not. So Roland, you don't know anything. You've been
I'm just kind of scratching my head, just kind of like, I'm still waking up, and I'm not exactly the smartest.
Holland.
And I have to ask with mine because where I get my history proficiency is not from myself, but from something in my not my background, but my class. I have a literal spirit that I'm gaining this from.
All right, the spirit lets you. The spirit. What is the spirit exactly?
It's from my phantom subclass. It lets me. It's a spirit that connects to me whenever I take a long or a short rest. I can change my proficiency.
All right, in that case, I will let you know what your spirit phantom whispers in your ear. He whispers the words, "Zealot, children of malice."
Oh.
Worshipper.
Can I see this? Because I'm undead. Or can I absolutely just not see this?
You actually do notice that his cloak seems to have a second person inside of it. I'll give you that.
Okay, I'm just gonna point and go, the hell is that? What is that? What is that?
The moment you point and go, what is that? It goes away and it's just him inside the cloak.
Eh. I don't like that. What was that?
I don't like that. What was that?
I'm just gonna kind of run over, just like lift the cloak and look around, just kind of see if I can see it.
Okay,
I'm suddenly being rummaged through by somebody, so
There's
I'm
skeleton
like
in armor.
tap him in the
gentlemen.
head.
Gentlemen,
Well, you know what? I'm gonna just take his helmet off.
Gentlemen, please.
No.
Gentlemen, please, for a moment. She seems to stop for a moment, as if trying to choose her words better. I will reward you what little riches I do have hidden, if you help me take care of this hobgoblin.
And in return, not only I won't zap of little life force you do have for myself, I will give you what you seek. I believe is the orb of Manzandria. Is that my correct?
That is correct.
Is in
What was
fact
that
Mom.
thing?
yeah.
Ah. Anyone rolls insight on how she knows that?
Does someone actually have?
I
Lotan is
will.
Lotan is the only one who here. Not Lotan. Alexander is the only character here that should get a advantage on that roll. Because he's the only one here that actually got the clue, and how could that be? So everyone else roll normal insight.
Sure.
Sure. What?
I'm hoping mine's another low roll because that'd be
Mm.
kind of. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Rolled kind of good.
Okay, so 22.
All right. Alexander knows that you remember that little John-looking motherfucker back at the bridge said that Lord Swift sent people here before, and the fact that she admits that she drains people is maybe how she knows that why you're here.
Oh, that must have been before. Okay.
Everyone else, a little complex, but she seems to have some malice behind her words, but not towards you, but towards her own actions of not draining you right away.
So this hobgoblin is bad news then?
The worse. If you can deal with him, bring me back his head, or even better yet, bring me back alive, I will definitely double your reward if so. But I will give you that orb that you're seeking. And did you just... one moment. She starts peering into the group. Ruby, you want to start rolling stealth?
Sure. Oh, there it is.
Her eyes lock onto yours for a moment. And you remember seeing this woman 50 years ago. She was the woman that you hated back then when you lived in this mansion. And she seems to remember you now. And she's got a good look in your face. And she calls you Memphis. It is so good to see you alive. I was wondering why your specter never raised or awakened like everyone else's has. You are very late in your servant duties, my dear. Very, very late.
My name is Mammon.
Memphis! You never once spoke your word of raise at me ever! Did you forget your punishment last time, dearie? The house shook a little when she said that. And actually darkened there a little bit as well. But,
Kindly intervene.
she looks at you and suddenly realizes how tall you are as she actually ends up staring at your chest at first and then looks up again a second time to actually look at your eyes and says, "Go on."
She is currently under duty under us. And
Uh,
so far, you have requested us to bring back this hobgoblin. Did you not?
Indeed I have, cleric.
Therefore, her service is now towards that hobgoblin.
I see where you're coming from, cleric. I believe you're right. Where is my manners? Very unbecoming lady of me. One moment, please. Could have sworn I saw something. Be right back. Anywho, my mind was elsewhere. I could have sworn there was more than one of you. More than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anywho, not the point. Yes, deal with the hobgoblins to the best of your abilities. Bring him back alive, I'll double your reward. Bring me just his head, and I'll give you the orb in your lives. Sounds safe.
What if we give like the head and maybe like half a torso?
Then I'll make myself a milkshake. Plain and
What if
simple.
we're only able to bring back in the ear?
She stares at you for a moment. She actually got stumped for a moment. she's staring at you. She actually shakes her head and says, "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." Anywho, is it a deal or not? I grow hungry either way.
Do you know of his location?
My basement. I kept him there.
Thanks.
Well, that's at least conveniently close.
Well, he was supposed to, but some idiot removed the crowbar.
Excuse me?
Some idiot removed the crowbar.
I'm just gonna dig through my bag and hold up a crowbar and go, I have one! He's right here.
She holds out her hand to see if she can hold it. Did you let her
I'm just
hold it?
gonna drop it. Yeah, I'll drop it on.
She actually holds it up for a moment, and was about to hit you over the head with it, but she couldn't hold on to it long enough.
Just gonna pick it up again and go, do you want to try again?
Anywho,
You're embarrassing yourself.
you've been dying to say that, Mamon. And she stares at you with daggers, even more angry at the fact that you're still alive technically, and not stuck in the house like the rest of us are.
Guess we aren't all born lucky, are we?
And you remember that exact same sentence she said a few days prior before the incident happened. Possibly to you, but she grits her teeth for a moment and says, "Yes, I suppose so." Anywho, are you heading to the basement to see if he's still there?
Yeah, well, I
Alright.
suppose.
Yeah, let's. I guess.
I'm just gonna lift my helmet and start scratching my skull a bit, and you're just gonna see like a large gaping hole in it as I put my helmet back on.
Oh dear.
What?
Nothing. Just got a clue on what happened to you is all. Enjoy yourself, windpipe.
Hey, thank you.
By the time you guys actually go outside the window, you actually see the bird riding on a comfy chair like a goddamn rodeo.
Could I just like run over and jump on another chair?
Real rodeo clown music. I'm actually mimicking rodeo clown music. And that's what I'm doing.
I'm just pinching the bridge of my nose, like, damn it.
I'm jumping on another chair.
All right, now there's a rodeo going, even a joust, even.
I look at the ottoman that they're running around on, and I'm gonna like crouch down. Oh heck, let's see if this is true. And I like clap my hands together and I say, come here, boy."
Oh no.
Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing that to?
I'm trying to see whether or not this is a dog.
Which
The
one?
The
The
ottoman that the bird is
The
riding.
ottoman.
Wait, ping, what you're talking about?
Next thing you know, it bucks like a bull instead of a dog.
Roll handle animal for me.
Animal handling.
Yep.
I'm just
That was
gonna-
almost gonna be a
I'm just gonna ride mine like a steed.
Oh no.
Just like, go onward.
How do you guys spell piano?
P-I-A-N.
P-I-E.
No, hold on. P-I-A-N-O, I think.
Yes, it is
Yes.
piano.
P-I-A-N-O. Yes, there we go.
Mine speak. I'm gonna say, stay away from piano. It will eat you.
The moment you hear that, the piano that was way over here starts going.
No, there's the dog. I found the dog.
Onward! We must take out this new enemy! And I'm just gonna, like, use my chair and just, like, run with my sword out and just charge at it.
Roll
Goddamn
animal.
donkey getting.
Where are you charging at on the piano?
Yeah, on the chair steed.
Roll attack with disadvantage because you're on the chair steed.
You do not have proficiency in chairs.
God.
Chair proficiency.
Actions, yeah, there we go. How do I... Is there a way to just set it to disadvantage on
No,
Beyond?
just roll twice and we'll take the lower one.
Okay.
Would I know how to calm the chair down?
Yes, you would actually.
Rapier.
The moment you try to stab the rapier, the piano literally booty bumps you right through the door.
Hey!
Aye.
I'm just gonna go, like, absolutely flying like a dart into the room.
You remember the piano? You remember the dog that's always next to the piano? Was named Beethoven, ironically.
I'm just gonna, like-
Dog, Beethoven?
Beethoven.
I'm just gonna make my best guess where an ear would be, and I'm gonna scratch it with the mechanical.
Animal handling and animal handling with advantage was Ruby because she actually knows Beethoven's name.
Okay. I'll roll my handling and then.
It seems to do with the whole dog kicking thing.
Weirdest day.
Question.
Yes.
Is there any, like, broken objects in the room I'm in?
Other than the door in your back, there's a viola that seems to be in bad condition.
Can I just, like, cast mending on it? Oh, no. I'm not in that room.
Oh, in this
And-
room?
and-
Get over here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes, there actually is that box that she always keeps using seems to be going in and out and whatnot. You want to cast mending?
Yes, can I mending on it?
Yeah, okay. The moment you cast mending, it actually sounds and looks better and whatnot. And she looks at you and nods. She say hi or low.
Hi? Off.
She's grateful for the thing, for the action you took.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Just
So
make a way to follow the rest.
all right, I'm gonna start moving you guys to the roof. To the base. I'm gonna move you guys to the first floor. Okay.
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 You want to take Beethoven with you?
Sure.
Can I just hop on Beethoven and try to, like, ride it?
It seems like the only person he's willing to give a ride is Ruby.
I'm gonna try.
All right, roll animal handling.
Oh,
He bucks you. You go right for the thing. You go right for the same door. The skeleton dude goes.
Hey, you know, it was worth a try.
wait, where'd the tokens go?
Whoops.
I don't know. They went poof. They went somewhere. I watched them move up. Don't know where.
One second.
I'm in the void. Help. Help.
I am fixing situation. Plumb down.
No. I'm in a void. I'm problem.
In the darkness.
Ah.
People I can.
Ruby's what does Ruby do with Beethoven?
Oh, Beethoven's the piano, right?
Beethoven's the piano. The thing is, when he doesn't go down the piano, he actually slides down the piano. So you hear the
On the stairs. Oof.
Those videos of the dogs that just don't know how to stare and instead just slide.
Can I play Moonlight Sonata?
Do you know how to?
Sort of.
The real question is, do you have piano as a
The real question is, which movement?
Anywho,
Very good question.
let's move this along, folks. So you were told he's in the basement still, possibly. He might have already got out of there the moment you guys left.
Where is the basement, actually?
It's the door to the side on the
Oh,
cellar. Yeah.
So you guys can go ahead and should I move you there?
I'm going to
If I remember right, this front door had a trap.
give a
on it.
pat to the piano and say, "We'll be back in a bit," and then walk. I don't want him coming out. Stay inside. Good boy. Oh, good boy. Stay inside.
Where is the piano?
Beethoven,
Downstairs.
Oh, great.
Beethoven, go back.
Alright, he goes back. Alright. So, this is a very thick and heavy door.
I'm going to try and pull it.
Roll a strength
Open
check.
that thing.
Roll a strength check.
Imagine if you critically fail, you just do the skeleton thing where your arms stay attached to the door.
So what happens was he literally puts his arm things and actually starts pulling with his legs. But unfortunately, he's pulling with his legs are pulling, so he literally just pulls out his arms. His luck is roll for a moment. And
This door is impossible. There's nothing we can do.
He says as his hands are still attached to the door handles.
Let me try.
No. Wait, I can do this. I'm just gonna like rub my hands together, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna try again and just heave.
I am going to get behind him and this.
All right.
I have advantage.
I guess I should cast a guidance on whoever's doing the check.
He'll be doing it. I'm just aiding.
Okay, so I'll do another roll.
I'll tap you on the head with the guidance.
You
Go
roll
for it, buddy.
advantage.
Good pats.
Second time. Then
Second time? Okay. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo.
And then 1d4 to your highest. Is guidance.
So it's a 15.
All right.
Come on, use your backbone.
Hey, lost that.
So the moment he
You wouldn't be standing up.
So he starts no, which I'm surprised none of you remember about the fact that there's a trap sense going off. So
No, we don't know that there was a trap sense. We just knew that there was a door.
Wouldn't my character know that there's a trap?
you didn't. You weren't here. You weren't here for when the door got trapped.
Oh, okay.
So hang on.
I forgot.
It was 3 foot thick door.
It was really thick door, yeah.
We didn't know if there was any traps.
I thought pretty sure one of you were able to sense the arcane spell.
No, because it was a 3 foot thick door.
Oh, okay, that's true. 1 second. I'm going to have to grab something. Please be patient with me as I grab. There we go. Goes off here.
Oh no.
Oh, geez, that's actually too big.
That is
That's
huge.
that's massive.
Why did you drop a nuke on us?
You tried to blow up the house with that trap?
Is this an actual fireball?
Trying to blow up the house
All
with
right,
the
let's see.
fucking
Let's see.
By the way, there's oil on that door.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten it.
Like I'm
We
barely.
really should
outside of
have
It
it.
the
seems
rogue
like
check for traps.
the only people who got caught in the explosion was the elephant, the skeleton, Kate, and Mamone.
It.
Everyone who's in this explosion, roll a dexterity save. DC is 13.
Fair to say.
Boom.
Yeah, Roland is not. Roland is not doing too great.
All right, Alexander and Roland takes full blast, while Ruby only takes. Oh, and so does Kit.
Oof.
Ruby only takes half. I'm gonna say
So
4 points of damage.
yeah.
4 points. Okay.
4 points of damage for those who save decks, and everyone else pretty much gets a whole 9 points of damage to the face. Roll.
Okay. I'm gonna use a second wind as well on that.
You literally just shook up the ash from your face. That was invigorating.
Yeah. I would be like, that was fun.
Okay, who's particularly hurt with this?
So I only take 2 damage.
Ow.
It wasn't that bad. It was invigorating. Come on.
You are already dead.
I'm just you gonna see me doing like a little excited dance after that.
What do you fucking default dance?
Well, now that the door has been blown open, let's go.
Onward, and I'm just gonna walk down like jolly as like you can see like my armor's slightly starting
I
to catch
grab
fire.
him by the shoulder before he can, and I'm gonna take out a torch, light it, hand it to him. First off, a lot of us here can't see in the dark. Eat this.
Well, what? I thought everybody could see in the dark. I can.
I'm gonna just be behind the skeleton, pushing him down the stairs.
I'll just be holding it and kind of going, What's happening? Okay, we're going." Just kind of walking ahead.
Whoever is very perceptive, be right behind him.
Actually, I just remembered I have absorb elements. Could I cast that on reaction?
Because I don't want you guys dead. Go ahead.
Alright, so what does absorb elements do?
It cuts the damage in half.
Just to let you know,
If it's fire.
Just to let you know, once we pass level 6, I'm no longer saving your butts, giving you chances to save yourselves. Like this, in this nature or context. So
Yeah.
do your best to remember that.
And it revives until level 6.
The reason why I'm playing my character kind of dumb is because legitimately they have a 6 in intelligence. They are like, I'm making it as my character, like, basically my mind was just kind of like taken from me.
Mine's a Kenku that has a fetish for shiny things that can only mimic things.
Hey, we can talk all the time.
I know, it'd be best friends.
As you go down to the thing, it is warm as sin down there. The degrees should be much cooler, but it's hot. Like, unbelievably hot.
I'm assuming I can't tell that it's hot.
No, you can't.
So you're just stones.
I assume one of you have a torch?
Yeah.
I have the lantern
good.
still, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you do still have the lantern.
You
You
see-
have-
Dark
we
vision.
need multiple light sources.
You have dark vision?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Alright, so all you see is the room with a wall to the left of you, a wall to the right of you, and a wall in front of you. Strange that.
So who all here has dark vision?
Me.
Me.
Mammon and all right, 4 of us. I don't. Do Luxodons get it?
I'm not going to give you guys any hints on what to do here. I'm going to let you guys do some thinking.
I'm gonna roll investigation.
Good girl.
How good is your investigation?
I have a +4.
I'll do it. You aid me. I have a +8.
Alright. ate him.
I'm just gonna poke some boxes.
I'll poke you with guidance.
Nice.
Oh, I thought you were aiding. Never mind. Then I'll do the D4.
Oh,
Hold
I didn't
on.
know you had a +8. Oh my goodness.
He said that.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I got a 20.
All right, a 20.
I'm a rogue. Built my character like.
As you both actually do the rogue thing, you start feeling around the walls because you know there's something around here. She would not send you down here for just boxes. And Ruby, you do remember the fact that this room, this basement, was way bigger than it is now.
This is very weird.
And as you guys roll around, who says who's poking the boxes?
Me.
I want to touch the walls.
You are touching the walls. Just give me a moment, dear. As you touch the crates, they seem to be nailed shut.
Can I try prying it open with the crowbar?
Yes, you can. Roll
Okay.
athletics with advantage because you have a crowbar.
I'm gonna back up
Yes.
his openings.
You
Wow.
are
This is
struggling.
not your day.
You are struggling with the crowbar. You are prying with it. You are going at it, only to realize you're not using the crowbar. You're using your teeth.
I'm just gonna straighten myself up, get the crowbar, and just
Right.
like lay on it to try to open it. Just keep jumping on it, basically.
You have a very angry look on your face as you just jam the crowbar on its side. You start getting ready to jump on it. Roll athletics one more time. Okay. With one big hop, you jack the crowbar right off the thing with the top coming off. All right.
It's like he gets a natural one and the crowbar actually snaps.
Oh, oh no, he gets a natural run. 'Cause if he gets a natural run, he pretty much, what's the thing called when you actually like he's trying to dive off it and whatnot. A diving plank, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he got a natural run, that would have happened. He would have been stuck on the roof.
Oh no.
Can I look in the crate?
You do, and you see a face looking right back at you. It freaks you out for a moment because you just went with a human face, but actually it's a statue face.
I'm gonna pick it up.
It's a small
I'm gonna
bronze
look at it.
statue.
I'm just gonna kind of like hold it up and go, "Hey, I found something."
Alexander. Who is your god again?
Huh?
Who is your god again?
One moment. I wrote it down here.
Wrong.
Morden.
Alexander the Great.
You know who Morden hates, right?
Yeah.
That's a statue of his face.
What about it?
It's kind of disgusting to you that you actually see a statue of of your god's rival face as a bronze statue.
Gonna
You're
kind of
back.
like, but I'm just gonna hold it and go, "No, I
What?
found it. It's mine.
It
It's mine.
back.
It's mine." I'm just gonna like hold it there, and just kind of like hold it away from you. Just go, "No, it's
Fucking dead.
mine."
Huh?
Eh,
What did you say?
Turn on dead.
You're gonna cast turn undead on him?
Mm-hmm.
You
I have
can't
resistance
decide.
to turn undead. I actually think I do have resistance to turn undead.
Aren't
You
you
got-
undead?
You kind of do because your creator gave you that just to make sure.
You have advantage on effects that turn undead.
Advantage.
And not only that, if you fail, at least you won't be disintegrated, but you will be to fear.
DC 15. Wisdom save.
Natural 20.
He's too stupid.
Alright.
He's too stupid to get it.
He's too stupid.
I'm scratching my head like, what was that? It felt tingly for a minute. I'll kind of go fide, and I'll chuck it in the thing. Give it one final sad look.
As you guys, as that happens behind you, you both find the trigger, and you found two triggers, and you find that even if one of you find it, the other person had to find the other trigger, and you end up opening, pressing the brick door, or not brick door, brick slabs in, and pushing it to the side. Suddenly, the door that's between both of you starts opening up. And the smell of rot and decay hits you in the face.
Diagon Alley, everybody.
I take the bandana around my neck and I pull it over my face.
You'll just see me march again, saying "onwards" and just looking confused at why you're all putting stuff over your face.
I'm the only one doing it.
I'm thinking it's dinner time. It's okay.
As you
All right,
go,
let's see what we're doing.
Scavengers.
the view of wax candles burnt to the very end of their extension life, and blood, dry blood all over this poor corpse. Words writing on in hobgoblin and abyssal, and dark speech all over the walls can be seen here, as book and scrolls can actually be viewed here as well. How you guys can? There are no traps, so you can easily come in safely. I can assure you.
What question? Is goblin and hobgoblin different languages?
Yes, they
No.
are. I mean,
Okay.
yes and no.
It's like different regional dialect
Thank you.
kind of deal. It's so you can understand like some hobgoblin if you understand goblin, and vice versa. But there's I guess terms.
And the body that seemed to be on the floor, well, I don't know how it can help you. What you need to identify it. Investigation.
Investigation is for objects.
Kate
To identify bodies, you roll medicine.
Kate rolled Arcana, and she had a nat 20. Every curse to every despicable thing to everything that entered in the house is centered here.
And I poke the body with my sword.
Book. You notice that this woman, not woman, or man actually, this body was made to go through every possible torture and to keep alive as long as possible to make the pain even greater.
Well, that's just gross.
I'll look. I want to look at it. I want to see if I can see anything on it. Or I guess medicine check it.
Go ahead and medicine check it.
Can I read the abyssal?
Yes, you can. Do you have to, can you do you know the language abyssal?
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you in a moment.
I do as well.
You know that
I
this
know
is
goblin.
definitely a woman, and by reading the structure of the body, it may be the woman on the second floor.
Well,
Hey.
because that's where she went.
You don't. Ruby's character is nonplussed about this. She doesn't care. But who rolled Alexander? Rolls medicine for what reason?
It was the same reason.
This is definitely a woman of her early or possible late 20s. Blonde hair. You can tell. She definitely died screaming, and she probably was alive until her head was decapitated. It was probably the. Alexander, can you do me a favor? Roll religion.
Yeah, looks like the Inugami ritual. Oh, never mind. Actually,
It possibly is. You know this is the religion of 1,000 pain. Your rivals of your church and whatnot will come across this every now and then of areas of great curse and whatnot. The fact that the woman on the second floor acted so non-hostile at first may not be up and the up because these specters tend to act in their worst natures, even despite being so kind at first. This woman suffered broken bones,
flesh slowly being torn, burnt, wax, oil, everything. And she was made to endure to make sure that she stayed alive through all of it. This also, you
This
realize,
sounds like someone trying to create a very vengeful spirit.
and he did, thanks to Kit, Arcane, he succeeded. The other, it it was act that she was acting nice at first, but you know, Alexander, that's how it's a trap. The moment you deliver whatever it is you need to deliver, she's going to pounce, and you know this.
Do I also know how to dispel this?
Say again.
I said, do I also know how to dispel this?
Yes, you do. With your nat 20,
Hmm.
you you remember the fact that she asked for his head, and you have her head now.
Wait, no,
And,
wasn't.
hmm?
Never mind.
No, go on, go on.
Nothing. I'm just being dumb. Sorry.
All right. Roland,
I'm gonna
when you
pick
look
up the
over,
head.
okay, you have her head. It's kind of nostalgic feeling in a way. You should feel worse, but you kind of don't because you remember this woman being a bitch in life, anyways. Roland, the moment you look over
Serves
the
you right,
scrolls and
bitch.
the moment you look over the scrolls, you notice that they were made from human flesh. The moment you look over the book, they were definitely made with human flesh. It kind of makes you feel like kind of makes you feel about your creator for a moment. Like how nice to see your creator once more. But not nothing too off the handle. Except all of you notice at the same time, where the fuck is the hobgoblin?
Very good question.
Well, there's some stairs over there. Maybe
Can
he went
I
that way.
can I investigate what's on the table?
Yes, you can. And yes, there are stairs that are going up the stairs.
I will help look because I'm curious about these books.
These books seem to be written in code. Once again, a mixture of abyssal, goblin, and deep speech. And I forgot to mention this. The reason why Alexander actually put more together, that the abyssal part that you can read, Mamon, it seems to be about worshipping of the children of malice. And you remember the goblins earlier, Alexander, say something about malice earlier. To these hobgoblins or zealot goblins or whatnot, the children of malice are like gods to them.
To them, they're like, what?
They're like gods to them.
Oh,
Hmm.
well, this is gonna suck.
Although you actually know their true nature. Actually, no, you don't know their true nature, since you're a refugee here.
I am going to slip just quickly back into
As you pick up
here,
okay,
and I'm going to see if that door's been closed.
it has not yet been, but you do notice. Roll perception check. Now roll a dexterity save.
Okay.
The very moment you notice that goblins are gathering at the door,
Well, looks like we're doing this.
you dodge 3, 4 arrows being thrown at you.
I quickly dip over to here and I say, quickly, guys, there's a bunch of goblins at the door. I think they might be trying to close us in.
They actually are, but the doors, remember, are heavy.
And got blasted open.
About they.
Actually, no, that's the wrong song for this.
take it we can't see any goblins coming down yet.
No, they're not gonna come down when they know you're pretty much down there. Get out of it! Raska.
Hey, I know goblin, by the way.
Who says I know goblin?
It.
Yeah.
That's one of my languages.
Yellow Scarf wants them dead. Make sure they know not leave. Keep them pinned. Other side already locked.
I'll relay that info to.
So they lock the other side, hoping that we wouldn't get through it.
They may have already locked the other side while you were down there.
I assume they did.
Hold on,
Alright.
let me refresh here.
The only other thing I'll be doing as part of me dipping over here is I'll also just hide up against these boxes, throw.
You've got them here. I can't see anything. Are you sure? They're down there. Aye, yes. Walk on the other.
I'm just. Can I just like sprint up the stairs yelling?
As a skeleton,
Yes.
roll perform. Either you have a choice of either rolling performance or what's the thing where you're trying to intimidate? Intimidate. Intimidation.
What's the thing when you're trying to intimidate people? Oh yeah.
I'll run it up those stairs yelling.
All right, I'm up the
Well,
right.
it's better than yelling about some bitch in poor dignity.
Success. No, failure. They all failed.
Why'd they roll 12?
I don't know. I don't even know what's happening anymore.
I rolled 20. Oh no, I know.
That's 4d12.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They automatically all fail because they can't go past.
They still fail.
They still
You're afraid of me.
So what do you do exactly?
I'm just gonna yell and go, "You fools! You have challenged Royland!"
They literally drop their bows and start running like madmen. It's like, oh god, angry white man, do you mean skeleton white man? I don't know. They bumped into each other and whatnot. It's ridiculous.
I'm gonna stand at the top of the stairs and yell, "And stay out! If I see you again!"
Grab the bows!
Hey! What?
Grab the bows, he says.
I'm just gonna look around confused and go, "Ah, yes!" And just kind of like grab them up quickly and just toss them down the stairs.
You got 4
But I-
goblin ranger bows.
I'm gonna grab one.
Alright, give yourself a bow if you want to use it as a
Short
weapon.
bow?
Yeah, short bow.
I
Alright.
got gun. I'm good.
You
I have a
you
question.
Yeah?
Can I form a spear out of the blood on the floor?
It's been there for
Oh,
ages.
never mind, it's dried.
It's been there
Yeah,
for
you're right.
50 years.
That's extra dried blood.
That's extra dry blood.
That's some
Something that-
caked ass blood.
Ruby, you have her head, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to say no one knows what the scrolls are unless they cast Identify, and the book is clearly coded, so no one can read it.
I can cast Identify, I just don't have the mats to do it.
Not yet.
So let's just grab up the books and stuff, and
Is it an abyssal?
Is it an Abyssal and Hobgoblin? Is it an Abyssal, Goblin, and Deep Speech?
I know Goblin.
Okay. I
Three
know
languages
abyssal.
for your convenience.
Anyone know Deep Speech?
I know Common.
I just know abyssal.
Does anybody know the speaking of giants?
I thought
I
Deep
know
Speech was
Common.
Deep speech is giants.
I thought Deep
Can I
Speech was
look
like
around
Eldritch Horror.
before I get kicked out of the
No,
basement?
that
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
Do some
abyssal.
actions.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay,
What
you,
happens if someone blesses crap?
what do you mean
What
someone
happens?
blesses?
What happens if we bless bad stuff?
It depends on the spell and how strong of a caster you are. You might break it or neutral out.
Isn't bless? Am I thinking bless is something else?
No, bless
Possibly.
just gives you like a 1d6 or something.
No, not
Yeah.
not bard blessing, just normal blessing.
No.
That is bless. Or maybe it was
correct.
1d4, I forget.
not that blessing. It just there are not every priest can go Ogumboga and hit something.
Ogumboga? Is that a technical term?
I don't
Is the
know.
scientific term.
You
I
are
mean,
looking at
it's
this
something
stuff.
we did before the game. That's why I was curious.
So what do you
Well,
want to do? What do you want to do? I meant
It
to say
was
Unga
clean
Bunga.
stuff.
Like
Yeah.
you want to get the cleric to like sanctify the area or something?
Yeah, that's what we did before
Purify
the
it?
game.
All
Yeah.
right.
If
Who here?
he does, the bitch in the second floor knows something's up.
Well, we got tentacles on the upstairs. I think we pretty much know something's going on here. I don't
If
know.
we're going to try to sanctify this, I do
That's
have a thing of holy holy water.
maybe we want to do that. And
What does the actual cleric think?
Hmm.
I mean, if we do it both at the same time, brain speech. If we
You
do
know,
it
I'm
both
gonna
at the
stick
same
this
time,
part out.
if we do it
Yeah.
both at the same time or something, and one person goes up and the other
I'm
person
just gonna
goes
get
You can
down.
do a sanctimonious seance. I know how to do that one pretty well.
Okay.
I love it.
Does the cleric want to give it a shot?
I'm just gonna need time.
Okay. If we're
You're
going to
So,
be doing
guys,
this, considering
hold on.
We can go kill the goblins. Then we can kill two birds, quote unquote, with one stone.
Hmm.
I am going to hold up two things. One, a flask of holy water, and a symbol that is this.
What is this?
It's a religious. It's for my holy symbol that I have.
All right.
It looks like a bird.
Wait, what? What am I looking for? Oh. Discord.
Okay.
It
Also, I'm
is a
just
type of
gonna,
bird.
as they're talking, I'm just gonna wander up to this area over here and just kind of look around.
You notice that there's a door up there that definitely looks like it's been locked from the other side.
I'm going to try to pull it.
Give me a strength check.
God. Let me see.
Only I had shatter.
Oh, look at that.
I did something! I'm just gonna yell down the hall.
Why are my doors breaking?
Why am I over here?
Who's where,
Accident!
what, when, why?
I don't know. This door, it's open. I think.
I'm gonna put down. I think it's this one. I have a random holy symbol. Why does my bird given that?
You stole it.
Oh, that's right. Can I put the random holy symbol down?
Yeah, you can give it to the cleric if you want.
And I'm gonna put the holy water down too, and be like,
All right.
I am entirely out of my depth when it comes to religion
Are
stuff.
are any of these symbols actually? Can I do a religion check first?
Yes, there is one. She stole two holy symbols. One is a Murdoch, and one is God damn it! One is actually
holy
supposed to.
water.
Hold
I
on.
got holy water and holy water flask, holy symbol is what I stole off those guys that were practicing whatever.
Why is there a dice roller called Fudge?
Don't worry about it. I don't know
Either way,
myself.
I'm asking whether these two symbols are allied with the forge.
Actually, they are.
You have Forge Cleric?
Yes.
Ooh.
Huh.
So, did you try to also figure out what mine is?
Remember we're doing Wildmount, so I don't remember all.
I know what mine is. It is well within the.
Okay, one is
Should
Bahamut. One of the deities that she symbols that she got is Bahamut, which is life, order, and war, which is also a forge ally. And the other one is it's a symbol of the Arc Heart, Coraline, which is Arcanum, Light, and Peace. Also an ally to your thing.
Ta-da!
The holy water is not from neither of those.
Did someone piss in a jar or something?
No, it belongs to Erathos, the lawbearer. Holy water.
Ew, dirty.
I am the law.
I'm just letting the cleric knows because he can actually identify these just by looking at it.
Okay.
And you definitely have your Moldrin the Allhammer symbol on you as well.
Yeah.
Then what I'll do is I will just IM you what my symbol is, and it'll be up to you whether or not.
All right. Did you IM to me already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have the symbol of the forge on you. Okay, good. Was it Kate that sent me this or
Far.
Far?
Should
Okay.
be far. Really, it's Kit.
Oh crap! Yeah, I don't know actually. I think she's pretty neutral.
But this is exactly what she would.
Despise.
This is. Yeah, no, she would very much want this taken care of as soon.
Okay, 1 second. Let me take a look at. Let me look at her information.
She is life, death.
Raven Queen. She is a betrayer god. Let's find out. What?
Just casually says the thing that.
Sorry,
Secret.
sorry. Hang on. Actually, she's not. She's actually. Oh. She's a rival of the Hagmutter, so yes, she'd actually be very much against this.
Yeah, I know. She literally guides people to to the afterlife.
All right. Let me just take a look at the Children of Malice information and see what happens. Garnash the Ruiner, Workers of Children of Malice, Lotus the Spider Queen, Birther of Children of Malice. Alright, perfect. I can work with this. Alright. Alexander, with your nat 20, I'm still gonna let you keep it. You know for a fact that you have to do this in sections. You believe starting off with that Raven symbol and going with Bahamut and then going with Gorthruth and then finishing with yours. We'll do on this. Unfortunately, you know for a fact when you're dealing with the Children of Malice and stuff and whatnot, they're not gods, but they're definitely powerful deities that work for. I'm gonna say you're smart. I'm just gonna say you hang around with Angel long enough to figure this out. That they know that you know they work with Lolth the Spider Queen, and every time you do one of these signs of dealing with her, people do either get hurt or killed. And but it is doable. It requires
No.
for every religion symbol that starts off and finishes require a religion check and a will save. However, you can benefit that by people joining your seance by actually completing a circle. Holding hands to complete a
Seance
circle.
or cleansing.
Seance of cleansing. And by making sure it actually finishes, make sure nothing drops that holy water until the end. You literally finish off with that holy water.
Alright.
So, how do you want to do this?
So I'm going to gather everyone up.
I will be hiding over here because I'm just gonna be like, I'm not getting near that holy water shit.
I'm gonna walk over to our undead fellow. How about this? You go guard with Kit. Yes, Kit. You two go make sure that door does not close.
I mean, I
And you at
opened. I'm
least
just gonna
3 other
point to the
people.
stairs and go. I mean, I opened the door up there.
True.
Should I
True.
just go explore?
No. No.
You may want to stay. You think you may want to stay there to protect them. After all, it is your job.
I'm just gonna. I'll just go. I'll stand at the stairs. Just call me if you need me. But I have to stay away from that stuff.
I'll help guard. Yeah.
All right.
Alright.
You keep an eye on him.
You guys mind if I move your characters for a moment?
I think the one thing I'll do from over there is I'm gonna close the one door. Or should we care about the going this other route here? Should we have multiple routes of escape in case of problems?
You know to close that door easily just by pressing the trigger once more.
So I'm asking for the opinion of the group. Should we try to close this door? Or should we keep
Yes,
going?
close it.
Yes, I
So we
think
don't get
so.
attacked from both sides. Yeah. In case
All right, then I'm
we-
closing it. All right. Well, here goes nothing, I guess.
I'll just stand back here and have my pistol ready in case something tries to come
I
attack.
also have a steel mirror. Might be useful against a specter.
Where'd you get all this stuff?
It's kind of the things that I've kind of been raised up to do.
Okay.
I just deal with them in a little bit of a different manner than most. I'm not a priest.
Alright, Cleric, your choice on how you want to start this.
Well, we need everyone in the circle currently, or at least near this circle.
Yeah, I'll say this is the closest thing you can get to a circle right now.
Yeah.
If you hold Alt and let go of it, you can go in the in between.
Yeah, I don't have that ability.
You don't have alt?
Yeah, my alt key's actually broken.
Oh no!
Both of them?
Yep.
Wow.
You need a
Impressive.
circle. You need a circle.
Don't ask me how it did it. It just did it.
You still need a you still need a way to. You have no one if Ruby doesn't want to do it.
Do it.
Stay there in the circle to do the seance.
Oh.
Do you want to
No,
banish the
she,
stick? Do you want
she did.
straight up?
She's a vampire. She didn't want to take part of it.
I'm just gonna wave over to where I am and go, come here! This is the undead hangout! Come here!
I guess I could.
All right, then we'll have you assist us get.
I'm not very good with the whole religion stuff, so.
I'm not quite either. I just know what. I knew which one to pick for these.
All right.
Give me a moment. Crap. So, you said to do this in order, right?
Do you remember the order?
I knew to start with a raven at least, and with my god.
Yes.
I don't remember the middle. Shit.
Bahamut. And then
Bahamut.
and then
Gotcha.
Castrea. And then right after you do your god, you hit it with the holy water.
Alright. So we're just gonna go clockwise here.
All right, so you
And then-
give the holy. So you give the. So you gave. So the raven is with the other guy. The medallion of Bahamut is with the bird. The Castrea medallion is with the artificer, and the forge is with you. But you remember,
Right.
Where's the holy water right now? Who has it?
Don't know.
I never took it,
Bird.
so.
Bird still has it.
Yeah. Bird to bird, bird. Bird is a word, and I'm going to become barbecued.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm gonna let you choose how you're gonna start, the big guy.
I'm gonna start casting guidance on him first.
All right, remember you have guidance.
So, he's got it.
I have it.
Wait, what's the order we're doing things in?
We're going clockwise here.
Starting from whom?
Starting from you.
From me?
Yeah. You have the Raven, don't you?
No, the Raven's with the hooded guy.
Yeah, that'd be me. That's me.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You mind casting guidance on the bird?
Sure. I'll boop the bird with guidance.
Sorry, it's a touch thing. What?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, no, I said
Anyway,
boop.
we're touching them, fucking going back in position. Alright.
Yeah.
So. You go ahead and start doing channel divinity as we're doing this.
All right.
And starting the, I guess you can call it a ceremony or seance, as you said.
I call it a cleansing.
That's what I called it. Oh, okay.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Start with a performance, with the booming of your voice. Make a cleric righteous thum, a stand. Make sure loud enough and poetically enough for the gods to hear.
Do you want me to do that with advantage since I'm using channel divinity, or
Yes.
okay? I'll take that 19.
All right. As you start doing your speech of beginning of woes, the stories on how your God takes in the dead, forgiveness, and reforges anew, the lights in the room, what little they are, start flickering. The woman on the second floor grabs her abdomen as she slowly dawns and realizes what you're doing downstairs. Raven. Person holding the raven symbol.
That would be Holland.
Start by rolling a wisdom save.
Wait, did you guys
I
need
do
to
that. I do that at advantage
Yes.
because I'm a Kalash. Very good. Then
What do
I
you?
roll it.
That was a
Yeah.
deck save. What?
Wait. Whoops.
Wisdom save.
-3 on.
Wisdom save, dear. That's a dexterity save.
Yeah, I know. I hit the wrong one, but I do not have proficiency with it, and I only have a +2, but I still roll it. So it's just -3 on the.
That'll be a 9.
All right.
Yeah.
Plus 1d4. No, that's a save. You can't guidance a save.
You take 5 points of damage as something strikes you.
What type?
It was slashing, a ghostly slashing.
Ghostly slashing, not psychic damage.
No.
Or slash.
How much damage?
5. Try again.
Another wisdom saving throw.
Yes. Bad news. It succeeds, and you start pissing her right off. The weather around starts getting ugly. The goblins outside notice the darkness hues. They all look at each other and go, "Uh-oh," and start booking it. The wind, even though there shouldn't be any wind inside this area, starts bellowing, and storms can be heard outside.
I just like peek around the corner and just go, everything okay?
The moment you peek in, you see ghosts hovering around them, hundreds of them, angry.
There's a lot of pissed off things around you.
Except for one that's on me.
Yeah.
Do they see him? Actually, wait. I forget. I have technically 2. I forgot. Kalistars have a spirit following them as a racial.
Liz,
That was part of their soul. It's a little different.
Liz,
Yeah.
it is your turn.
Yes. Okay.
As shadowy ravens come from his cloak and starts pecking at the body, they seem to be removing the flesh and bones and sinew. They seem to be removing muscles, fibers. Even though there's rotten decay, they seem to be cleaning the bones.
Throw holy water on everything.
No!
Oh,
No.
holy water's
Oh,
last.
Oh, okay. What am I supposed to do?
Last, dummy.
What am I supposed to do?
Wisdom save.
Okay, what am
As
I
you-
using?
As you use you use a wisdom save, as you use the symbol of Bahamut.
So the Kenku, who was cast out by the gods, is going to use a holy symbol. Got it.
Yes.
Don't worry, I don't follow any gods myself, so.
The Kenku got a natural
Fine.
20.
The ravens that were feasting on this corpse suddenly burst into flames as if cast by a dragon. Kate, it is your turn. Kit, sorry, is
It's
Kit,
always.
Kit, is your turn.
3-letter words, I swear.
Oof.
Every time.
Is that. Oh, wait, I could add a 1d4. No, that's a save. Never mind, I can't. Is that at advantage or normal? What am
For
Just-
me, it's at
no.
advantage because of Kalish.
I. Okay. So
Just roll a wisdom save, please.
I did,
did.
I got a 5.
You take 5 points of damage as a claw seems to have come out of nowhere and scrape you in the face.
Ow. That's not very nice.
Well,
Do I go again, or?
yes, you do.
Oof.
You are grabbed by many specters.
Can I kind of just like run out and try to like pull them off?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm just gonna like run out and just go, hey, hands off! Just start grabbing at him and tearing him.
Roll athletics. You start wrenching them one by one right off her. They fade away the moment they're off her body. She can once again do another wisdom save before she's pulled. She succeeds. The flame starts hardening. It looked like the flame was burning so brightly and lit. They look like liquid for a moment. But now they actually just become hardened, as if like either from ember or steel. Alexander, you're up. Suddenly, it feels like the body in front of you is surrounded by cooling off iron. And you know what that means. It is time to renew. Wisdom save.
Just gonna lean back against the wall.
Natural 20, baby.
Your symbol starts glowing. Your armor that was on your body starts glowing. The air starts bellowing harder and harder. An earthquake. A large skull starts forming itself from the walls. You think you're clever. You
Well, I mean, I
think
personally
you
don't.
know what you're doing. How dare you?
Holy water now.
I throw the holy water in its face, like Boston
no.
style.
On the body.
And on the body. On the body, too. It's kind of like all-around thing.
I
No,
want
no, no.
everyone roll a wisdom save at once.
Does that include me?
That does not include you, unfortunately.
I roll it.
My wisdom saves suck.
I'm just not rolling good for the wisdom saves at all.
Uh-oh.
At least I still rolled at advantage. So it's not a 10.
And just like that. Hold on, I gotta do the math. I don't think you guys made it.
Mine would be a 10.
1 second.
Would yours be a 10?
Yeah, because all
Advantage.
wisdom saves are at advantage.
For his race, yeah.
The moment the Cancun froze the holy water, it's out of panic. She froze it in the right direction, but froze the rest of it on the body. Just enough. The body starts glowing, turning into a hot, glowing ember. And a hammer from nowhere, from the sky, from right through the goddamn house, slams on the corpse. The hammer is glowing and fanatic. It fades away as the woman yells, "No!" By 1 point, you guys made it.
God damn it.
Just as she goes,
Yay.
I'm going to send you a message of saying one of the features of my background, and I'm gonna look her straight in the eyes as she leaves.
All right.
I'm also gonna peek around the corner.
You're just gonna see me huddled behind a table, like, I think we're okay.
Oh my
Help me
goodness.
Just
out
a
of
little
future
dirty. We're still good.
seances.
We're still good.
The
Is
little
it
water
over?
came near me, but I'm okay.
I walk up with the empty holy water to the skeleton and put it up close to him.
I'm just gonna be like attached to the wall, just try to shrink as much as I can from it. Like, man, what are you doing? No, that's really bad.
Evil grin. Put it
Oh
really close to him.
no, there's still like a little bit in there.
Quit teasing him. Help.
Walk away.
Uh,
Oh,
Bird, go
wait.
find the damn orb.
I'm going to actually grab a bone. A bone.
There's no
Yes.
Is there any
bone.
bone
There is
left?
nothing.
So
There's
does
nobody else.
The
Did
only
they
thing,
Is there
the only
something
thing,
here?
Angel,
the only thing that's left is where the hammer dropped. It's a face of the forge god. Not even
I have a
blood is
question.
left. Hmm.
Uh,
What?
did I give them a head?
What do you mean give him a head?
No.
I
No.
had the head.
Yeah, no one gave us a head. We just holy watered everything.
Oh,
I assume that you dropped the head back in when they were just dropping the seance. That's why if you have the head, then all this was for naught.
oh. I
Do
guess I
you?
would drop. I guess I would put the head back if they were doing that.
All right. Okay.
I didn't know
live,
you were doing
bitches.
that.
I still live,
I was
bitches. No. Okay.
no. I thought we were keeping the head because we did the holy thing and we have two holy people. She gets to keep her head. She gets to keep her ritual.
No, because it's still
No, you
part
need
of
to
them
hold
here.
water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can go deal with them.
No,
We're still
we do.
upstairs.
This is what we're
Well, you
supposed
can.
to do deal with them, right?
That's yeah.
Oh, this house is now mine.
Technically, it is.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for
We're
it
looking
wasn't
for another
if
cooking
if it
stick.
was you guys can't leave that way. The whole house was caving when a giant hammer went through.
Oh.
Oh well.
Your house, caved-in house is yours.
Well,
I'm just gonna shake your head and go, congratulations on the new home.
awesome. Okay,
All right.
there. I'm done.
Who is particularly hurt during this?
I was hurt a bit.
Put up my
I'm
hand.
okay.
Not a whole lot, I guess.
All right, hold on, you. This is going to feel, whatever. I'm just gonna lay a hand on your shoulder, and what kind of looks like a shadowy hand will pass quickly onto you, and then I will be casting Cure Wounds on you. Oh wait,
Literally
Whoa,
after,
what's with all the people?
literally after this.
hold on. I think
The very moment you guys
wrong one.
start
Sorry,
pulling
never
for
mind.
the door, you see people, a lot of people. And Mamon, you recognize them. They used to be the servants here.
I'm just gonna step up first and go. No need for applause. No need for applause.
They actually do clap, unfortunately.
I'm just gonna start bowing like it was
The
me.
bird takes out her pad, writes in donations, and holds out her palm.
Bird, knock it off.
They're ghosts. They don't have anything.
They're good.
What were you
Thank you for the
expecting?
healing.
Money.
Well, you guys are going to get... Because you actually did this, you guys are going to get something a little better than money.
Oh.
Am I gonna get my brain back?
Hello, people. Guess what?
Hip hip hooray for the saviors! We're free! We're no longer cursed!
Well, I was gonna say the house is now mine.
Well, you can keep it. We don't... I mean, it's a shit now, but...
I mean, it's shit.
Hey, land prices
There's
around
a
here are going
basement.
up.
There's two
Okay.
perfectly good spots in here. Just put a little spackle up. It'll be fine.
Ruby, you literally hear the words roof, roof, behind you. Roof, 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 as you get pounced by a large dog.
Oh my
gonna-
gosh, you're alive again.
Go up to the
I'm-
dog and poke the dog.
I'm gonna stand on the crates and jump on the dog and try to ride it again.
Oh,
I'm
no.
getting out of the way.
I'm
Hello, Beethoven.
He licks you randomly. He licks you all over the place. He's a very big dog. Anyway,
Yeah.
Alright, up.
alright, he gets off.
Alright.
He stares. The moment he literally looks at you, he licks his lips. Roland.
yeah, because he's bound.
And I'm just gonna go, I will conquer you, beast, one day.
The second
Gonna be sad.
you feel a hand on your hand, Ruby. You feel a hand on your shoulder, Ruby.
She turns around.
It's your mother.
Grabs you by the neck.
It's your mother.
Oh. You're still alive.
Technically, no, I'm not, but, you know, we're just happy to be away from the curse. You know, staying as a radio for that crazy bitch was a bit much. Anywho, since you want to claim this house, she hands you a key. There you go. The dumbwaiter's over there.
Woohoo! I'm gonna make this place nice and spruce.
Oh yeah, it's what you're looking for is it's past the dumbwaiter, past the door, and in the barrel room. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate. We've been here for 50 long years.
Must have been rough.
Yeah. Will be a lot better once you get your hands on the yellow scar, but until then, thank you. They all bow.
You're
and
correct.
yes, they all definitely bow towards you, especially it's more so definitely. And they actually start fading off one by one.
I just tuck away the raven symbol.
Oh, there goes all my servants.
Wait a minute, what are you?
What?
Damn it.
What?
We still need to know where the
By the way, the she points it over here where the dumbwaiter was supposed to be. The dumbwaiter was actually locked in, but you have the key. Had the key now.
I guess I'm in the way.
Yes. Do you use the key on the dumbwaiter?
Yeah.
After you remove the crates out of the way and whatnot, it turns out most of them are empty. You actually find your way inside the other area. You remember this that the servants actually would use this to hide themselves and actually like be more cheerful, and that's why you remember things being more roomy.
Huh. I remember this place now.
The thing you want is in this area?
Bird's gonna look over the food and see if it's not rotting.
It's definitely rotted for 50 years.
Bird's gonna walk away from the food.
The wine's probably still good in the wine cellar.
Oh yeah, and
You're gonna see me bolt for the wine and just look it over.
Don't touch the wine.
Ruby,
I've already uncorked the bottle and I'm just trying to
am
drink
following.
it.
I
Ruby,
am too.
this wine, some of this wine is over 200 years old, and the fact that some of it has not been touched for 50 years has turned into very expensive wine.
That
And
stuff in there is probably worth a lot of gold.
I'm drinking the most old one I can find, the most
You see,
aged Chateau. We want a
you see
Merlot a
me,
bit here.
you see me trying to drink it, but it's just all splashing on the ground.
Glug, 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 glug,
Oh
glug,
my
glug.
gosh, you guys.
I still can't taste
You,
it.
Bert, I'm watching you.
And I'm grabbing some bottles and literally putting them in my bag.
Bert, I said no. Stop it. Put it back. It's not yours.
Walk away with 4.
I'd take the time to like sift through some of the vegetation in here
Oh, there's
and
that.
see,
Can I try to get it back from the bird?
Yes, you can.
and try to find seeds.
Seeds or what?
Mm-hmm. Seeds from
What
the
seeds?
decaying fruits.
Oh, roll survival, and I'll let you have some of the seeds.
How you keep moving your bird? I'm right here.
You definitely gathered some of the seeds, and you gathered some banana seeds, some coffee seeds, and some actually
Yeah.
green pear seeds, which
Yeah.
which you remember as a refugee here, you never saw being grown in the field. So you may actually get your hands on some rare seeds.
Okay. So what do I roll for this?
Roll survival. Taylor, what are you doing over there? Just
Would it be
chilling?
survival or athletics?
Oh, to get that wine
Use
back?
Yeah.
What is Taylor? What is Taylor's character Alexander doing?
He's actually sitting down and healing himself.
The moment he sits down on the chair breaks.
Run!
Did you forget how big you were and how big the people were that lived here?
Yeah. Fuck it.
The dog literally just wags his tail, going woof. He hasn't disappeared yet for some reason.
So what do I roll?
Roll survival to actually see what's in the room.
I said for the bottles.
The bottles. But don't worry, I'll give you a chance to get the bottles back in a bit from the bird. Just trust me on this one.
Can I examine this dog at all?
What?
Can I examine this dog at all?
Yes, you can.
What do you want me to roll for that?
Roll religion, because this dog seems to be wearing a forge symbol on his collar.
13.
Every now and then, for great deeds, show great star worth of worship, and actual great fellows. Every now and then, Moldor will actually give you a great, powerful steel pet, and you think Beethoven may be it, because when you were studying him, he looked like a big bulldog of black fur for a moment, and then he looked like he was made of steel the next, and then black again.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
I'm adding the seeds. So I got banana seeds and what else?
Banana seeds, green pear seeds, and coffee seeds. By having the bananas alone, if you can grow them, you would actually give Angel an exotic field.
Oh, I still got those seeds too. Sorry.
Yes, you do.
Who do I give those to? Angel?
Angel, yes. And she'll give to the druid once the druid's back on his feet.
Oh,
Right.
right. He really wanted bananas.
Yes, Angel definitely wanted bananas.
Can I roll survival to see what else we can get here?
Yes, you can.
Thanks.
Ruby, do you already roll? Kit. Yeah, I said Kit. Kit, you roll investigation. What are you investigating?
I'm just looking around the room, seeing if there's anything interesting, I guess.
There is actually a few things interesting in the room. You notice the barrels, instead of holding wine, they seem to be lighter. Sometimes hold different things. Memphis. Who's Memphis?
Me? Apparently.
I thought your name was Mamon.
Oh,
I'll be Memphis.
Minus.
No.
Minus, I'm sorry.
Minus.
It's me.
Minus is the bird.
I gave everyone the wine bottle and bottle of wine and cheers them.
Okay, thank you. Everyone can literally literally heals all their damage. The wine is that good.
I am
You
not
didn't.
drinking mine.
You said it would get it back
I don't-
eventually.
Don't worry, what she got was nothing because she was looting over here, right?
Yeah.
Now, don't worry, I already have. She was not looting the good stuff.
How cheap! You're not willing enough to share your wine with your party members? How rude. How rude.
I don't even know you.
You can't hear me. That's in the head of one person here actually, because Kenku can't talk.
I can, yeah, no, I actually hear that. And I'm like,
Oh, Mamon, did you already roll survival to start
okay.
looting your bag, your place?
I
Start
did.
looting my place.
Yeah, Mamon. Yeah, the Ruby's character. You start.
Oh no.
I'm gonna be
Hold
honest
on.
with you. It's gonna be a lot of money to repair this mansion.
One step at a time.
One step at a time.
I keep being put automatically on advantage for some reason.
That's just how Roll20 starts.
All right. You find one bottle. You're gonna have to write this down. Let me know when you have a pen, and pencil, and paper.
I have a notepad.
All right. Let me know when you're writing. Ready to
Okay.
write. All right. You found one bottle of dwarven vanilla spirits. over 200 years old.
Huh.
That's so fruity for dwarves. That threw me off. Sorry.
I know it is. You found another bottle called Purple's Venom Purple.
Purple's venom. Venom purple?
Over 300 years old.
Damn.
One last bottle.
Okay.
I kissed a drow and she stabbed me.
That's literally the name of it?
That is literally the name of it. I
That
kissed a
sounds like a
drow
mixed drink.
and she stabbed me.
I'm surprised they didn't try to enslave you.
Ha!
That's what they do.
It is, and make you into foods.
It doesn't say how old it is, but you remember seeing this bottle when you were a kid.
Does it have spider webs on it?
It actually kind of does. But it's actually embroidering into the glass.
Yee. That's cool. It's got to be black glass, though. It's got to be like
And
tight.
that was a bad roll.
All right, what did you try to roll, Kit?
I was just nothing. Never mind. I was being dumb.
All right, no, you. All right, now you don't seem to find the orb anywhere, but the only person that seems to have an idea where the orb is might be Kate. I said Kit.
It.
Kit. I said Kit. I said Kit.
You think it might be in the barrels?
It might be in the barrels.
Guess
Need some help over there?
Maybe there might be stuff in these barrels here. If you
Alright,
help
let me
search.
come over and look.
Ruby, I know it's sometimes the rules is that sometimes you end up with the pet, but unfortunately you didn't this time.
What?
Beethoven's not following you around. He's happy to see you. Don't get me wrong, but he's actually following the Alexander character around.
Alexander?
Elephant.
Oh, why though?
Yeah.
Probably due to the symbol of the forge cleric thing on his neck.
All right, you guys have a crowbar?
I got a crowbar.
Roll survival, both of you.
Crowbar required in here.
I'll
Whee!
hit guidance on whoever's doing crowbar.
I'm gonna
First,
get this.
Before we start just opening these,
I'm just gonna start opening it before even.
I'm gonna wiggle my holy water flask that I still have.
It.
Hold on.
Oh.
We'll open them.
Slowly put down my crowbar.
Okay. Kit, could you help me look through these a little bit more clearly in case if they happen to be, I don't know, magic rune explosive?
I'm gonna let you know right now. No, they're not.
I know, but my character's still
God,
Gotcha.
that was
They're all
I rolled a
trapped.
1 and got a 15 because of all my stuff.
They're all trapped. They're all trapped.
They're all
I poke them all with sticks.
Dun, dun,
No,
dun.
I'm just gonna go and go. Can I crowbar?
All right, I'm gonna try to find the one that seems about right for what we're looking for.
You
And
can go
then
right through all of them. In fact, I'm
Yeah.
just roll one survival. As long as you don't roll a 1, you'll be fine.
I did investigation.
I go in this room.
All right, you didn't roll a 1, so you find it.
Okay.
You accidentally, though, you do destroy 2 barrels and destroy 2 of the contacts in it, which you think one of them was armor, and the other one
Oh
was
god.
something else. You don't know what it was, but it sounded like a
Hold on.
glass jar. But you do know that one of the barrels seemed to be holding a tinkerer's tool set, a very old tinkerer's tool set, very
I could
noble
use that.
tinkerer's tool set. And the moment you get the tinkerer's tool set in your hands, Kit, you notice that these are dwarven tinkerer's tool sets, like
Oh.
high quality.
Can I search through the armor and see if I can scavenge anything out of it?
You can actually I'll roll survival to see if you can scavenge anything out of it.
You want me to help you?
Yes.
Right? I was going to see me to just roll it. But okay, you rolled an advantage. Then
Oh, do I roll again?
Yes,
that's what aid works.
Yeah.
You managed to
So-
get you
Oh.
managed to gather some of the hard armor, but the plate seems to be not usable.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold it up to Kit and Kit's character. Just go, Kit, can you fix this? Kit, is this use?
Would mending fix anything?
No, he destroyed it.
Yeah.
You don't even know
Okay.
how he did it.
He just rolled in with that survival roll and didn't wait for guidance or assistance. Destroy things.
So no
I
fix.
swear.
You can't
No,
fix
Apparently
it.
no.
not.
Oh,
I don't think he was the one who rolled in with us.
Sir Roland did.
Oh yeah, no man, he did.
the other barrel seems to be holding a chest, made of silver and with green embroidery, and the other one barrel actually holds a larger chest. It's covered in gold and silver embroidery, and they don't both seem to only open with Ruby's key, or should I say keys?
Yeah.
Ruby,
Well, if you wanted to open up that chest there, we can make what we can do with that. Also, and I'll go ahead and take the wine bottle that the Kenku had given me and hand it back over to you. They tried giving me this. I do not mind to give.
the
You
moment
own
Ruby
this.
opens the gold, which Ruby, what you gonna open first, the silver or the gold?
Gold, since you said gold.
All right. Ruby opens up the gold box, and there it is, in glowing hue, in brightness of a somewhat blue and somewhat very white glow, an orb. It seems to have an infinitely swirling storm inside of it. Storm looks calm inside of it, and always some blacks and purples every now and then. But the moment anyone touches, they feel warm. And if they touch it for too long, they feel the need to go to the bathroom.
I can hold it. I don't have to actually pee.
The moment Roland's character holds it, grass
I
seems
was
to grow around his bones.
Wait, what?
The moment you hold on to the orb, grass seems to be growing around your bones.
Oh gosh.
Eh,
Can I grab the orb?
The moment you hold on to the orb, you feel like you're back alive again. You feel your heart pumping once more. You feel the need to breathe, but you feel fed and calm.
It is extremely weird. And put it in my bag.
Could you put it on the floor for a second? I want to see whether or not it reacts to that.
It kind of looks like a priceless relic. I'm not gonna put it on the floor.
Are you not curious to see whether or not it could restore your mana?
I don't know. It seems more of a life thing than a repair thing, but
He was nothing but bones.
Yeah, but moss on bones. I don't know.
I think it looks cool.
I'm just gonna put it in my bag.
Another thing I was curious to see whether or not I hold up my mechanical hand. This has no organic thing. Curious to see whether or not how it reacts to that.
Welcome back.
There you
Maybe
go.
they're back.
Hello?
I mean, they're there. Whether or not they're back is a different.
Hmm.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
Okay. Sure.
Hello.
Did we lose Roy?
Mm.
I don't know.
there's stream's
What's
still up.
happening? What?
They've been dealing with some tooth pain, so they might need a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure, and just
Hello, hello, hello.
Good.
Can you hear
The
me?
mic may be
Can you
down.
hear me?
Yeah, we
There
can
we
hear you
go.
now.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Mhm.
Hi.
For some
Yeah.
reason,
What
my
happened?
microphone,
Yes.
my microphone stopped working for some reason.
You got disconnected for a moment too.
Yeah, I know. Hello, hello. That was
Yep.
Hello.
weird.
We can hear you.
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, well, I was gonna say, that was weird. I'm glad I
Yeah.
got it back.
Oh.
I'm glad I don't have to start my recording too, because I was sucked to make it a two-parter. Anywho, where was I? You guys say you want him to drop the orb or put the orb on the ground. Does it? Ruby does it?
All right, I'll try.
The moment you put it on the ground, it actually just makes grass and roses and flowers grow.
All right, I'm gonna pick it back up.
All right.
No?
Well, do you
Now,
want
What
an
about
instant tree?
the So what
I
about
checked
the
the
other box?
flowers.
Oh.
Anything particular about them?
They are rare and they are old.
Are they moonflowers?
Bingo.
Hmm.
Ruby, your character would know this because he's a ranger.
oh,
Squeezing.
Blood Hunter.
No, I said Ruby when I should have said Liz. Liz, your character would know this because she's a ranger. The moment she actually can grab one of those moonflowers and actually squeeze the whole rosebud in her hand, she can squeeze out moon milk.
Excuse me,
Moon
what?
milk. Moon milk.
Moon milk.
Moon milk.
What the fuck's
Milk.
moon milk?
What the
You milk
Mommy
fuck?
on the
milk?
moon? What the fuck is moon milk?
Is there two moons or just one?
It is literally drinking a whole health potion when you drink this. So it does
Oh.
2d4 plus 2 healing if you drink it.
Oh,
So
that's
this thing
fancy.
seems to revitalize anything it touches.
Causes growth
Oh.
and rapidly at
I
that.
I guess I can't grow back my skin.
Oh, by the way, when he turns around and when you guys turn to say him, he has a large grassy moss beard.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Unfortunately, I don't think it could turn even you that far to life.
I'm just gonna be twisting my beard.
You actually kind of almost feel it.
Oh.
Okay,
no,
I
he's gonna
have.
become a plant skeleton.
Hey, do we want to make a bunch of health potions?
I mean,
We
what's in the other
could.
box though?
All right, I'm gonna open the silver one now.
The silver box seems to have some gauntlets inside of it.
Kind
Ooh,
of
fancy.
gauntlets.
I can't tell you, but I will warn you that I'm no longer being nice to you guys anymore. Just be careful from what you do from now on.
Didn't
I'll
you
try
say
them on.
Did you say you're gonna be nice until level 6?
Level 7. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop trying to kill you till level 7. Curses maybe do the different other things. Who said who put them on?
I offered to put them on. I didn't actually put them on, but I said I'll try them on if you want me to test them.
I'm gonna take these gauntlets real quick.
How about we wait and then we actually get some materials to cast Identify? That's a possibility.
Just to
But
let
I
you
can
know.
be the identify.
Just to let you know, the only person that can actually gather those moon roses safely is Liz. Anyone else tries, they actually break apart.
Like even me?
Yep, because it's a ranger thing. That's why only rangers know what they are.
So, I guess what happened. I guess my next curiosity then is what happens if I have a ranger.
Is it Faye?
Well, rangers what? You stopped at the word rangers.
Ranger's spirit. Remember, I can get those every short rest. I can always.
I'll let you do it, but at a disadvantage instead of just not unable to do it altogether.
Yeah.
Liz is pretty much walking around stealing everything she can get her hands on.
Yeah, what did I get?
You actually found out those 2 barrels out there are actually barrels of spices, and those type of spices, they don't go bad ever. They're actually rare spices.
How do
I
you
look
expect to
around
carry all
for
that
Are
stuff?
they allspice?
who has a bag of holding that screams in Farah's mind like blood curdling, almost like
In whose mind? Are you doing that in my mind?
yes, yeah, just out of the
I
blue.
I immediately cut that flow off and I attune to Kit.
The
But
moment you
Meh.
look inside the cages, not cages, those things right over there where you were, Liz, you realize they're filled with leather.
Ah.
Ooh, can I get some leather armor?
Yes, you can if you actually get him to Angel.
Who has a bag?
Yeah.
I'm
who
I
else
going
is
to
you
write
don't
on
proficient
my
with it?
pad
you
who
don't
has a
see
bag of
you,
holding,
you don't
and
see
I'm
just
gonna put it on
rabbit
the
armor.
elephant.
You don't see just rabbit armor. No, you see wolf armor. You see buffalo armor. You see bear armor.
Ah.
Dibs on the wolf armor.
Well, wolf
Well,
pelts. I
it's
meant to say
hide.
pelts. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm.
But the,
You
I
see,
thought we
yeah,
were getting badass armor for a second.
no. You can if you can get it to Angel in time.
Whatever
This
anyone
small one.
okay.
My brother James actually used to work in dermatology.
Like I said, if you can find a way to get it to Angel,
Who
she'll
has a
do something with it.
bag of holding? I heard somewhere earlier there might be I put right down on my paper. Very frustrated bird.
I'm I'm pretty sure you've heard Angel said the word bag of holding many times.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to show the elephant. And I hold it out to the elephant.
What? What? Oh, and I
Bag of holding.
start reading.
Where the bloody hell is a bag of holding? We need a bag of holding.
And as he like takes off his backpack and sets it down.
I grab the
There.
backpack and start stuffing the armor in it.
All right.
the hides.
The hides. I'm sorry. Yes.
The hides. I'm sorry, I thought it was
Handy
armor.
haversack.
We thought it
And
was
Handy
armor too.
haversack.
at the bottom of the note it says, need something for spices. Pig will be happy.
We have a wagon outside. What do you mean?
And I point to the spices.
The spices barrels are huge.
Pig will be very happy at the and then I hold up the note.
Do you at any point
Oh,
point?
first off,
Point at
Gizmodo,
dog.
do you want these spices moved? This is your household after all.
I look at the whole building and I'm just putting the leather in the bag. I write down and I'm like, we're all friends here, right? And I keep going.
No, we're not all friends here. I don't even know you.
I write down, I go, hi, I'm me. And I wave and then I
Nice
go
to
back to
meet
what I'm
you,
doing.
me.
And then I write down, see, now we know each other. We're friends. And I go back to what I was doing.
Oh my gosh. Beethoven, sick that bird!
He blinks at you a few times. Licks your hand.
I go in my survival pack and I pull out one of my big, chunky beef ration jerkies and throw it at the dog.
Does this Alexander? Does a forged dog need to eat?
It's probably starving.
Wait, a forge?
Probably is starving. Let's be honest.
This dog is literally made of metal as far as I've gotten. I don't feel it needs to.
The only
I can't
thing
tell
I've
you
run
that.
into.
It still gets the
Hold on.
food. I don't know. It's a forge beast.
Remember, he rolled a natural 20 while doing a cleansing with his god.
I know, but I have no idea what this thing is. I see a dog. I throw out meat. I go back.
I don't know what it is. As a player, I have no idea.
Really big dog.
This is the first I've ever seen this.
This is the third time I've ever seen this, to tell you the truth.
Well, fucking spill the beans, motherfucker!
Your god
It's,
just gave your dog
Basically,
gave you
an
a
animated
guardian.
object with dogs.
I understand that. I don't know what he does.
It's like a squirrel, the crown squirrel. It's me. It's fun. Go
What-
with it.
I get he's a companion.
As long as you're fighting next to him, he'll any enemy that attacks you will have to roll a disadvantage.
Oh wow. Okay.
Wait, I thought he was an old dog that my character knew.
He is, but the forge god when he rolled a nat 20 turned him into a forged dog.
I pull out
Ah.
paper to Ruby's character. And I'm like, pig friend will like spices. Pig friend cooks good food.
Oh yeah. Again, this is your household. This
I'm going back to stuffing.
If I may.
Who said that?
okay.
I'm totally ignoring it and going back and stuffing the bag.
As I said, if I may.
It's like normal to me. It's everyday occurrence.
No, it's not.
I'm not even paying attention. I'm stuffing the bag.
They do talk.
No, just stuff in the bag. They go in the bag.
Lady Mamochi.
I give the one that says Lady Mamunchi to Mamunchi, and then go back to stuffing the bag.
I wasn't talking to you, madame. I was talking to my dearest friend.
I put my head in the box.
Quite.
Bird, I'm gonna drag you out of that box.
I climb in the box.
If I had to guess, it's Beethoven speaking.
Indeed it is.
What the fuck? The dog's speaking.
My head pops out
What's the
from the
dog
box.
doing?
What the
Now
dog
Now we're
fucking
gonna go
doing?
solve mysteries and drive around in a van.
Beethoven
Yeah.
says, when
I
did you
was supposed
talk?
to be the Scooby Doo. God damn it.
I
You're
spoke.
the Shaggy now.
I spoke when Lord Alexander here proved his face to his lord. Isn't that right, young Lord Alexander?
I'm just stuffing the bag.
To
Yes.
To exacerbate my next quarter, I am explaining that it is best that we leave sooner rather than later. I'm sure our extravagance of the layout of the land, of the cleansing that we have done, has not gone unnoticed. After all, we do have to worry about that hobgoblin named Yellow Scar, do we not?
Okay, just
Oh
forget
yeah, we gotta take care of
everything
that.
will come back for it.
I'm stuffing the bag.
If you are truly in dire need of restoring the household to its rightful place of nobility, Miss Manone, I'll gladly help you along the way. But for now, everyone's safety is a must. Exit is also a must.
Bird, let's get out of here.
Stuff in the bag.
Alright, fine, you can just stay here.
Bird, the house is about to fucking fall on top of us. Get the fuck out!
Putting a couple more pieces in with one foot.
The dog
Grabbing
literally,
this couple of the spices.
the dog literally grabs Kit by
Throwing
the belt.
handfuls of spices in the bag.
The dog literally grabs Kit by the belt and actually tosses him on the shoulder. Off we go.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm riding the dog apparently.
Now Loxodon has to fucking make his way over.
I'm going. I'm
I
grabbing the
hop
bird.
in the grab a couple more handfuls.
You got my
of spices.
backpack, motherfucker. You ain't running off with that.
All right.
Not that you giving it to me.
You
My
gave me it.
backpack.
You gave me it. It's a present.
I know. It's still my
Okay,
fucking thing.
No, you gave me it. It's my present now.
I didn't give you it as a present.
No, you gave me
I
a
fucking
present.
gave it to you so you can
No,
stuff
no,
the
I
shit.
got a present. It's
No,
a
you
good
didn't.
present.
Just
It's the best
stab the
present
damn
ever.
bird and get your bag back. Obviously doesn't know the
You
meaning
get the
of
shit
the
side
word
of it.
borrow.
The stuff you
Can
stuffed in
borrow.
there.
No. What's borrowing? I've never heard of this foreignness. Oh, you cut it off. Never mind.
And then even then, you would only be talking to me.
I know. That's what you hear in your head. Isn't that
No,
wonderful?
I don't hear any of that. I cut that off.
Oh, okay, then all you guys hear is
Yeah, and he's just arguing back with it. Purposely arguing back. Like he knows what the fuck they're saying.
You're an elephant and I'm a crow, and no one's laughed about that yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, is that a Dumbo reference?
Oh my gosh, yes it is. When I
You
see an
fucking Jim
elephant
Crow
fly.
looking bitch.
I just barely realized that. It's like I was like, wait, elephant and crow. Wait, that's Dumbo.
Yeah.
I am sorry. I just literally had to put my head down for a moment after hearing that.
Neither of them can fly, though.
You don't know that yet.
When I see an elephant fly high, I will find that song so I can do that, by the way.
You're fucking subclass in the wizard and give me flight.
Jesus. You have to take a subclass in druid so you can grow bigger ears, actually.
Your literal elephant ears.
No, winged ears. You can get winged
Yeah.
ears. Ears, wings are like ears.
Yeah, just
Okay.
Dumbo ears. That way
Continue,
you can
continue,
fly.
continue. Ah,
Just have to be attached to your arms. It'd look a little
And,
funny, but we could pretend. It's fun to pretend.
no, I just make it into a wingsuit. Just ears as a wingsuit. Like a city walrus.
What? What's that?
Thanks
Oh.
for blowing my ears out.
Sorry. You hear
I
you
taught
hear
you
something
that.
being bellowed in the distance.
Exactly.
Ah! Why you
What?
keep doing that?
Effect.
No, wait. It's a war horn.
That
Yep.
sounds. I'm
I
right
thought
down
it was
on the paper.
I thought it was one of those
Okay, time to go.
what's it called?
On the paper,
You
and I'm
blow on
showing
it and
everyone.
it creates a quacking sound or something. I don't know.
We go now. We go.
Indeed. Escape. Wise decision. Now.
I thought it was a kazoo. That's what it was.
It's
But-
that's what it
I
said.
tried. Hold on. Just ignore those characters up there for now. So you guys are actually start getting in the wagon right now, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Who has training in driving the wagon? Oh, by the way, you notice that there are some arrows near the metal bull, but they clearly stopped after the 20th arrow.
By the way,
I
I actually apparently
my
do
arrows.
have. I have proficiency in land vehicles.
Oh,
there we
you want
go.
to drive?
Skeletons.
Yeah, I'll drive.
All right,
nice.
drive.
I
because-
have a soldier background, so I can. Yeah, I'll just
I can call on the bull's nose and we go.
Yeah. You sit next to him.
I sit next to him. What?
Guidance.
I'm going to just.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could guidance.
Oh, by the way, his name's Billy.
Billy the Bull.
Yes.
Billy the Bull.
No, that's me. That's just what his name is.
The very second you start driving, and start driving as fast as you bloody can, you see goblins on wogs. Or goblins on very large-looking angry dogs.
use your
Good
big
Lord
dog
of the
to counter
Brave.
the other big dogs.
think that works that way.
I'm gonna reach into grab the bag of holding and start throwing some of the cloth at the horrible things.
Oh, Roland, did you did you start rolling your vehicle proficiency?
Oh, what is the actual roll for that? Because I don't. Wait.
That's actually something you roll.
It is.
Is
it
it?
depends. Yeah, basically it depends on what the DM wants it to be. What type of roll is it?
It's
Con.
Do you want it to be a dex or a wisdom?
Dex, wisdom.
Prefer dex.
All right, make it a dex.
And
it'd be
add a 1d4 to things because I guidance.
Yeah. Would it be an advantage or?
Not a dex save.
How many
Oh,
times
not
are you
dex
able to
save,
cast
sorry.
Guidance?
Huh?
Like, how many times are you able to cast guidance?
It's cantrip.
Definitely, it's a cantrip.
Oh, okay.
Cantrip.
There's my
So
dex.
1d4.
All right.
1d4.
Beauty of a cantrip. What is that? It's a cantrip. Oh, crap.
All right, your driving skills is paramount, unbelievably great. You actually start Tokyo drifting every now and then with a wagon and a metal bull, as the wags actually get too scared to get closer to you. Your driving skills. At one point, everyone was in the air as you pretty much hit a bump really hard. It's clearly chaotic, but it's your controlled chaotic that what makes it really hard to get close to you. And the goblins don't feel that comfortable getting close to that crazy type of crazy driver.
I'm just gonna look back at everybody as I'm just driving and be like, back in the war, I used to be the best driver. I used to say, you're the one that drives the cart this time. I'm just gonna continue looking back at them and smiling.
All right.
That's nice. Keep fired.
I'm gonna
Eyes on the road.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Liz, what is your AC?
Oh, shit.
3d20s. 10, 16.
16.
It's miss. A javelin literally just whistles by your head.
Oh, by the way,
Alright.
any attacks
Look
made
at it.
against people within 5 feet, I can use my shield to make disadvantage on.
Okay. Roland, what is your AC?
18.
16 does not hit. Mamone, a 3 does not
Yeah.
hit your AC. Drive again, as they're still giving chase, and as you get further and further into the forest, getting away from the ruined Spectalia, you actually start seeing the twisted forms of the forest being taken actually be lessen and lessen.
How far are the wards from us exactly?
How far? What?
How far are the wards away from us?
Hang on, I can't hear you. 1 second. What was the question?
How far are the wards away from us?
They are exactly 30 meters away from you, or 30 feet.
Perfect.
30 feet.
Can we return fire?
Okay. I cast heat metal.
Oh no!
On what?
Targeting.
All right, I'm gonna have to roll with how many of them is roaring metal.
You can only target one thing, and yeah, which one's wearing metal?
I want you to say high or low 3 times. First time, high or low. You said
Well, I didn't say it.
okay, high or low.
Okay.
First time, high or
High.
low. All right. He's not wearing
Well.
armor. Okay, second time. Ignore that one. Hang on. Okay, second time. High or low.
High.
He's wearing armor and he regrets it. All right, third one. High or low.
Hold on. Do I have enough spell slots for 3?
You can't, unless you're
No, I only
upcasting
have
it.
for 1 time,
So no.
but whatever. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go with a DM. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna high or low.
low.
Whoa.
All right, he's wearing armor and he regrets it. What is the DC for them to hang on?
There's no DC for them to hang on.
No,
That
DC.
if they're wearing armor, it just starts to hurt them.
No, they
Yeah,
have
'cause
to.
we can't-
There's a DC for them trying to get the armor off if they fail it.
You
That's
can't just get
fine.
armor off. That takes 5 to 10 minutes.
I thought that took an hour to do, especially for
That's for heavy armor. It takes an hour.
All right.
No, wait, that
this.
only
That's-
takes 10 minutes.
that's
Sorry.
all.
Me. But that's
That's why it sucks to have heat metal put on somebody in plate armor. It takes 10 minutes to remove.
and the duration
Well, you
is
think
like
I
1
used
minute.
to cook a book, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's no
Well,
save.
Okay,
It-
there is a save for them to hang on.
to
And
hang
I'm
on to the weapon.
Weapon. Yeah.
Yeah,
If
I'm
it's
gonna-
Armor can't be just removed.
I'm going to count to hanging onto the weapon is to hang onto the reins. How's that?
Okay.
So they fall out. I see.
That makes more sense because they would also be cooking their animal too.
Yes. I am going to. What is the DC? What is your DC?
It is 15.
Okay, it is twice they have to. They both fall off. It's cooking the armor.
And they only able to focus on one target
Roland,
unless you upcast them.
Rayland,
Oh wait, no, even if you upcast them.
roll vehicle dexterity.
Plus 1d4.
Ooh, that's kind of bad actually.
Roll 1d4 guidance.
Okay, that's actually a little better. Nah. After seeing his friends light up like a Christmas tree and whatnot and smoking in the ground, the goblin that's riding the big wolf says, "Fuck this! He's going home." You managed to discourage them enough to disengage.
I was about to say if they don't continue.
Just for added manager, guiding bolt.
Oh wait, if you're doing that, then I'm gonna follow it up real quick with an arrow.
Go for it. No, do it after. Do it after mine.
Yeah, I know, because then I
I'm
get
shooting.
double attack.
I'm a shooting. Fuck.
No, let me hit first, Kit, because I get advantage, and then I can.
I rolled
Yeah.
I got 20. If their AC is I'm shooting.
Their AC is not
I'm
above
shooting
20.
my crossbow at them too. I'm
Alright.
shooting well.
I could have sworn I
don't
said
get sneak attack.
I could have sworn I said they you fear them to the point that they disengage, but okay, I guess not. You want to hit the last one?
Yeah. I want to do something.
Roll your damage, Kate.
Hit.
I know.
If they swung first, they get advantage as the guiding bolt. Well, actually, it depends if the guiding bolt hit.
There's a bullet hole in this guy's shoulder, and he turned around angrily. Urgh!
He turns around angrily.
Uh-oh.
Dirty 20, guiding bolt.
Oh, he turns around angrily, only to get a guiding bolt in the face.
Hold on, you said it advantage?
It gives the next person to hit after or to shoot at them advantage.
Okay. Well, I could have gave you, like, the full round at advantage.
It'd only be the next person, not the full round. But I can fire right after this, which would give me advantage.
So what's the damage on guiding bolt?
Hold on. So I have advantage on that, so I'm going to roll it again just to make sure. Okay, so I'll take that 20. And there is the damage.
Jesus, he's
16.
dead. You blew off his head.
I also did that much damage because sneak attack.
You kill his dog too with him. They're both down.
I'm gonna shoot an arrow at his soul as it's going up.
As
Driving. What
as-
Wait, hold on. I can do this. Is there anything nearby? Because as per my thing, I can wailing. Let's see what it's called. Whales of the Grave. I can add a D6 and just target a creature near him, 30 feet from him.
No, there's no one near you anymore. You pretty much
There's nothing left.
I'm targeting the soul. It's his own spirit coming to hit his dog.
That dog's dead too, apparently.
All right. So as
man.
I was trying to say, as the scene of you guys disappearing in the distance and whatnot, a even larger wog takes a step on the head of the dead goblin's head, and slowly the camera pans up to a yellow hobgoblin with a scar on his face, right across his eye.
I'm just gonna look back and be like, wait, isn't that the one we need to kill?
You don't
Isn't
see-
that the one that's within 30 feet of the target that I just...
I'm just looking. You can just turn around and ram this guy. Like, do you want me to?
I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to do
fire
some.
my bow.
I'm trying to do something cinematic, guys. Give me a moment.
Don't do that. Never do that with players. They will shoot him.
I fired the bow.
Too slow.
You are disappearing in the distance. You're gone. You don't see him.
Old man, turn this bull around.
It's okay, but I still fired the bow.
We know he's there now, guys. Let's turn around.
Guys, give me a
It's
moment.
headshot.
All right, guys, give me a moment. As the
Loading
camera
in
pans
every
around,
part.
revealing yellow scars, growling a sneer at you guys. He turns back to see the mansion in ruins. Takes a deep breath and cheers on to his walk to leave the area. As you guys disappear in the distance,
Arrows.
as you guys disappear in the distance, victory in hand, orb in the other, with a newfound friend of a forge war dog, and a good sense of victory, this is where we end for tonight. And I hope your loot bags are full and your health potions are also full. Because today was actually kind of a fun session.
We didn't get any health potions though.
I didn't get any health potions, and I didn't get any.
I gotta.
We didn't get any.
All I got was this T-shirt.
I got seeds. I got seeds. That's what I got.
I got these seeds. I do too, actually. What
Apparently,
seeds
I got a
did
fancy
get?
Tinker's kit, so I'm kind of happy about that. Since I didn't have it before.
So I'm just calling this orb the orb of life since I don't know what it's actually called.
The
It's
orb
a,
of moonflower.
it's the orb of Moonscara, of Moonixadia. Sorry,
Moonball.
it's a moon ball.
Moon
Yeah,
Why
Throw
does
it
it
at your
show a,
friends.
why does it show a storm instead of an actual moon?
it was the best way I can describe it. Because
Okay.
it actually swirls within for some strange reason.
Swirly, swirly.
Swirly, swirly, like a
Alright,
milkshake.
well, I have an orb and I don't know what to do with it.
Let's try
You're-
spinning. That's a
you're
neat
s-
trick.
You're supposed to
Let's
do
hold
it.
on.
You wanted to
If
explain
I'm
here? Go on.
we came there. Sorry. We came there upon Lord Swift's order to recover that orb. And if
Ah.
I may, as he's reaching for it.
She's kind of
like,
hesitant. She's kind of
underhand.
She's kind of hesitant to give it because it's literally making her actually feel alive.
Not to worry, Lady Manona. We shall figure out your situation and cure you. But for now, trust in Lord Alexander. You will be alive and you will be happy. Of that I promise you, on the ignorance that burns in my heart, and the iron that burns in his.
You changed a lot since you got turned into a metal dog.
I was a piano for 50 years, trust me.
Very
Trust
well.
me, he's seen some shit.
You've seen some shit.
I'm just going to be Carbon.
Fine, here's the orb.
If you think that's some shit, he smiles and then he smiles and his teeth starts acting like a piano ivories. Yeah, that's some shit right there, my friend.
But
He learned how to play the piano with his teeth.
I just need to make some money to get back and restart my projects.
You will make some money the moment you arrive at Palma Flora. That Angel already promised you that your projects will be on their way the moment you come back.
All right.
You guys, I'm hoping that you guys want to play again, because we'll definitely be doing this again for sure.
there is a stop that we have to make though, and that's where that dead area is.
Do we level up?
That we camped at.
No, you don't. But do you really want to keep going for a little bit longer so I can explain what happens in that dead area?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll explain what happens in that dead area right now then. The moment you arrive to... Hold on, let me find out that place's name.
Going through the notes.
I'm gonna be right back.
I have to go for the notes. Okay. Salt Basin Pass. That's where you guys did
Yeah.
that whole ordeal. So 1 second, please.
We're not on the Sword Coast now, though.
No, we're in Wildmounts. We're in a different world. We're in a different place entirely.
Okay. Just the
All
map
right.
looks a lot like the Sword Coast.
The moment you get to Salt Basin Pass and whatnot, the place that yield a large amount of clay and seaside fruit, the people that are strangely always wearing black cloaks are up in arms and torches and pitchforks, and the bodies of the people you rescued are just hanged, killed. What's the thing that Vlad the Impaler used to do? Oh yeah, impale people.
Impale?
It's in the name.
Oh he impaled, and some of them impaled. The only survivor is the survivor you brought with you that belongs in Palma Flora, and she is hiding. The people that were on the people in black cloaks in Sultan Basin Pass would try to attack you, but since you're too fast on that metal bison and your skeleton dude actually is a good driver, they couldn't touch you. They blamed the people that were trying to get into safety for what's happened to their swamp. And there will be a recollection, as the items that you and your friends still
Actually, no,
have.
stop there.
Hmm?
Stop there.
Why?
Because I'm going to get out of the cart by myself and approach them
Uh-oh.
with the orb.
Alright. You do that. Beethoven walks with you and says, "Are you sure you know what you're doing, Lord?"
It's worth a damn try.
Hey,
Got in this spot.
Hmm?
Angel, could I get some armor?
One second. Let me finish with this. What are you going to do, Alexander?
What's her name? What's the name of the town again?
Salt Basin Pass. And the people in cloaks start running at you as fast as they can. And Beethoven gets bared up. Is like, if you're going to do something, sir, and now is a good time to do it.
He holds out his hand. People of Salt Basin Pass,
They stop.
hear me out. You want your land back to normal? I have the cure for that. As he pulls out the orb from the casing.
Witchcraft! Kill him! He's part of the situation we're all in this! Kill him!
Let the orb touch the ground and let it show him.
Do you do that?
That's what he's about to do, yeah.
Alright, the moment you put the orb on the ground, you find your hand stuck to the orb. I need you to roll a constitution save.
Oh no.
Come. 18.
You pass. As you find your life force being drained from the orb, you find yourselves with a visage of images of what happened to this land. People drowning, people being killed, and then the people you rescue being skewered and stabbed as they beg for their lives. It was an assault on your mind, your spirit, and your soul.
Can I help him?
You only take 1 point of damage as the land that you individually divide from its health and power slowly grows back. The clay, dried and useless, starts becoming moist and useful. The fruits, the seaside fruits, starts, instead of looking like raisins, start looking like plumped and water. The smell of the ocean finally returns once again. The corpses, however, strewn about, as the people in Salt Basin Pass start realizing they may have murdered people for no damn reason. The horrors that
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Does the orb only absorb life from living creatures?
It seems like roll a insight on the orb.
Because,
Ruby,
yeah,
roll insight on the orb.
okay. Can I roll perception? Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah.
It seems like
Green, right?
it seems like the orb needed some help. As the orb can definitely grant a life to land that already has life, but to land that has no life, it seems to require some help. Which probably what makes the orb so powerful and yet so dangerous at the same time. As the view of visage of the people's corpse surround the peoples of Salt Basin Pass, their black hoods and cloaks are pulled back as a look of shock and shame falls on their face. They have no idea how this started, but blaming the people who were trying to pass seems like the unwise choice. Alexander, say high or low.
Like, kill them for the orb.
I'm gonna say hi.
That would be so bad.
We'll come back
Damn
to
it.
that. We'll come back to
What's
that.
up?
We'll come back to that later.
I'm gonna lift the orb and put it back in the chest
They give
where
you
it came
no.
in.
They give you no fight. They give you no quarrel. Just shame on their faces appear. You did a mistake in Sultan Pass, and even though you put life back in the land, the objects that were from your in your hands' bodies, the objects in your buddies' possessions, still every now and then have a green hue to them. As a cleric, you already know that these stands for a curse, but you don't know what kind. You are still cursed, and so are your two friends who took advantage on that clerical beast that was doing its duty. But maybe it's not going to be so bad. Should I fast forward until you guys have reached Palmaflora? Yeah. Do you guys want to keep going, or do you want to stop for tonight?
I kind of want to stop for tonight.
Yeah.
Lots kind of happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay, well, once
Holy.
again,
Yep.
I hope your health potions are full and your loot bag is empty. Once more. Oh boy.
Their
Anywho,
loot bag is empty.